Okay, let's get started. It's a little bit slow there to get things organized today, but now we can begin. So this today is the Satipatthana Sutta, the Foundations of Mindfulness, it's called here. And this is an interesting sutta. It's all about very practical things, about how to practice meditation, how to develop the mind, a very important sutta. And there are a lot of interesting things to be talked about about this particular sutta. And before I actually start the sutta proper, I'm going to give a little bit of an introduction about the meaning of Satipatthana, a broader contextual understanding of what Satipatthana is all about. Because one of the problems with reading the Satipatthana Sutta itself is that all things in the Buddha's teachings are interrelated. They all connect up in like a vast network. And the only way you can understand what Satipatthana is to understand how it fits in with the rest of the teaching. And when you understand how it fits into with the rest of the teaching, then you can sort of see what its purpose is and why we're actually doing this, what actually we're trying to achieve with this particular thing called Satipatthana. And you will find that in Buddhism very often the Satipatthana Sutta is considered by many people as being particularly important, and particularly over the last 50 to 100 years, the Satipatthana Sutta has often been said to be the most important sutta in the Pali Canon, and had always been praised to a very high extent. And of course the question is, why do people say that? And there really is only one good reason for saying that one particular teaching or one particular sutta is more important than any other sutta. And that reason would be that the Buddha himself says so in the suttas, that this sutta has particular significance. Does the Buddha ever say that this sutta has particular significance? And the answer is no, he doesn't actually say that. So I think that one has to be very careful when people go around saying that this sutta is particularly significant. There isn't really any good reason for saying that. It is one sutta among many. All the suttas are important, but there's no real reason for singling this sutta out and saying that it's more important than other suttas. It is just one sutta among many. That doesn't make it unimportant. It just means that it's not any more or any less important than any other sutta. So that is an important thing to keep in mind. Now the second thing for understanding the Satipatthana Sutta is, as I said before, to understand how Satipatthana is used in context in the suttas. And the context is found in many, many different places. In particular is found in a place called the Satipatthana Samyutta in the Samyutta Nikaya, where there's a large number of suttas on Satipatthana. It's also found, if you read, for example, about the Noble Eightfold Path, you will see the Noble Eightfold Path, of course, has 8 factors. The 7th of those factors is Satipatthana. Now, the 8th factor is Samadhi, which is like jhana, or very deep meditations. And the 6th factor, before Satipatthana, is right effort, which is basically how to purify the mind of defilements using skillful means. And an important point here is to remember that the Noble Eightfold Path is a sequential path. The factors come one after the other. So to understand the purpose of Satipatthana, why we practice this thing, you have to look at the sequence in the Noble Eightfold Path. Right effort leads to Satipatthana, and Satipatthana in turn leads to Samadhi, to right concentration or right stillness of the mind, otherwise also known as the jhanas. So the purpose of Satipatthana, and this is actually incredibly important, and this is something you see again in the suttas, many different places. It is sometimes which is rarely talked about, and the reason is because it's not actually explicitly mentioned in the Satipatthana Sutta itself, but it's mentioned in so many other places. The purpose is actually to achieve samadhi. That is why you practice Satipatthana. And that is something very few people realize. We find this in many places. You find it in Majjhima 25, I think it is, the Dantabhumi Sutta, you see Satipatthana coming before Samma Samadhi. You find this in the Satipatthana Samyutta, you find it in suttas in the Digha Nikaya. The sequence is very, very clear. And that means that it puts Satipatthana in context. So what then is it about? And what it is about then is to refine and purify the mind of the last fine defilements that are present before you can attain deep meditation. That is the purpose, to refine out, to sort out the last little defilements that block you from attaining deep meditation. Also, its purpose then is to focus the mind on an object so that it actually can attain that state of stillness and unity that is required for deep meditation. So those two are the real purposes of Sammasati, Satipatthana. Refine the mind from defilements and help it to focus on one particular object. So the mind becomes focused and still. But of course, as I said before, what comes before Satipatthana is right effort on the Noble Eightfold Path. And the purpose of right effort is also to purify the mind. So in other words, when you come to Satipatthana, you already have a mind which is very pure before you can practice this type of meditation. So this is the very kind of refined defilements that we're talking about here, that you are purifying using this particular practice. Now you might wonder, if Satipatthana is about moving towards Samadhi, what does that mean about Satipatthana? Does it mean that Satipatthana is a Samadhi practice, a Samatha practice? Samatha means calm, right? Is it a Samatha practice? Or is it a Vipassana practice? Vipassana means like, it can sometimes translate as insight, but I prefer to translate it as clarity or clear seeing. Vipassana quite literally means seeing. Passana means to see. So Vipassana is like seeing with insight or seeing with clarity. So what is it? Is it true to say that it's all about samatha practice because it leads to samadhi? And no, the answer is, and this is one of the things we will see here as we go through this sutta, is that Satipatthana is both about vipassana and samatha. It's both about seeing things clearly and also about calming the mind. And the reason then that this leads to samadhi is because it requires both insight or both clear seeing and calm to get you to samadhi, to get you to these deep states of stillness inside. Both vipassana and samatha are required. And you will see this in some teachings of the Buddha. You have the famous sutta in the Dhammapada which says that there is no wisdom without jhana. Jhana is deep samadhi. There is no jhana without wisdom. There's no wisdom without jhana. But one who has both is in the presence of nibbana. In other words, you have to have wisdom to attain samadhi. There's no samadhi without wisdom. And that's why both vipassana and samatha are required for attaining samadhi, samma samadhi, the eighth factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. So keep this in mind as we go through this, that the purpose here is to move towards samadhi, deep stillness, deep unity of the mind. This is the first thing. The second thing I want to talk about as an introductory theme is how do we actually practice some of these, you might call them exercises, that are mentioned in the Satipatthana Sutta. It is not obvious because one of the exercises here is the contemplation of feeling. And it doesn't actually say, how do we contemplate feeling? Do we just sort of walk around and watch what's happening in our mind or in our body? Do we sort of, watch and contemplate feelings at any time during the day? Or do we have to sit down and cross our legs and contemplate feelings? It doesn't actually say, it just says we watch the feelings. And to find out how to do this, there is another sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya called the Anapanasati Sutta. And this is a very interesting sutta because it says in that sutta that by practicing anapanasati, anapanasati is the mindfulness of the breath. This is like the very standard, the most common of all the meditation teachings given by the Buddha, and the one that the Buddha himself is supposed to have used before his enlightenment. And it says in that sutta that simply by watching the breath and by practicing anapanasati, you are fulfilling Satipatthana. You're not just practicing it, you're fulfilling it. You're completing Satipatthana by watching the breath. So in other words, if you want to practice Satipatthana, all you need to do is watch the breath. That is all you have to do. And by watching the breath, you are completing Satipatthana. And this shows you then how you do things like Vedananupassana. Vedananupassana means the contemplation of feeling. The way you contemplate feeling is by watching the breath. And then when you watch the breath and you become peaceful, you become quiet, all kinds of feelings arise inside of you. All this happiness, this piti, the sukha. Piti is like rapture. You can feel it physically in the body sometimes. The sukha, which is a very peaceful kind of happiness, which comes later on. These are the type of feelings that you can contemplate as you are watching the breath. And it's with the watching of the breath that you actually contemplate these feelings. And that is a very useful thing, and I think that it is the only place in the suttas that the Buddha literally explains how one can practice these kind of satipatthanas. In other words, watching the breath is sufficient, and you don't have to do anything else, and you can complete and fulfill satipatthana practice by doing just that. And that is a very useful thing to keep in mind, because sometimes you can read about Satipatthana and there are some massive manuals published about how it can be practiced and what you should be doing and all these things. But actually it is not as complex as you might think. It can be all put down to a single meditation object, and that is watching the breath and nothing else. That is sufficient to complete Satipatthana practice. So that is just by way of introduction, and it is not, of course, there's much more to it than that, but that is at least a very good grounding and framework for how to understand this sutta. So now let's begin with the sutta itself. And the name of the sutta, it is called Satipatthana Sutta. Satipatthana is often translated as foundations of mindfulness. That's how it's translated here. I must admit, I don't particularly like this translation all that much, because what does foundation of mindfulness mean? Think about it, foundation of mindfulness. It means something which gives rise to mindfulness, right? If something is a foundation of mindfulness, it is the base for mindfulness. Okay. So it is a basis of mindfulness. That is what this translation is saying. That Satipatthana means like a base or a cause of mindfulness. But in fact, that is not very accurate, because you will find that when you read the sutta, you actually have to be mindful already before you can start Satipatthana practice. So it's not so much a basis of mindfulness, it is actually a usage of mindfulness. You have to be mindful, and then you use that mindfulness in your practice. And the more recent translation by people like Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi, who is one of the most accomplished of translators, he calls it now the establishing of mindfulness. You establish mindfulness on a particular object, and that is what Satipatthana really means. Or, the one which I think is even better, is the focuses of mindfulness. In other words, you take mindfulness and you use that mindfulness to focus on certain object. So I think the focuses of the mindfulness is probably the best translation of Satipatthana. And that gives you a very clear idea what this is about. It's about attending on certain objects. If focusing on certain objects, attending on these objects, that's the purpose of this thing here. So, now I will just start reading from the sutta itself, and I will comment on some of these things as we go through the sutta. So, thus have I heard. On one occasion, the Blessed One was living in the Kuru country, where there was a town of the Kurus named Kamasadhamma. There he addressed the bhikkhus thus: "Bhikkhus, Venerable Sir," they replied, And the Blessed One said this: Bhikkhus, this is the direct path for the purification of beings, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of Nibbana, namely the 4 focuses of mindfulness. Okay, so this is like the Buddha sets the stage for what he's going to say. He's just sort of explaining briefly here what this purpose, the ultimate purpose of this is. One thing I didn't say in the introduction, which I should have said, I should have mentioned about this sutta. I should have said something about the historical development of this sutta. Because one of the things which I often like to talk about regarding the suttas is to remember that it is possible to study the suttas on a comparative basis. You can just study the Chinese version of the suttas. They often have a Sanskrit version. They might have a Tibetan version. And when you compare the different versions, you can sometimes filter down what is like a more original, earlier version of the suttas. Because sometimes they have changed a little bit over time. Almost all the central teachings of the Buddha are exactly the same across all the Buddhist traditions. But sometimes you can find small differences, and they are very useful to actually look at those differences, to understand that evolution that has happened over time with the suttas. And it turns out that the Satipatthana Sutta is one of these suttas that seems to have evolved over time. And you can see why, because it is a sutta that has like blocks to it. It's almost like made up of little blocks, and it's very easy to put a new block into the sutta so as to sort of expand it and add another theme of practice, so to speak. And this is very important because it means one of the things that I want to point out as we go through the sutta are the things which are more likely to be earlier aspect of the sutta and which are more likely to have been added after the time of the Buddha himself. And this can be done, as I said, through comparative study. I'm not going to say anything about this introduction, but later on I will talk about this. Okay, so the Buddha says here, Bhikkhus, this is the direct path. Of course, as always, just because the Buddha says Bhikkhus doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to anybody else. It's just that he would normally give and address the monks. That's why it says bhikkhus there. Of course, it's equally applicable to bhikkhunis. In fact, there is an alternative version of the sutta where the Buddha starts by saying bhikkhus and bhikkhunis at the beginning. And of course, it's also equally applicable to lay people when you are involved in meditation practice in this way. Then you have this expression here. This is the direct path. The Pali here is Eka Yana Maggo, and Eka Yana Maggo quite literally means Eka is one, Yana is like going, one going, and Magga is path, like in Attangika Maggo, the Eightfold Path. So Eka Yana Maggo means the one going way. Often this has been translated as the one and only way, for example, but the clear meaning of this word, and it occurs in another place in the sutta as well, is the path that leads in one direction only. It goes in one way. In other words, when you practice the Satipatthana, you go in one direction. You go towards one goal, the one going path. So even a direct path is not, I think, quite right. It's more like in my opinion anyway, it's more like the path which leads in one direction only. It leads towards Nibbana. It leads towards the overcoming of suffering and the ending of defilements. So this is the path which leads in one direction only for the purification of beings. Purification of beings, this gives us a clue to the purpose of Satipatthana. There is 2 types of purification. The first type is the immediate purification of the mind. You try to overcome the hindrances in the mind, because when you overcome the hindrances, it gives you access to samadhi, it gives you access to insight. As long as the hindrances are there, you will not be able to see clearly, and you won't be able to focus the mind in samadhi. So this is the first meaning here. And you can see here, this fits very well with what I was saying before here, that the purpose of this practice is to lead to samadhi, because you have to purify the mind before you can actually get to samadhi in the first place. So this is the first meaning of purification, to overcome the hindrances or defilements that are in the mind here and now. And the second meaning is the complete uprooting of these defilements, destroying the defilements completely. And this is equivalent to becoming like awakened or enlightened, or becoming an arahant, if you like, in the Buddha's teachings. So the teaching here has this twofold meaning here. Purification, first of all, to lead to samadhi, and then after samadhi, the full purification of the mind to lead to awakening. And then it is for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief. And of course this, you can see here, this is all about overcoming dukkha, overcoming suffering in life. All of this is about overcoming suffering. And of course that is the whole purpose of the Buddha's teaching, is to overcome suffering. And to overcome a little bit of suffering, Satipatthana works, and to overcome all suffering, it works. Again, it is a gradual thing here, whereby all types of suffering are included. Then you have for the attainment of the true way. The Pali behind this is Nyaya. Nyaya is often translated as method. And the meaning of this is like a general rule or a universal rule which is applicable to the world, how the world works. It's a rule or a way that the world actually functions. And in other words, what the reality as it actually is, behind appearances, so to speak. And one of those ways that reality is often spoken of in the suttas is as dependent origination. Dependent origination is the way the world actually works according to the Buddha. So Nyaya here, this word, the true way, is often defined as dependent origination in the suttas. That is what is meant here by the true way. So if you want to attain the true way, in other words, if you want to understand dependent origination, if you want to understand, basically it's about understanding the Dhamma of the Buddha, that's what dependent origination is, then you practice Satipatthana. So what we are talking about here is the time when you understand the Dhamma, the time when you understand dependent origination, is the time when you become a stream winner, a Sotapanna. That is the time when you first see the Dhamma as the Buddha proclaimed it. That's when you attain the true way. So this here is a reference to stream entry, to becoming a Sotapanna. And the last one here, for the realization of Nibbana, that happens when you become fully awakened. When you become an arahant, that is called the realization of Nibbana. It basically just means the destruction, the ending of all the defilements permanently and for good. They can never arise again in the future. You can see a kind of gradation here, what's happening here. It is for the purification of beings, which mainly means overcoming the defilements of the mind. And then you have the stream entry, and then you have the full enlightenment here. And all of this is included in Satipatthana practice. All of these wonderful things is an outcome of the practice of Satipatthana, which is the 4 focuses of mindfulness. So that is the Buddha's introduction to Satipatthana, why we are doing this. And then he gives a description in brief. Now this description in brief, which comes now, is very important because it helps us to understand what Satipatthana is. It gives all these adjectives to describe it. And this description which comes now is the description that you normally find in the suttas. So this is how it is normally defined. The long description which comes afterward is only found in the Satipatthana Sutta, but the short one is found numerous and numerous times everywhere. So this, for that reason, is actually quite important to understand this one. So what are the 4, says the Buddha? Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. He abides contemplating feelings as feelings, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. He abides contemplating mind as mind, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. He abides contemplating mind objects as mind objects, ardent, fully aware, mindful, having put away covetousness and grief for the world. So that is the brief formula for Satipatthana, and for those of you who don't know the sutras very well, it's probably a bit cryptic what is meant here. It probably isn't all that clear, so I will go into some detail as to the meaning of this. And please, if you have any questions, you can just raise your hand at any time as we go through, because sometimes questions arise as we do this. So, he says here, first of all, the Buddha starts off, he says that a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body as a body here. The first thing here, which is interesting here, what does it mean by the body as a body? What is the meaning here? And this particular translation, the body as a body, is taken from the commentaries. The commentaries have this idea that you define the body, it is narrowed down as just the body, not taking it as a self, not misconstruing it in a certain way. And for that reason, it says the meaning here is a body as a body. But the Pali actually reads, kaye kaya nupassi. Anupassi means to contemplate or to watch, and kaya is the body, and kaye means in the body. So quite literally, if you are going to translate it literally, it means contemplating a body in the body. And I say that that is actually the better and preferable translation. And the reason for that is, when I read the sutras, I always try to understand the sutras by referring to other sutras. If the commentary says one thing, but I can actually find an explanation in the sutras themselves, that, in my opinion, is the preferable explanation, because that is then how the Buddha explained these things. Remember, the commentaries are things that were spoken hundreds and hundreds, sometimes 1,000 years after the Buddha. And nobody really knows exactly where those explanations came from, whether the people who taught them really knew what they were talking about, or perhaps they didn't fully know. So if you can find an explanation in the sutras themselves, it is preferable. And you will find that when you read again in the Anapanasati Sutta, which is in the same book here, Majjhima Nikaya 118, you find the Buddha says that the reason why watching the breath is called body contemplation is because the breath is a particular type of body. It is a body among all possible bodies. And you have to remember here that the word body in English, just like the word kaya in Pali, a body means a group. It means a conglomeration of things. It means like a whole body of things. Like in English, talk about a body of evidence. A body of evidence means a whole group of evidence, all this evidence put together. Yeah? And in the same way, in the Pali language, kaya is like a group. It's a grouping. So when you talk about the breath as a body, it means all possible breaths are in this group called the body of breath. And that is the meaning here. So when the sutta talks about, this is how I understand the meaning, I should probably say, when the suttas talk about a body among bodies, it literally means the breath body as opposed to any other type of body. And it is most likely here concerned with physical aspects of the physical body. So the breath is one of those physical aspects. So a body among bodies, or a body in the physical body, is another way of looking at it. So that, to me, makes this expression very clear what it's about. It's about watching one particular group of things as opposed to other aspects. So that is what we're talking about here. So it doesn't just mean the physical body, it can also mean physical aspects of the body, such as the internal organs, for example, and we'll come to that afterwards. That's another group, is all the internal organs, another group of the body. And that gives a very clear idea of what the meaning here is here. Contemplating here, contemplating I think is a good translation of the Pali anupassi. Anupassi literally means to look along with. So you are like looking along with when things are happening here. If you're watching the breath, you are looking along with the breath. So you're following the breath, you're contemplating the breath. You're seeing it as it actually happens. That is the meaning of that word. Then you have, so he abides contemplating a body among bodies, ardent, fully aware and mindful. Ardent, the Pali word is atapi, and it is related quite closely to the Pali word virya. Virya, it means energy, so you have energy. And the purpose here is that at this stage in meditation practice, there is a natural energy in the mind. It says, for example, if you look at the 7 factors of enlightenment, they start off with mindfulness. The second one of them is investigation of phenomena, and then you have virya as the third one. So once you have mindfulness there, you are also usually also you have virya, you have energy in the mind. It's a natural energy that arises when mindfulness is strong. So because we already have mindfulness when we do Satipatthana, we're here talking about the natural energy that exists in the mind when you have mindfulness. In other words, you are keen, you're interested, you have this energy. This energy is like also similar to an interest in the object. If you're really interested in something, you have energy towards the thing you're interested in. This is a mental energy, right? Not a physical one, but the mind is energetic, keen. One is interested in what you're doing. It's like when you go to a lecture and you're really interested in what's happening. It's like the mind has energy here, and you're alert, and you're there, you're with what's happening here. And this is what it seems to mean here with this word energetic. You are interested, you have energy here. Fully aware, this is, here is actually, the word here is sampajano. Sampajano is normally translated in this context as clearly comprehending. And the purpose of this word, as explained in the commentaries, is that you know why you are doing this, you know the goal, the purpose of what you're doing. So this is an aspect of wisdom. And the way it is sometimes explained, like Ajahn Brahm likes to explain meditation, is to remember the directions, what you are doing here. In other words, here you are remembering what you're actually doing. You don't forget what you're doing. So you don't sort of veer off course, so to speak. But you have at the back of your mind always the purpose for why you're doing this particular practice. And to give you an example, this, actually the last one here is mindful, satima. So you have to be mindful as well. And to give you an example of the distinction between mindful and fully aware, imagine that you are driving, you're going somewhere here, and the person, or maybe you are just sitting in the car and somebody else is doing the driving here. Now that person who is doing the driving, it's possible to be fully aware, fully mindful of what's happening, to see the traffic lights, see all the cars around you, but completely forget where you're supposed to be going here, that you go in completely the wrong direction here. And end up in the wrong place, and yet be fully aware all the way along what's happening here. And that is mindfulness without clear comprehension, without what is here called full awareness. In other words, you're mindful, but you've forgotten the instruction of where you're going. You note everything that's happening, but you go into the wrong place because you've forgotten what you're supposed to be doing. Full awareness and mindfulness is when you're aware that everything is happening and you keep in mind the goal of where you're going. So you end up, when you drive, you also end up in the right place. And obviously, if you're going to drive, you need both. You need both the awareness so that you don't go through a red light, you don't crash into the other cars. And you also need to keep at the back of the mind where you are going. Both are important. And it's exactly the same in meditation. The full awareness, the clear comprehension, is to always have in the back of the mind the purpose of why you're doing this. Because without the purpose, you are kind of veering all over the place without really knowing where you're going. So that is the clear comprehension, the purpose. And then lastly is mindful. And this is what is so interesting here, is that mindfulness is mentioned right here at the beginning. In other words, you have to be mindful to practice Satipatthana. And this shows you that the purpose of Satipatthana is not really to become mindful, it is to use mindfulness once it has been established. That is the purpose. Of course, that mindfulness also does increase even further while you practice Satipatthana. That's obviously the case because all meditation practice and all of these things always improves things even further. But you have to be mindful already. In other words, you have to have that presence of mind to be able to even start out with Satipatthana practice. So all the other factors of the Noble Eightfold Path that lead up to this point, they establish you in that mindfulness so that you can do this particular practice. And then the last one here is having put away covetousness, grief for the world. And this is, to put it mildly, rather hard to penetrate when you just read it like that. It's very difficult to understand what is meant here. So I will again explain to you what this is all about. And the purpose of this phrase is quite obvious when you consider the previous factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. The previous factor is right effort. And in right effort, the purpose there is to overcome, again, it uses exactly the same word, covetousness and grief. Covetousness and grief in Pali is abhijja domanassa. So, by right effort, we are trying to overcome abhijja and domanassa. These two things is actually what we're trying to overcome through right effort. And because we are trying to overcome those things through right effort, once we come to Satipatthana, it says we have overcome them, because we did that in right effort. That's why here it says having put away these things, because you put those things away in the previous factor called right effort. So what is it that we actually have put away here? It says here, covetousness and grief for the world, abhijja domanassa in Pali. Now the way this is explained in right effort is through sense restraint. In other words, you restrain your senses so you don't get abhijja. Abhijja means like desire or covetousness. In other words, you don't get any desire towards the objects of the senses. And domanassa means like the negative mind state in relation to the things that you get through the senses. So what it really means, and this is how I would like to translate this, is you don't get any attraction or repulsion to the world of the senses. That is how I would translate this. In other words, you have put away attraction and repulsion to the world of the senses. Now that makes it much more clear what the meaning is here. In other words, you have a mind that is balanced. You stand back. You don't have strong desires or strong aversion for the things that is happening through the five senses. Your mind is balanced. Your mind is clear. You don't have this all this stuff going on which attracts you and repels you in the world. And I'm sure you can see that sometimes. Sometimes you feel very content, you feel very at ease, you feel very relaxed about things, and you don't have all these, you feel that even when you see something nice, you don't feel any strong desire for this thing, or you don't get upset if you can't get things, because you feel relaxed and at ease in the world. At other times you find yourself having very strong reactions to the things that you see or hear or feel through the body, and you may get very averse towards some of the things that happen, or you may get strong desires to those things that happen through the five senses. You can see it's very important here to relate these things to your own experience so you understand what's going on. And it is that mind which stands back, which is contented and doesn't react to the experience of the senses. That is the type of mind we're talking about here, for you to be able to do Satipatthana practice. So the meaning of having put away covetousness and grief for the world is that your mind is neutral. It doesn't go out to the objects of the world and gets attached or repelled by them. And the reason it says for the world here is because the world here means the world of the five senses, which means touch, smell, tongue, sight, and hearing. These are the five senses. And also any mental part of that world where you think about these things and you are attracted to that world through the thinking. So all the six senses are really covered by this. And only when you have done that can you have mindfulness. One of the things that you find in the suttas is that sense restraint and mindfulness, they turn around each other. It's very fascinating because in some suttas it will say you have to have sense restraint before you can have mindfulness. In other suttas it says only when you have mindfulness can you have sense restraint. So you wonder, what should I do first? What is actually going on here? How can this be the case? And the answer is that when you really have sense restraint, only then does mindfulness become really strong. But at the same time, you use whatever mindfulness you already have established, however strong it is, you use that to improve your sense restraint. And when you have really good mindfulness, sense restraint becomes automatic because you're standing back, you can see everything that's happening, and very quick, because you can see everything that's happening in your mind, you can very quickly learn how to react in the right way to sense impressions. So that is the purpose of mindfulness here. You can actually, it's like you're guarding yourself naturally because you have strong mindfulness. So this is the formula in brief for contemplating a body among bodies. You already have to be mindful to be able to do this. Okay, so, and of course body here can mean many different things, so that's why it is not defined any further. It can mean all kinds of different types of bodies. The next one, now becomes easier because now we have done most of the work. So he abides contemplating feelings as feelings. In other words, I would say again, he contemplates a feeling among feelings. Ardent, fully aware, mindful, having put away attraction and repulsion in regard to the five senses. So again, the same principle applies as before. Feelings as feelings really means a certain feeling among all possible feelings. You're contemplating on a certain group of feelings instead of contemplating everything here. And you will see this later on, that when we get to the actual explanation of this, it talks about you contemplate, for example, spiritual feelings versus worldly feelings, or just worldly feelings, not spiritual feelings, or you contemplate painful feelings or happy feelings. In other words, you choose a subgroup of feelings. And again, this is quite clear, particularly in the Chinese version of this sutta. It says this very clearly, again referring to the Anapanasati Sutta. It says that as you practice this, when you do Anapanasati, you are focusing on a certain feelings among all feelings. So this seems, in my opinion, to be the right way of understanding this particular slightly obscure Pali phrasing, Vedana Vedanesu Vedananupassi, contemplating feeling among feelings in the Pali. And again, it's all the same as before. You have to have that energy in the mind. You have to be clearly comprehending. In other words, you know what you're doing, you know the direction, you know the purpose of this. You have to be mindful already, and you have to put away attraction and repulsion for the world of the five senses. He abides contemplating mind as mind, again ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away attraction and repulsion for the world of the five senses. Mind as mind, the Pali here is chitta. Chitta literally means mind, but chitta also means mind state. In other words, it's not necessarily the whole mind that you're contemplating here, but it's a certain state of the mind among all possible mental phenomena. So, for example, if your mind is in a certain state, for example, your mind is like tired or whatever, that's a certain state of mind, and you can contemplate that tiredness. Or your mind is very peaceful and very concentrated, unified in samadhi, that's another state of mind you can contemplate. So all of these different mental states that occur from time and again are here the subject of contemplation here. That is when meant by contemplating mind as mind. In other words, he contemplates a particular state of mind among all possible mental states. And again, we'll see later on what that actually means. The last one here is he contemplates mind objects as mind objects, ardent, fully aware and mindful, having put away attraction and repulsion for the world of the five senses. Mind objects, the word here is Dhamma. So what, again, it is certain dhammas among dhammas that he's contemplating here. So I would prefer to read this, that he abides contemplating some dhammas among all possible dhammas or among other dhammas. But this is what is translated here as mind objects. And dhamma, this word dhamma in Pali is very wide in its meaning, and it can mean like phenomena, it can mean almost anything. So one way of translating this is he contemplates some phenomena among all phenomena. Phenomena is anything in the world, basically. Anything that can be contemplated is a phenomena, and that is how widely Dhamma is used sometimes. But one of the things that seems to be paramount in this Dhamma contemplation is the understanding of causality. Dhamma can have this meaning of causality in Buddhism, because Dhamma is like the teaching of the Buddha, and the teaching of the Buddha is a teaching on causality very much. It's understanding how things arise dependent on other things. It's understanding causality. This is a very important aspect of the Buddha's teachings. And that's why I said before, when you look at the Noble Eightfold Path, it is not just 8 factors that are put together randomly. There are 8 factors that have a particular causal sequence. They follow one after the other. One causes the next one. One is the condition for the next one. And in the Dhammanupassana, it is the same thing. When we get to that chapter, you will see that one of the main things here is thinking about the 5 hindrances and also the 7 factors of awakening in terms of how they are conditioned, how they are caused, how they come about. If you really want to overcome the 5 hindrances, first of all you have to understand what they are. So you have to look inside of yourself and actually know what these things are in your own mind. And the second thing you have to do is to understand how they arise in the mind in the first place. By understanding how the hindrances arise in the mind, that makes it possible to overcome those hindrances. In this contemplation of the Dhammas, one of the main aspects here is to understand this causality. How do these things arise in our minds? Once we understand their scope, what they are, how they arise, then we can start to do something about it. Then it becomes possible to actually develop the mind. So this is very, very important part of the Buddha's teachings, this understanding of causality, how things arise. So I think one of the main, I must admit this is a slightly difficult one, this last one here, but one of the main aspects here is understanding causality, the Dhammanupassana, causality of certain phenomena in the mind. So that is Satipatthana in brief. I'm not going to do the whole sutta today. I'm just going to tell you straight away. I'm going to do this over at least two parts. So I'm going to do the next part in a fortnight's time. I'm going to come back again in a fortnight and finish it off. But because it's just too much material to go through in one go. So I'm not going to be here all afternoon just to, in case you're getting concerned about that. So that is the brief one, and it's important to understand this particular brief one. This is maybe the most important aspect here, because this is the thing that you see in the sutras again and again and again. So now you know when you come across it, you have a certain reference to understanding what is being talked about when the Buddha talks about these things. Now, having gone through the thing in brief, after this, now come all the different exercises, all the different ways of doing these contemplations. This is what happens after this. And you will see here there's a large number of contemplations here. Now, for the body contemplation, first of all, it starts off with mindfulness of breathing. Then you have the 4 postures, the full awareness. Then it's one thing called foulness of the body here, and then 5 elements. And then the charnel ground contemplations towards the end. Now the interesting thing here, and this is where the comparative study becomes interesting, is which one are all of these exercises equally original? Do all of these exercises actually go back to the time of the Buddha? And to find that out, when you do a comparative study of the different sources of the Satipatthana, you find that the only exercise that they all have in common is the one which here is called foulness, the bodily parts. So it seems very likely that the foulness, the bodily parts, at least, is very original, and most likely goes back to the Buddha himself, because it exists in all the different versions of the sutta. Excuse me. So that is very likely to be the most original of all of these. The second most original is probably the four elements, because the four elements exist in almost all the versions. There's about 7 different versions of the sutta, and the elements is only missing from one of those. So that is also quite likely to go back a long way here. So if you want to know what the really original part of mindfulness of the body is, it's bodily parts and possibly also elements, which is the most original. And then you have the charnel ground contemplations come after that. And then the first 3 here are not as likely to be part of it. That is mindfulness of breathing, the 4 postures, and full awareness. These are less likely to be original aspects of Satipatthana. So, because of that, I will do the one which I feel is the most likely to be what the Buddha meant when he said body contemplation, first of all, and that is the bodily parts. So that is the 4th aspect here on page 147, paragraph 10. So it is called foulness here, and the reason it is called foulness here is because the Pali word is asubha. Subha in Pali means like beautiful, and asubha is therefore here taken to mean non-beautiful. In other words, foulness is how they translated it. I don't think that that's necessarily a required translation. Asubha, when they have the A in front, it just means that you are not subha, you're not beautiful. In other words, non-beauty is literally what it means. And I think that is probably a better translation than foul, because foul, there's nothing really in here which is necessarily foul. It's just that you are seeing the body for what it actually is, rather than having some kind of romantic fantasy about it. That is what this is all about. And the point is not to become disgusted with the body. The point is simply to take away some of the infatuation and attachment to the body, whereby you have a neutral regard for the body, neither disgusting nor beautiful, but like the middle way of equanimity. That is the purpose of this kind of practice. Take away the lust and desire. That's why we do this. That is important. So I feel foulness is too strong, and I will just call it non-beautiful, the contemplation of the non-beautiful, asubha. And it concerns the bodily parts. So this is how it goes. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reviews this same body up from the soles of the feet and down from the top of the hair, bounded by skin, as full of many kind of impurity thus. In this body there are head hairs, body hairs, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, bone marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, diaphragm, spleen, lungs, intestines, mesentery, contents of the stomach, feces, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fat, tears, grease, spittle, snot, oil of the joints, and urine. Just as though there were a bag with an opening at both ends, full of many sorts of grain, such as hill rice, red rice, beans, peas, millet, and white rice, and a man with good eyes were to open it and review it thus: this is hill rice, this is red rice, these are beans, these are peas, this is millet, this is white rice. So too, a bhikkhu reviews this same body in the way above, as full of many kind of impurity thus. In this body there are all of these things. These are the 31 parts of the body, they are called elsewhere. So, what you can see here is that it's just like reviewing a bag with many types of contents. It has beans, it has peas, it has this kind of thing. So it is like a dispassionate viewing of the body. It's not something repulsive. There's nothing repulsive with the red rice and beans and peas. It's just something. It's not actually neither repulsive nor beautiful, except maybe if you're very hungry, it might be beautiful. But it's just neutral, really. And in exactly the same way, you are watching the body, just looking at it for what it actually is. Okay, there are these things in the body. And the point here is you don't really necessarily have to see all of these things that are in this list. Because these days it's quite easy. We have medical, we know the autonomy of the body. You know what's inside. We know what's there. It's quite easy to think about what's in the body. The lungs over here, the heart is here, the liver is down here, and it's quite easy to remember the contents of what's inside of you. And you can almost visualize that. And if you have a difficult time visualizing what's inside of you, there's plenty of material available, like medical books and all these kind of things, which takes the body apart and you can see all the contents inside. It's quite easy. And the purpose, of course, here is that when you look at the body devoid of skin, when you take the skin off, the body isn't all that beautiful anymore. What is inside? It's just there. Some people might find it repulsive, but really it's just what the body is. It's a neutral kind of thing. But it's not something that you are normally attracted to. It's not something that you feel desire to. It is only the body when it is complete that seems desirable. So by doing this, you are helping to overcome the desire for the body. And so what you can see here is that this is an exercise for overcoming desire. And this is what I was talking about before, that Satipatthana, the purpose here, is to help us overcoming the refined defilements. By doing this, we are overcoming the desire for the body. When you overcome the desire for the body, you can let the body go. Because you don't have any attachment anymore, you can let it go. Attachment is what stops you from letting go of the body. It's what stops you from going into deep meditation, because you're holding on. So this exercise helps you with that letting go, so that you can go into the deeper states of samadhi and of meditation. So that is what this is all about. And you can also see here what I was mentioning before, that Satipatthana is both about vipassana and samatha. Vipassana is about clear seeing of the body. So what we're doing here is we're looking at the body for what it actually is. Well, this is actually what it is. It has these 31 parts or whatever. You can probably multiply that a lot if you want to, or reduce it down. But it has all these things. We're seeing the body for what it is. We're not looking at it just superficially, what it is on the surface, but we're actually seeing it for what it is. So in that sense, it is vipassana, because it is a clarity of seeing. It is not being deluded by the superficial appearance of things, but looking below the surface, quite literally in this case, to see what is actually there. And what we're seeing is not as beautiful as we would otherwise see. That's why it leads to vipassana. It is a clarity of sight. It is clear seeing. You can call it insight if you like, but I think insight is too strong a word, because insight to me is like wisdom. It's like a radical new way, but it's like a gradual clear seeing here. And it's also samatha, because as with everything else in Buddhism, when you see things clearly, you become peaceful. Why? Because you're letting go of desire and attachment. When you see that the body is not as attractive as you thought it is, you let it go, you become peaceful. Desire is always about holding on to something, grasping onto something. The mind is agitated to some extent. When you let go of that, you become peaceful. So this exercise is both samatha and vipassana, and it leads towards samadhi. So that is what this is all about, this particular exercise. Again, it is not about seeing the body as repulsive, but just seeing it for what it actually is. Everybody happy with that one? Contemplation of the 31 parts of the body. By the way, it's not, sometimes people say the 32 parts of the body, but the 32 parts of the body is actually a thing found in the commentaries, and they add the brain as the 32nd part. But the suttas, for those who are really interested, only have 31 parts of the body, and the brain is not mentioned as a separate part here. I thought perhaps it's getting... I'll go a little bit more. I'll do the refrain here as well, because the refrain is quite an important one. So once we have seen here the exercise itself, then comes like a refrain. This refrain is the same for each exercise, and it explains how we're supposed to do this particular exercise. Now we have to go back to paragraph 5 on the previous page, because there it is in full. And this is how you actually relate to the exercise. And it says, in this way he abides contemplating a body in the body, internally, and he abides contemplating a body among bodies externally, or he abides contemplating a body among bodies both internally and externally. Or else he abides contemplating a body among bodies, the nature of arising, or he abides contemplating in the body its nature of vanishing, or he abides contemplating in the body its nature of both arising and vanishing. Or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness, and he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating a body among bodies. So here we have basically this is how you're supposed to do the contemplation of the 31 parts here. And you can see, first of all, it says that you do this contemplation internally. Internally here means in relation to yourself. It means regarding your own body. That's what it means by it internally. Then you do this contemplation externally. In other words, you think that other people too have bodies which consist of 31 parts or whatever. Then you do it both internally and externally. And the point here is that the most important thing is to do it towards your own body, because when you do it towards your own body, that is really how you overcome desire for the body. And it's your own body which is the most important one, because that is the one you want to let go of in your practice of meditation. And there's an interesting sutta in the Anguttara Nikaya which says that the reason why you are attracted, for example, to a person of the opposite gender is because you identify to some extent with your own gender. If you didn't identify with your own gender, you wouldn't have an attraction to the other gender. So, if you're able to overcome attachment to your own body and to your own gender in that sense, it means that you're also overcoming attraction to the other gender at the same time. So you are actually, just by contemplating your own body, you're already going in the right direction there. But of course, it is not just your own body, it's also the body of others. And the last one here, both your own and others. What is happening here, I think, the best way to understand this is that this is like a universalization. Now suddenly you realize all bodies are of the same nature, whether it's yours or the body of others. It's a universal truth that applies to all body. So both internally and externally is that universalization of understanding of how bodies actually work. And that's why I think it says both internally and externally there. It doesn't mean you contemplate lots of people at the same time and yourself makes it very complicated. It's just a universal understanding of what the body is like. Whereas the two previous ones, internal and externally, are directed to specific bodies. The last one is a universal understanding here. Then you abide contemplating the nature of arising in the body. And this basically means that you understand how the body comes about, and you also understand the nature of vanishing. You understand how these things disappear. In the terms of the body, it basically means death. When you die, the body disappears. When you're born or when you're conceived, that's when the body arises. And you understand both at the same time. You understand that the body both has this vanishing and arising and vanishing capability here. Now the interesting thing here is that you will notice, and this is an important part of the Dhamma, that the Dhamma is always structured according to a particular sequence. Nothing is really random in these kind of sequences. They always have a particular structure. And there is a reason why the contemplating eternally, externally comes before the contemplation of arising and vanishing. And the reason is, the first one, contemplating internally and externally, is about overcoming the desire for the body. It's to take you towards samadhi. And you will see this in a sutta, particularly in the Digha Nikaya, called the what's it called again? Janavasama Sutta, I think it's called. I think it's Digha Nikaya 18 or something. In that sutta, it is specifically explained that this is a samadhi practice, this first one here. Now the second one here is obviously a vipassana practice. You are contemplating the arising and passing away of things. So you can see here that first of all, you attain the samadhi through contemplating the body just in an ordinary sense, and then secondly you have the vipassana, or the deep, in this case it actually means the deep insight experience of the body, how it arises and how it vanishes. In other words, you understand the body in a much deeper sense. So samadhi comes first, then comes the understanding of what the body is actually like. So there's like two aspects here of vipassana. The first is the initial aspect where you understand the body and you overcome the attachment to the body by seeing it as it actually is in terms of its internal organs. And the second that aspect of vipassana leads to samadhi. And then the second aspect is understanding the arising and vanishing of the body. And this is a much more profound aspect of vipassana. This is the kind of insight that leads to much deeper wisdom, in a sense. So there's a layered approach here to the practice. First you get to samadhi, then you get to a deep understanding of things. And then the last part here is even more profound, because then it says, or else mindfulness that there is a body is simply established in him to the extent necessary. It says here for bare knowledge and mindfulness. I think it's better to translate this as for limited knowledge and mindfulness. The Pali word is matta, it means a measure, it means a certain amount, and it is the opposite of complete knowledge and complete understanding. So it's like a limited amount of knowledge and understanding here. And this limited knowledge and understanding is opposed to the last one here, where he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. To abide independent, not clinging to anything in the world, basically means full awakening. This is arahantship. So this is the full knowledge, the full understanding here. The previous one is the limited knowledge, and I think that might mean, like, it's not clear exactly what it means, but I suspect it might refer to stream entry here. So you have the first part where you practice to get samadhi, then you have the insight aspect where you understand the body as it actually is. As a result of that, you get to stream entry, the limited knowledge and mindfulness, and lastly you get arahantship, not clinging to anything in the world. You can see the structure here. It's a very clear structure how this works, and that is how the suttas are always described, always very, very structured. And lastly it says, that is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating the body or a body among bodies. So the interesting thing here, of course, is this particular paragraph, and again using comparative study, how much of this paragraph is actually goes back to the word of the Buddha himself. And again, if you do the comparative study, you find that the first part here, the contemplating internally, externally, and both internally and externally, that is the one that is found in almost all versions of this sutta. And that is particularly the aspect which leads you to samadhi. And of course that fits with what I was saying before, that the purpose of Satipatthana is to take you to samadhi. So it makes sense that that should be the most important aspect here of this particular practice. And then the rest of the of this paragraph is a little bit more uncertain exactly how original it is. I don't think that it is any of this is necessarily wrong or bad, but it might not be as original as the internal, external, and both internal, external contemplation. So this just goes to show again that the main purpose here, why we're practicing this, is to overcome defilements of the mind. That is what this practice of Satipatthana is all about. So, I'm going to stop there because I've already gone on for quite a long time, and I'm going to, in a fortnight's time, I will come to part B. So if you aren't bored out of your mind, you can come again next time and get more of the same. Are there any questions before we stop? Yes.
It's about the body, our attachment to it.
Yeah.
The way of letting go of our attachment. And therefore we don't bother with it too much. We don't. This isn't my body.
Essentially, well, it's not so much that it isn't your body. It's just that you don't have any strong kind of strong kind of desire for the body. You don't have any kind of big. In particular, this is about, it's about basically sensual desire, what it comes down to here. The more you see the body as something which is not beautiful, the less sensual desire you have for the body. It's the first hindrance, basically. That's what it comes down to, most of all. Sensual desire arises because you see the beauty in the body. Sensual desire always comes from, and this comes back to what I said before about causality in Buddhism. Everything has to do with causality. Why does sensuality arise? Because you see it as beautiful. Don't see it as beautiful, it doesn't arise anymore. So the first hindrance is weakened very, very strongly. Yeah.
You don't always know where this idea of a beautiful thing comes. It's like you grow up with it, or is it, when you look at one you like and another one you don't like.
Yeah. You're right. It's just it's conditioning from the past, right? It's just how you've been conditioned from the past. There's all the influences throughout your life, through past lives, through whatever, sort of add up to make you. This is what hue is all these conditionings, and this is just your personal way of looking at things. Another person might disagree completely, say, "What you can't possibly like her, I like her, but I don't like her," or whatever it is, or I like him, or whatever. This is just personal conditioning. Yeah. This is one of the things. The Buddha doesn't often talk so much about where things come from. He is not so interested in that. He's very pragmatic. He's just saying, well, there is a problem, let's solve it. Let's not find out where it comes from. It's like the universe. Most religions talk about, well, the universe was created by a god, or it came into being through this kind of mythology or whatever. The Buddha said, well, actually, you can't know how the universe came into being. You look back in time, and there's always another cause before another cause, going back infinitely. There is no... You can never find a first beginning here. And it's not really the point anyway. We have a problem right now. That problem is suffering. Let's do something about it. Very pragmatic, very to the point. Yeah. Any other questions before we call it a day? Yes, Peng.
The external body, is it always just somebody else and not your own external?
I think in this case it probably refers to somebody else. Yeah. Go through your own body. Your own body is most important, yeah.
And then the external body, when you do it, you go through somebody else's body.
Yeah.
The same as you do your own.
Yeah, same thing, yeah. And then in the end, you universalize and you say, oh, all bodies are like this, and you sort of throw them all out the window. Yeah. So. Okay, everybody happy? Yeah. Let's pay respects to the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. Okay, I think we can probably start. So, this is a continuation of the Satipatthana Sutta, which I started a fortnight ago. Has everybody got a copy of Satipatthana Sutta? Yeah? Everybody has what they need? Yeah? Okay, good. Yeah? What page it is? It's page 145 in the Majjhima Nikaya, Majjhima 10. Yes? You want a copy? Okay. Hugh is checking. Okay, great. Okay, so I just wanted to maybe briefly recap on some of the issues I mentioned last time regarding Satipatthana. There's some basic things, because one of the problems with the Satipatthana Sutta is that if you read the sutta in isolation, just the sutta itself, that is not necessarily enough to actually understand what Satipatthana is all about. With the suttas, everything is contextual, everything fits into a broader view, which is the whole path of Buddhism. And the same is true of Satipatthana. So to understand the context around Satipatthana, you have to read the suttas very widely and see how Satipatthana is used across the board. And this is, if you really want to understand this thing, that's what you have to do. And some of the things that you find out when you do that, one of the first things, which obviously is very important, is that you find out that Satipatthana, the purpose of Satipatthana, is always to take you to Samadhi. That's the point of Satipatthana. And you see that again and again on the Noble Eightfold Path. You have Sammasati, leads to Sammasamadhi. The 5 faculties, you have Sati, or the faculty of Sati, leads to the faculty of Samadhi. You see in the Bojjhangas, you start off with Sati Sambojjhanga, and it leads to all the factors of Samadhi afterwards, and also many other contexts. That is very clear. That is not so obvious when you read the Satipatthana Sutta in isolation, but when you see the context elsewhere, it becomes very clear that that is the purpose. And of course, that is very useful to know why you're doing this, because that means that if your mind is becoming more calm, more peaceful, and you're moving towards Samadhi, then the Satipatthana practice is working. You're going in the right direction. So that is, in a sense, a measuring stick, a measuring way of finding out whether what you're doing actually works. Well, the other thing which I mentioned last time was that you see that when you read the short formula of Satipatthana, there's a short formula which is mentioned in sutta after sutta, it always says that one of the adjectives that is used there for somebody who's practicing Satipatthana is that he is satima. Satima means you are mindful. So in other words, to be able to do Satipatthana, you have to be mindful already. Sometimes it is said that by doing Satipatthana is a way of becoming mindful, but not really. You actually have to be mindful even before you start the Satipatthana proper, and only then does Satipatthana work. So the purpose of this is not to become mindful. You have to establish mindfulness first, and then the purpose actually is to attain Samadhi or move towards Samadhi. That's what this is all about. And a third thing which I mentioned last time as a general principle, and I think this is important as well, because sometimes people get very confused. How do I practice Satipatthana? There's all these exercises here. What do I do? Do I sit down? Do I walk? Etc., etc. How do I practice contemplation of feelings, for example? And there is very useful to know that in the Anapanasati Sutta, the Buddha said that all you have to do is practice Anapanasati, mindfulness of breathing. And he said, if you practice mindfulness of breathing, you actually fulfill Satipatthana by practicing that. So you complete the whole program of Satipatthana just by watching the breath. That's enough. And that is the only place in the suttas where the Buddha gives an explanation for how to practice. Some of these exercises, it's pretty obvious how you practice them, but other ones it's not so obvious. And this is the only place where the Buddha gives like one meditation object which takes you through the whole of Satipatthana. So those are just some preliminary remarks, and I think they're quite useful, because the sort of stuff which have been bothering me for many years, and sometimes it takes a long time before you come around to see these things for yourself. And one more general principle, and that is the sort of research that has been done on Satipatthana in different traditions, because you find that the Satipatthana Sutta exists in the Chinese tradition, there are some Sanskrit fragments, it occurs in the Abhidhamma texts, and because of that it's possible to do comparative studies of the Satipatthana Sutta. And what you find when you do the comparative studies is that it varies a lot how the Satipatthana Sutta is explained across the different traditions. And the way the Satipatthana Sutta is structured, it is structured with like a preamble and a concluding section. And between that, there's like a large number of different exercises, if you like, meditation exercises. And because it is like a block structure, it's a sutta where it's very easy to add new things into it, because it has a block structure. And you were never really able to tell from the sutta itself whether something had been added or even subtracted for that matter, because of the block-like nature of how it's built up. And because of that, because of the comparative studies that have been done, it is quite clear that some of these exercises, they occur across all versions of the sutta, whereas other exercises occur only rarely and sometimes only once in all the versions that exist. And from that you can say with a fair amount of likelihood which ones of these practices are the earliest ones, go all the way back to the Buddha, and which ones are very likely to have been added later on. And that is very useful if you want to decide how you should practice Satipatthana. The best bet is always to go with the earliest stuff, because you can be quite sure that that comes from the Buddha himself, or at least it's most likely to come from the Buddha himself. And I then said that in the first Satipatthana, which is the Satipatthana on the body, likely to be the most ancient aspect of this Satipatthana is the contemplation of the body parts, the 31 parts of the body, because that particular exercise occurs across all the different traditions of body contemplation. And that's basically where I stopped last time. I only got that far. The next one among the body contemplations is the 5 elements. The 5 elements also occurs almost across all versions. There's only one, I think, version of the sutta where it doesn't occur, so again it's quite likely to be fairly quite original. So that is where we're at then. So I will do it in an unconventional order. I'm not going to follow the order exactly as it is in the sutta. I will do it in the order of what I think is the most likely to be an early part of the sutta. So the elements then, this is on page 148 in Bhikkhu Bodhi's translation. And it goes as follows. Again, bhikkhus, again because it's one exercise after the other, again bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reviews this same body, however it is placed, however disposed, as consisting of elements thus. In this body there are the earth element, the water element, the fire element, and the air element. Just as though a skilled butcher or his apprentice had killed a cow and was seated at the crossroads with it cut up into pieces, so too a bhikkhu reviews this same body, however it is placed, however disposed, as consisting of elements thus. In this body there are the earth element, the water element, the fire element, and the air element. In this way, and this is the kind of the concluding section which exists everywhere, in this way he abides contemplating the body as a body, internally, externally, both internally, externally. Or else he abides contemplating in the body its nature of arising, abides contemplating its nature of vanishing, abides contemplating in the body its nature of both arising and vanishing. Or else mindfulness that there is body is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness, and he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That too is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating a body in the body. So let me just go through this in a little bit more detail. So the first thing here, it says, again bhikkhus, a bhikkhu reviews this same body. This same body, this in the Pali is just a way of referring to your own body. That's what it means by this same body. So the person's own body, that's what it means here. However disposed, however placed, or you can say as it stands. And the point of this is simply that this is not an exercise whereby you think of what the body is going to be like after you die or before you were born or whatever. This is an exercise for thinking of what your body is like now. So however your body is now, this is how you think of the body here. Because it might be easy to think, well, my body, of course, after death is going to disperse into elements. But actually, the point is, the elements are here, right now. It's not something which just happens after you die. And that is the point there. And then you have these 4 elements, the earth element, the water element, the fire element, and the air element. And this was just the ancient way that things were divided up in those days. So this is just a particular way of looking at the body. Of course, you could think of it in terms of the atomic table, whatever it's called, that sort of thing as well. But I think this probably in many ways is a much better way of dividing the body up, because you can actually relate to these elements directly. It's not as easy to relate to carbon or oxygen or whatever, but this makes more, it's probably more immediate and it makes sense. So you think of your body in this way. And how do you actually do this exercise in reality here? And all you really do is that you remind yourself that the body has this nature here. And if you go to Majjhima number 28, which is the sutta, the greatest sutta on the elephant's footprint, that is actually a sutta that describes contemplation of the element in details. So if you want to learn about the contemplation of the elements, it's right there. And the general idea is just to remind yourself that this body, as it is no different from nature outside. Nature outside is exactly equivalent to this body. When the body dies, it falls apart, it rots up, and it goes back to nature again, just like it was before. And you cannot after a while, you can't distinguish the body from nature anymore. The body came from food that came from the ground, from nutriments in the ground originally. All of this originally also came from the ground. So it came from there, it goes back there. And even right now, it is no different from these things. And the idea here is just that once you start to see that this body is indistinguishable from the nature around it, the purpose, of course, is to gain a sense of dispassion towards the body. You don't feel such strong attachment anymore, because you know that it is no more than the ordinary elements around you. But as with so many things in the Buddha's teaching, so many contemplations, it takes time to allow the mind to get used to these ideas. And that's why, if you are serious about using the element contemplation, you have to do it again and again and again until it sort of sinks in and it becomes a powerful contemplation. It only becomes powerful with lots of practice, lots of training, because you get into the idea more and more. The mind sort of wakes up to this more and more, until it finally grasps, actually, the body is exactly the same as the material world outside. There is no difference. And at that point, you sort of let go completely, and the body is no more important in a sense. It's nothing you attach to anymore. So this is the purpose here. And again, as I said last time, none of these exercises are to be repelled by the body. It's just to gain that neutrality here, where you lose that normal attachment and desire that we have for our body here. And as always, we always start with our own body. Our own body is the most important one. That's why it says this same body here. And then you have this simile here about the cow being cut up. So you sort of pull your body apart, just like a cow is pulled apart, and you divide it into these 4 kind of piles, if you like. The pile of earth element, the water element, the air element, and the fire element, and you see it as those in those aspects. And then comes the summarizing verse, whereby we talk about the contemplation itself. And I spoke about this last time. I might talk about it again very briefly. And you will notice here the first part here is that you contemplate this body as a body internally. Internally means relating to yourself. This is your body. Externally, you do the same thing with other bodies. And then you have internally and externally, and the idea there is that is like a universalization. At that point, you universalize all bodies. This is the nature of bodies, full stop, whether it's yours or anybody else's. And then that part of the contemplation exercise is the one which exists across all the different traditions. So this is the one that is most likely to be, again, ancient, this internal, external, both internal and external contemplation. But then you have the aspect of the contemplation here, which is also the abiding, seeing the nature of arising, and seeing the nature of vanishing, and seeing the nature of arising and vanishing here. And here we're moving more towards the vipassana idea, and seeing things as they actually are. So you can see here, in a sense, we're moving, first of all, we're doing the samatha aspect, where we're just getting rid of the lust for the body. Then you're seeing the body arising and vanishing. This is seeing impermanence in the body. So this is the part which leads to insight. And then once you start getting insight, that is where you have the next factor here. Or else, mindful that there is body is simply establishing to the extent necessary. He has here for bare knowledge. But another way of putting this is for limited knowledge and mindfulness. And the limited knowledge here could mean the kind of knowledge, for example, that you get prior to becoming an Aryan, or even maybe to stream entry. Stream entry is a limited knowledge. And then, by continuing with that practice, you come to the last part here. He abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. And here you see the full enlightenment. So in this way, you can see the purpose of this paragraph. It shows you, in a way, how all these contemplations lead you from the very beginning, once mindfulness is established, all the way up to full enlightenment. So this is this inside paragraph gives you that whole span there. But again, whether all that actually was what Satipatthana was meant to be originally is uncertain, and it's quite possible that only the first part, which talks about contemplating internally, externally, and internally and externally, was the most original aspect of this, which is interesting because that fits well with the idea that it's supposed to lead towards samadhi. So, having said that, another question which I also talked about briefly last time, and that is the question, well, is this kind of contemplation of the elements, what is that? Is it vipassana or is it samatha? How are we to understand this? Does it really matter whether it's one or the other? Probably not, but because we talk about these things, it might be good to clarify what we mean by these things. And it is, in a sense, both samatha and vipassana. It is vipassana in the sense that you are seeing the body in more neutral terms. Remember, vipassana, the root meaning of that is just seeing clearly. You're seeing things clearly. It can be very profound, but it doesn't have to be so profound. Any clarity of seeing is included in this. So because you have less attachment to the body, you have less grasping and holding on to it, you're seeing it more in neutral terms, it means you have greater clarity. So for that reason, it is a part of what we might call vipassana. But also the purpose of this is because you're overcoming attachment, you're also making the body more peaceful, the mind more peaceful. So it also has a samatha aspect. And this is what you see, I think, throughout these exercises, is that they have that dual aspect of both samatha and vipassana. You see this all the way through. And of course, as I mentioned before, mindfulness of breathing is something that fulfills Satipatthana, and of course mindfulness of breathing is watching the breath, is a samatha practice, is a calming practice. And then you use that to gain insight into the different aspects that arise in the mind as you watch the breath, as the breath meditation proceeds. So samatha and vipassana are going hand in hand, and this is how you normally find things in the suttas. Okay, so that is the element meditation. So these two we have seen so far, the 31 parts and the 5 elements, are the two most important meditations in the body contemplation, as far as I can see here. Then the next one in importance here is probably the charnel ground contemplations. And again, it follows the same theme. It's about gaining a neutral view of the body. This is a much stronger kind of contemplation, and it's probably not that many people who would want to do this. It's not as if you have to, and it's not that important in the suttas. The 31 parts and the elements are much more important in general in the suttas. But anyway, since it's here, we will go through it. And it reads as follows. Again, bhikkhus, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in the charnel ground, 1, 2, or 3 days dead, bloated, livid, and oozing matter, a bhikkhu compares this same body with it thus. This body too is of the same nature. It will be like that. It is not exempt from that fate. In this way, etc. And then you have the refrain there again, the concluding refrain of insight, abides contemplating eternally, externally, internally and externally, etc. And then the next aspect here, again, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, being devoured by crows, hawks, vultures, dogs, jackals, and various kinds of worms. A bhikkhu compares this same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature. It will be like that. It is not exempt from that fate. And thus he contemplates internally, externally, etc. Again, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, a skeleton with flesh and blood held together by sinews, or, this is like each one exercise for at the time here, where fleshlit skeleton smeared with blood held together by sinews, a skeleton without flesh and blood held together with sinews, disconnected bones scattered in all directions, here a hand bone, here a foot bone, here a shin bone, here a thigh bone, here a hip bone, here a backbone, here a rib bone, here a breastbone, here an arm bone, there a shoulder bone, here a neck bone, there a jawbone, here a tooth, there a skull. A bhikkhu compares this same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature, it will be like that, it is not exempt from that fate. And again, he contemplates this internally, externally, both internally and externally. And then lastly, again, as though he were to see a corpse thrown aside in a charnel ground, bones bleached white, the colour of shells, bones heaped up more than a year old, bones rotted and crumbled to dust. A bhikkhu compares this same body with it thus: this body too is of the same nature, it will be like that, it is not exempt from that fate. So this is a very strong, kind of very graphic contemplation. And you can see here how it goes from the body just being dead all the way until the body basically is completely gone, disappeared utterly, and it's just bones crumbled to dust. It's going back to nature. And very soon there will be nothing left at all of that body by which you could have known that there was a person there in the first place. So it's completely destroyed and completely gone. So this is, of course, also a contemplation of impermanence. You cannot hold on to these things. It's going to disappear utterly and completely and never be there again in the eventually. So the way to do this sort of contemplation is a bit similar to the elements. A lot of this is up to one's own imagination. It is something you can do while you're walking. You can sort of imagine, you can think about a corpse and think that you are the same. It's nothing really kind of very profound about doing this. You just keep doing it until it starts to sink in. But I would say, if anybody who wants to do the body contemplation, the 5 elements might be is often the best one, because it is not as perhaps as strong or as hard to do, as repulsive, so to speak, as some of these other meditations here. So there you are. So that is the charnel ground contemplation. Everybody happy with that one? Yeah? Yes? Yeah, sometimes they do that. You can actually see nimittas using these kind of meditations. And it's not just kind of the tradition in Thailand, it's also in the suttas as well. There's a sutta in the Gutta Nikaya where they talk about the samadhi nimitta. And in the sutta, samadhi nimitta doesn't mean like a white light in the mind. It means an object that leads to samadhi. That's actually the meaning in the sutta. So it means an object of samadhi. And there it is said that this is in the definition of right effort. Definition of right effort is that you are able to hold a good samadhi nimitta, such as, and then it lists the charnel ground contemplations. So it is, it can be used for giving rise to samadhi. And I think what's happening there is that you are reducing the desire for the body so much, and eventually all kind of desire is taken away, reduced, and then your mind becomes so pure that you actually gain samadhi from that. But you have to be careful not for aversion to rise instead, because that's going to sort of not going to work either. Yes, Hugh.
Did you say 5 body elements?
I meant 4. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. It's just that it says section 5. It's called section 5 elements. So I mixed it up. Sorry about that. 4 elements. Yeah.
Sometimes in Chinese, I think they have 5. The next one.
Sometimes they have 6 as well. Yeah. Sometimes they add a space element and consciousness element. But this is about the physical aspect of the body, so it makes more sense to have the 4 physical aspects. Yeah. You can maybe add space, but it doesn't really do very much. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually true. Actually, in the Chinese version of the Sutta, they actually talk about 6 elements, but it doesn't fit very well. So I think in that case, that the Pali version is probably more likely to be accurate, because this is about body contemplation, not consciousness. Yeah. You have a question? Okay.
Some modern commentators as well have said that the charnel ground contemplations would be first because they're so coarse, versus, say, the elements. That, like the Goenka approach, or body sweeps, that sort of stuff, easy way to get into that because it's such a coarse level.
Yeah, I think, perhaps. I think it's like with so many things, it depends on your temperament. What is a good contemplation for you? I think for some people, it might just be too strong in the charnel ground, it might be too much, and it might give rise to aversion and negativity or whatever. So you have to really figure out what works for you. That is, I think, in the end of the day, the right attitude.
So if you can't go sit in the charnel ground, you shouldn't do this one.
Probably not. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So, but
You shouldn't do this one to start out with.
Well, one thing I think people often forget is that any Satipatthana, we're talking about Satipatthana here, any Satipatthana should really only be done once mindfulness has been established. So it's already a very high degree of development there, right? So once you have mindfulness, then you can do these things, because then you have a sense of control over your mind. The point is that mindfulness is a faculty and a power, and as a faculty and a power, it means that you have a sense of control, you're in charge of yourself. Your mind just doesn't go all over the place. If you try to do this before you have a sense of control over your mind and your body, then you might be in trouble, and you don't know what happens, and before you know it, you are way off the path.
So that leads me to another question. So you were talking about the Ajahn.
Yeah.
So you had said that, and it is, mindfulness is the third.
Yeah. First.
Sorry, first.
Yeah.
I apologize. After you have the first 3, mindfulness, effort, and investigation. Then it goes into the 3 levels of essentially, you could say, tranquility, calm. So you use the word samatha. Which one of the 3? Because the first one is piti, and I can't remember the other 2.
First one is piti, then passaddhi, then samadhi.
Then samadhi.
And then upekkha. Yeah.
Yes, but you had used the word samatha. So that was why I asked the question. Or do you use them interchangeably? Samatha.
It's supposed to lead. It's supposed to lead to samadhi, and of course, the leading to samadhi is part of that. Is the tranquility that comes in samatha. Well, samatha, I say samadhi. The meaning of the word samadhi is a specific state because it's defined as one-pointedness. It's only when you reach a specific state that you can be said to have samadhi, whereas samatha is the process of calming, right?
Right. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Right? So you use samatha, whereas some people use samadhi.
No,
I'm just trying to...
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how other people use it, but yeah.
But you're not using samatha to describe one of those 3 levels of calm.
There are samatha, but the samatha is much broader. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So those are what I think. These are really the things which are likely to be the most original part, I think, of body contemplation. Now we're moving on to the things which are more speculative and more uncertain, whether they ever were part of body contemplation, and I think it is quite likely that they were not. And the first one of these is, it doesn't really matter which order we do these ones in. So let's start with the 4 with full awareness first of all. So this is paragraph 3 on page 147. So full awareness, the 4 postures, and mindfulness of breathing, I think are, in my opinion, not as likely to have, actually even unlikely to have been part of the original Satipatthana. So let's have a look at this and see how this goes. And I should maybe start off straight away to say why it is unlikely. The first reason it's unlikely is because full awareness and the other ones here are found in only some versions of the Satipatthana Sutta. And the second reason is simply that full awareness is usually placed in the scheme of training as prior to Satipatthana. Your full awareness comes first, and then Satipatthana comes afterwards when you see the gradual training here. So it's usually an earlier stage in the gradual training here. So it makes reasonably good sense, the idea that it's not found in all the Satipatthana Suttas, and also that it seems to be a prior exercise. So let's have a look at the full awareness here. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu is one who acts in full awareness when going forward and returning, who acts in full awareness when looking ahead and looking away, who acts in full awareness when flexing and extending his limbs, who acts in full awareness when wearing his robes and carrying his outer robe and bowl, who acts in full awareness when eating, drinking, consuming food and tasting, who acts in full awareness when defecating and urinating, who acts in full awareness when walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep, waking up, talking, and keeping silent. And then you have the refrain, it is in this way that he abides contemplating the body externally, internally, and externally. So this is, you can see here that mindfulness is not even mentioned in the main thing here. What is mentioned here is full awareness. So what do we mean by full awareness here? This is the word in Pali is sampajanya. Sampajanya is this idea of, there's a wisdom aspect to this. There's a clarity about what you're doing. You understand what you're doing here. And I think the main reason here, and this is sort of confirmed by the commentary, is that you understand the purpose of what you're doing. Sampajanya is a clarity of the purpose of what you're doing. You know that what you're doing is what you want to do. You're doing exactly what you want to do, and it will achieve the purpose that you're trying to achieve. So it is, in a sense, it is purposeful, and you're doing that which will reach that purpose. So the difference here is that if you have no mindfulness, then you might move your body in all kind of random ways without really knowing what you're doing. You may walk backward and forward, or you may do all these kind of things without clarity. But the person with a degree of mindfulness will do these things, will know how they are, what they're doing, where they're looking, where they're going this way, going that way, what they're eating, etc. So it's that clarity about what you're doing that this is about. And this is all quite clear from all of these things. These are just very ordinary things in the ordinary day, all the sort of stuff, ordinary activities basically. And then you come down towards the end here, and this needs a little bit of explanation, is towards the very end. And that is where it talks about acting with full awareness when falling asleep and waking up. Actually, the Pali here doesn't really say falling asleep, it doesn't say waking up, it says sutte and jagarya. And sutte actually means asleep, and jagarya means while awake. So these are the opposites here. So what does it mean in that case? How can you have full awareness while you're asleep? Well, the point is that you have a full awareness in regard to sleep. In other words, it is the way this can be translated in many ways, because the Pali allows for different kind of translations here. So the most natural thing here is that you have full awareness in regard to sleep. In other words, you know how much you should sleep. You should know when you should go to bed, when you should get up, etc. So it's full awareness in regard to sleep. And the same thing, full awareness regarding being awake is the second one here. The reason why it has been translated with falling asleep and waking up is because the author couldn't really make any sense of having full awareness. Not the author, translator couldn't make any sense of full awareness while sleeping. So I think the more correct interpretation, as far as I can see, is full awareness in regard to sleep, rather than falling asleep, which this just doesn't mean in the Pali language. So, and then comes the one thing, another reason why I think this particular paragraph may be a later thing, not really concerned with Satipatthana, but be concerned with the preliminary exercise leading to Satipatthana. And this you will see now. If you look at this exercise, and then you look at the refrain which comes afterwards. The refrain which comes afterwards says, in this way he abides contemplating a body in the body, internally, externally, both internally and externally. Now, so what this is saying is that you should, first of all, internally means you do all these things in relation to yourself, how you walk, how you stretch your limbs, when you speak, when you remain silent. And that makes good sense. You know, you are mindful, you have full awareness regarding your own actions. It makes very good sense. But then it is saying you should do it externally in regard to other people. And personally, I feel that this doesn't fit very well with this exercise here. How can you, how can you have clear awareness regarding other people's, moving their limbs or moving backward and forward, etc.? It doesn't fit. It fits very well with the body contemplation before, because you contemplate the body parts of yourself and others. But here, it doesn't fit very much anymore. And you will see the same thing is true regarding breath contemplation. Breath contemplation is a personal thing. You do it with yourself. You don't do breath contemplation with other people's bodies. And the same thing with the four postures. The four postures is something you understand your own four postures. You don't so much understand the four postures of other people. So again, this to me is another sign which sort of adds up to the idea that this may not actually fit into Satipatthana proper. Just an interesting point for you to think about. It's not really terribly important, but it's nevertheless, I think, it's an interesting point. So that is the full awareness. And then I will move on to the four postures, which essentially is just is very similar to the full awareness one. Again, bhikkhus, when walking, a bhikkhu understands, I am walking. When standing, he understands, I am standing. When sitting, he understands, I am sitting. When lying down, he understands, I am lying down. And he understands however his body is disposed. And then you have the refrain, contemplates this internally, externally, both internally and externally. So here again, understanding here, I think, is very similar to the full awareness which comes afterwards. I'm not sure what the distinction would be, to be honest. So it's a very similar exercise to the full awareness which comes afterwards. It is not clear to me that there is much distinction worth talking about. Then the last one is the mindfulness of breathing. And an important point here, as I said before, is that mindfulness of breathing, in the Mindfulness of Breathing Sutta, which is Majjhima 118, Anapanasati Sutta, it is said that mindfulness of breathing fulfills all four Satipatthanas, not just the first one, all four. But here you find mindfulness of breathing put into the first Satipatthana and not in the other ones. And this is another reason why this may be a late addition, because it limits the application of mindfulness of breathing to one Satipatthana when really it applies to all four. So that is, I think that is an important point. Anyway, so here it is. I will go through this fairly quickly because this really belongs under the Anapanasati Sutta for discussion. But since we are here, I'll go through it anyway. So it goes like this. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu abide contemplating a body in the body? Here, a bhikkhu, gone to the forest or to the root of a tree or to an empty hut, sits down. Having folded his legs crosswise, sets his body erect and established mindfulness in front of him. Ever mindful, he breathes in. Mindful, he breathes out. So this is the preliminary part of mindfulness of breathing. I will just stop there because just to explain that part first of all. And you will see that one of the interesting things here, it shows you that a person has gone to the forest or to the root of a tree or to an empty hut. And an important point that this actually is, because it shows you that meditation, when it really takes off, when it really becomes deep, it should ideally be done in solitude and not as a group practice, because it is in solitude that you can actually get the deepest states of meditation. And that is an important point, and it's right there at the very beginning of the Satipatthana Sutta. So that is of course true. So for anybody who is very serious about meditation, sometimes it can be good to get some solitude in your practice. Then, once you have found that solitude, you sit down, and that again is also important. You sit down. You don't stand or walk or lie down. It is sitting down, which basically is the basic meditation posture. This is what you do if you want to watch the breath. You sit down. Sometimes you hear about people teaching breath meditation while walking or standing or lying down or whatever. It may work, but the Buddha is saying a sitting posture is the right one, which is interesting. Having folded his legs crosswise, again, that is also interesting. I don't know whether that is absolutely necessary. A chair might be. I think a chair is probably perfectly okay, as long as your body is comfortable and nice and stable. And I think for many people in our world, it's probably advisable sometimes to sit on a chair, because you're much more comfortable on a chair than sitting with the legs crosswise. But it might be, and I'm not sure about this, it might be that having your legs crosswise has some sort of benefit which sitting on a chair doesn't have. I don't know about that. Maybe not, maybe it does. Then he sets his body erect, and of course the point here is that when you are erect and not slouching, is that you have usually more clarity in the mind. And then mindfulness established in front of him. Ever mindful he breathes in, mindful he breathes out. And you may have noticed that in many of the exercises I talked about before, they are often imaginative exercises. If you think about the 31 parts of the body, it's like you can see them in the mind's eye. You can dissect them, you can see the body. It's like an imaginative exercise. Same thing with the 4 elements, the same with the contemplation of the charnel ground contemplations. But here, you're not actually imagining anything. You're really bringing the mind into the here and now, in front of you, right here, right now, in this moment. So this is what is happening. That's what I think the meaning of this thing is. In front of him means just right here, right now. Parimukha is the Pali word, and it's one of those words which everybody's arguing what does it actually mean. It probably doesn't. I think all it means is right here, right now, in the present moment. And then, ever mindful, he breathes in, ever mindful, he breathes out. Because once your mindfulness is established here, then the breath naturally appears in the mind. It's like when you sit down, you are peaceful, you close your eyes, and your mind is present, you have mindfulness. When you do that, then the breath will fairly automatically be there straight away. You will see the breath when that happens. And then you are mindful as you breathe in and as you breathe out. And then comes the actual exercise. This is what you're actually doing. So breathing in long, he understands, I breathe in long. Or breathing out long, he understands, I breathe out long. Breathing in short, he understands, I breathe in short. Or breathing out short, he understands, I breathe out short. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing the whole body. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, experiencing the whole body. He trains thus. I shall breathe in, tranquilizing the bodily formation. He trains thus. I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the bodily formation. Just as a skilled turner or his apprentice, when making a long turn, understands I make a long turn, or making a short turn, understands I make a short turn, so too, breathing in long, he understands, I'm breathing long, etc., until the last one, I shall breathe out, tranquilizing the bodily formation. So, the first part of the thing here is just knowing the breath. You know a short breath, you know a long breath. You're able to tell the difference between a short breath and a long breath. And you will notice sometimes you get meditation instructions saying that you should control the breath, you should make it long or should make it short. But there's nothing here about control here. All the Buddha says is that you are aware whether the breath is short or whether the breath is long. It's just about awareness, not about control. And that is, of course, very important. Control often leads to a sense of tightness. Pure awareness, when it works rightly, is very relaxed and very easy, and you feel very comfortable about it. Then after you have done that, you will see in the next section here, it says, he trains thus. I shall breathe in, experiencing the whole body. He trains thus, I shall breathe out, experiencing the whole body. And you may have noticed here that there's a slight change here in the way this is phrased. In the first part, it says, he understands. Here it says, he trains. So what is the difference here? The difference is that in the first part, you start off with mindfulness established. Because mindfulness established, it is natural that you are aware of the breath. So all you have to do is to understand what's happening with the breath. The breath is already there. There's no training involved. It's just a natural process you're observing the breath. But here, what's happening here is that from now on, you are training yourself to become more and more and more tranquil. And of course, because it is a training, it means that you have to be observant, you have to see what works, what doesn't work, you have to understand things like defilements, when defilements disappear. And all these things, the observation is very much part of deepening your meditation practice. Because as you observe, you start to understand the process. And that's why this is called training, because you are coming down, 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 and you have to actually learn the process here. In the first part, it's just basic observation. And experiencing the whole body. Now, the whole body here is sabbha kaya, and the word kaya is in other places a reference, in this context, reference to the breath. So when it says here, experiencing the whole body, I say it means experiencing the whole breath, from the beginning to the end. And you will see that when you read the Anapanasati Sutta, it uses exactly the same word, sabbha kaya, but it refers to Anapanasati all the way through. And this is what the commentary says, and I think in this place, what the commentary says makes sense. It doesn't refer to the whole physical body, it refers to the whole body of the breath, the entire breath, so to speak. And then, once you experience the whole breath, you can see here is a gradual process going on. First of all you know is that there's a short breath, there's a long breath. Then your awareness sharpens and you're able to see the whole breath in its whole length. So you're becoming more peaceful, more calm, and you're seeing more because of that peace in the mind. And then, when the mind is peaceful enough to see the whole breath, then the last stage here is, he trains thus, I shall breathe in, tranquilizing the bodily formation. And the bodily formation is again a word for the breath. The bodily formation is a bodily formation in the sense that it is tied up with the body. The body can't exist without it. That's what it means. Kaya sankhara. Here, sankhara probably has the meaning of what is the meaning of sankhara in this case? Maybe like a bodily activity. Sometimes sankhara can be translated as activity. So it may mean here something which, like, has an activity that creates the body or keeps the body, perhaps, in the sense that without the breath the body wouldn't exist. I'm not 100% sure what it refers to in this context, but something like that. But it's quite established in the sutta that kaya sankhara, bodily formation or bodily activity, actually refers to the breath. That's quite clear that is meant in this case. So you tranquilize it. Once you see the whole thing, then you start tranquilizing it and calming it down. You can see it's step by step here, samatha, calming here. And then, of course, beyond that, you have to go to the Anapanasati Sutta, and you see the steps that go beyond that, and until it takes you all the way to jhana, the Anapanasati practice. And then you have the simile of the turner here. So, in other words, the simile of the turner is just a turner who makes a turn and he understands a long turn and a short turn. And it's just, in other words, he's aware of what he's doing in exactly the same way the person who practices mindfulness of breathing is aware of what he or she is doing. So, there you are. And again, as I pointed out before, when it comes then to the insight refrain, it is obviously the internal contemplation that really makes sense in this particular case. Okay, so I will move on to time goes very fast. So let's move on to the contemplation of feelings on page 149. So that is the body contemplation for you. Anybody has any questions about body contemplation before we move on here? John? Yes? The which one here? Elements, yeah? Yeah. Right, yeah. Solid part, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. What you can do is, in a sense, you can take the list of the 31 parts of the body, the previous exercise, and you can sort of divide it up into the different aspects if you want. Yeah. Have a look at, John, have a look at Majjhima 28, because that gives you a very good description of the elements, etc. Yes?
About the skin, breathing, the skin, the pulse,
Yeah.
part of the body.
It is, but I think usually you would call that like earth element, because it's harder. So it's more like the cavities in the body, like the mouth cavity. That's like air because it's open, right? And that's kind of the idea of air element in the body here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So contemplation of feeling. And how does a bhikkhu abide contemplating feelings as feelings? Now, again, I just want to make the point straight away here that the Pali here is Vedanesu Vedananupassi, which quite literally means feeling contemplation among feelings. That's quite literally the meaning of that. And of course, many people have tried to figure out what does this actually mean? Why is feeling said twice? Why doesn't it just say contemplation of feeling? Why doesn't it say feeling contemplation among feelings? And the commentary has a lot to say about this, and it brings it out into this very detailed analysis of why this is said. But I think that there's two fairly obvious reasons why it is explained in this way. I did talk about this last time, but I'll mention it briefly again now, and because it was one thing I didn't mention last time. And the one reason, and this is the reason which you find support for from the Anapanasati Sutta, in particular the Chinese Agama version of the Anapanasati Sutta, is that this refers to a feeling among feelings. In other words, you're contemplating a specific feeling or a specific group of feelings among all possible feelings. So it contemplates a feeling among feelings. That makes sense, because when you read the sutta afterwards, it lists up various types of feelings that you can contemplate. So you're contemplating one particular feeling or one group of feelings among all possible feelings. An alternative, and this is and that is simply that this is the way the Pali is phrased. It's the Pali idiom that you say the word twice rather than once. And you find this again and again in the sutta, that you have this doubling up of word, which sounds very strange in English, but actually it is a common idiom used in the Pali language. And if that is correct, then really it should be translated simply as he abides contemplating feelings, full stop. And you shouldn't say feelings twice. And I think both of those interpretations I find very plausible and good interpretations, and I find the most likely to be the correct ones personally. So anyway, so this is contemplation of feelings, and it goes as follows. Here, when feeling a pleasant feeling, a bhikkhu understands, I feel a pleasant feeling. When feeling a painful feeling, he understands, I feel a painful feeling. When feeling a neither painful nor pleasant feeling, he understands, I feel a neither painful nor pleasant feeling. When feeling a worldly feeling, he understands, I feel a worldly pleasant feeling. When feeling an unworldly pleasant feeling, he understands, I feel an unworldly pleasant feeling. When feeling a worldly painful feeling, he understands, I feel a worldly painful feeling. When feeling an unworldly painful feeling, he understands, I feel an unworldly painful feeling. When feeling a worldly, neither painful nor pleasant feeling, he understands, I feel a worldly, neither painful nor pleasant feeling. When feeling an unworldly, neither painful nor pleasant feeling, he understands, I feel an unworldly, neither painful nor pleasant feeling. Yeah. So, these are the different types of feelings listed. And these feelings are listed pretty much exactly the same in all the different versions of the sutta. So this seems to be a fairly original way, a fairly ancient way that this sutta was presented. Now, first of all, they use the opposites worldly and unworldly. I think a better translation would be worldly on the one side, spiritual on the other side. And of course, a spiritual feeling is a feeling that is connected with spiritual progress. So spiritual happiness is like the happiness of samadhi, happiness of jhanas, etc. Whereas the worldly one is the happiness that comes through the five senses. So this is the distinction there, the spiritual and the worldly. And when it says here that I feel a pleasant feeling, he understands I feel a pleasant feeling. Maybe the first thing I should explain is again, well, how do you actually do this exercise? Does it mean that you sort of walk around every day and you feel feelings and then you understand this is a happy feeling? Or is there something else to it? And I think, again, it is useful to see how this is done. It's one of the easy ways of understanding this is, again, to turn to the Anapanasati Sutta. Because as I said before, the Anapanasati Sutta says that you actually fulfill this contemplation among all four contemplations. You fulfill this by practicing Anapanasati. So how does this work? Well, the way it works is that as your meditation starts to take off, feelings arise in connection with the breath, feelings of happiness or joy and these kind of things. And that serves as a basis for your contemplation. So once you come out of that samadhi or that anapanasati, or even while you're in there, because you understand these feelings, because they're there, and certainly afterwards, you have a data to work with. You start to be able to understand what these feelings are about. And this is what the Buddha said in contemplating feelings. The way of contemplating feelings is to do it while you do anapanasati. That is certainly the way it is described in the suttas. There are probably other ways of doing it as well, but that is the one which is specifically described. That makes it easy, because then you have a way of working with this. So then what do we mean then when we say that he understands a pleasant feeling when it arises? Or he says when feeling a pleasant feeling, he understands that he feels a pleasant feeling. What does that mean? It seems sort of fairly obvious. Now what it means is that as you practice this path and you come to understand feelings, you start to understand pleasant feelings in its whole breadth. Remember that pleasant feelings, worldly pleasant feelings, or ordinary pleasant feeling, has an enormous breadth to it. And the more you understand the whole breadth of pleasant feeling, the more insight you have into it, and the more you understand how you should be dealing with this particular thing. You understand what is good and what is bad, etc. So this is what is meant here. And as you practice, your understanding of feelings will change, because it will become more profound, it will become more deeper. There will be feelings that you never saw before because they are so subtle that you will come to understand because your mind is more profound. And the more you understand the subtle feelings, the more you understand the various types of feelings, the bigger is your map of understanding pleasant feeling. And this is what it means here, is that you're broadening your map, you're coming to a better understanding of what this is all about. And not only that, but you're also coming to understand better the gradation of feelings. You understand that there are certain feelings that are more pleasant than other pleasant feelings. It's not as if all pleasant feelings are equally pleasant. There are gradations, and you start to appreciate the more pleasant ones better because your mind is more refined. So you get this big map of pleasant feeling. This is what is meant here. It doesn't just mean a feeling here and now. It means actually going deeper and deeper into this matter until you see the whole picture. And to say, yes? Not really, because it is classified here. The worldly feeling is classified as a happy feeling which arises as a basis based on the five senses. And the five senses is always a type of feeling that you want to overcome in meditation practice, so you can get the pure pleasure of the mind. So there is in the Buddhist meditation, there's a very clear distinction between the happiness from the five senses and the happiness from the mind alone. And that is also the same distinction as the worldly and the spiritual happiness. You start to get the idea, if you meditate and you start to become peaceful in meditation, the more peaceful you are, the more clarity you have, particularly when you start to get joy coming up in meditation practice. That joy which you have sometimes, which is not connected to the senses in any way, that sort of joy is like a spiritual feeling here. Sometimes it's a beautiful day, you just go for a walk somewhere and you feel a joy inside of you. You don't really know what it is. It's not really connected to any sensual pleasure. That can be like the beginning of spiritual happiness. Right? Yeah. Whereas the happiness you get from eating good food, that's five senses happiness. Yes?
Could you explain the unworldly, unpleasant feeling?
Yes. Sure, yeah. Coming to that next, yeah. Yeah, coming up. yeah. So that is the pleasant feeling. And it's the same thing with the painful feeling as well. The painful feeling, you want to understand it, again, in all its breadth, in all its width, so you understand what the problems are. And of course, that also helps you to gain insight into dukkha, the nature of dukkha. You understand, the more you understand about painful feeling, the more you understand about dukkha. And then you have the neither painful nor pleasant feeling, and this is just anything which is neither one nor the other. And you will often find that things that you thought were neutral under the microscope of a sharp mind will turn out to be either slightly pleasant or slightly painful, often slightly painful. And you start to divide things up more in a more refined way here. And then that is the general characterization. Then you come to the distinction between the worldly and the spiritual feelings. And I think we already discussed the pleasant feeling, what is the worldly pleasant feeling and the spiritual pleasant feeling. But then you have, as Annie said, you have the unpleasant feeling. And also for the unpleasant feeling, it is divided up into worldly and spiritual. And of course, the worldly painful feeling is, most of our painful feelings are unworldly painful feelings, are worldly painful feelings. The unworldly painful feeling is actually described in, I think, one place in the suttas, and that is said to be when you think, your heart starts to yearn for liberation, and you say, oh, may I too, get to that liberation one day. And that yearning, which is like a pain in the heart almost, that is the spiritual painful feeling in the suttas. You're heading in the right direction, but you haven't gotten there yet, so you have this yearning inside of you. Yeah. Mm. Mm.
But when you're actually doing breath meditation and you're doing that, then you actually you are focused on the breath.
Mm.
You're not contemplating feelings. Is it talking about the contemplation after the meditation?
I think it's
just knowing.
But you're watching the breath, but the experience is so combined, it's almost impossible to distinguish the breath almost from the feeling. At that point, it gets so, and you will definitely notice the feeling here. Yeah, you will notice you will see the feeling is there. So it will happen. The feeling will be there while you're watching the breath. You will definitely know what it is, because it's a very powerful thing. It draws you into the present moment. The mindfulness becomes very sharp. Yeah.
So it's that where the feeling becomes the breath.
Yeah, that's a little bit later on. I think at this point you can still distinguish, you can still see both aspects. You can see the breath, you can see the feeling. Yeah. But they are so closely related to each other that it's almost like one experience.
So it's not talking about contemplation of
I think it's talking about both. I think it's talking about both. Yeah, both aspects. Contemplation afterwards and while you're there. While you're there, it's just getting to know it. And afterwards you think, that was quite nice. This must be, this is going the right direction. And you start to get a broader understanding here. When you come out afterwards, you will have much more clarity about the pain of ordinary experience, for example, that sort of thing here. So they come together. So definitely afterwards as well, definitely here. Because you don't want to mess up your meditation too much while you're there by thinking about this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There's always the most dangerous questions that come from the right here. Okay, so that, yes, of course. Yeah. The piti here is the way it is defined. The piti is moving towards the spiritual feelings already. But the way it is defined in usually in the suttas is that the spiritual feeling is only when you get to the first jhana normally. But of course there is piti prior to that. So you understand, well, what is that? And it's a kind of a slightly mixed feeling, but it's already moving very strongly towards the spiritual, I would say. Yeah. Well, you feel the piti in the body. It has an effect on the body. But I don't think it doesn't come from the body. It comes from the mind which is at peace, or the mind which has a good quality in it. So there's a mental thing. But the mental thing affects the body. So it can feel very strongly in the body. Like a wavy thing, like something coursing through the body, something like that. That's the early stages, and then it becomes more peaceful afterwards. Yeah. These are good feelings. That means you're going the right way. Yeah. Okay, and then the last one then is the distinction between the neither painful nor pleasant feeling here. And this is divided up into, again, the worldly and the spiritual. And the spiritual one here is really the fourth jhana. That's where you come to this one. So this is very, very profound stuff. This is the point where you put behind you all pleasant feeling, all painful feeling of any kind, nothing left, and all you have is this equanimity, neutrality. And of course, at that point, the importance of this, and this I think is so hard to understand, is that importance of that is that when you get to that point, you realize for the first time in your life that feeling absolutely nothing at all, just having a neutral feeling, is much better than being happy. This is the first time you see that. Happiness, even the most refined, most powerful happiness that is possible to have in all of samsara. That's the third jhana, highest happiness that is possible. It says so in the sutta. Actually, not feeling happy at all is much better. It's quite mind-blowing, but that's basically what it's saying here. So,
I have a question.
Do you? Yeah, okay.
Other parts of the suttas, it gives you the impression that this neither pleasant nor unpleasant.
Yeah.
It's sort of like moha, sort of like confusion. That's the impression you get from other places. Like you're confused about whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. You're deluded.
Yeah.
But now you're talking about something that's really quite profound.
Yeah.
So why isn't the word upeki used?
Well,
or if you're going to interpret it as being at that level.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, I think is a sutta, I think it's Majjhima 44 or something, where it talks about different types of neither painful nor pleasant feeling. And it says, I think it says in there that when you understand the feeling, when you don't understand it, then this feeling is unpleasant. When you understand it, it's pleasant. And I think most people, they don't understand, they don't see this neither painful nor pleasant feeling clearly because the mind is so running around doing all kind of things. So when you don't understand it, when you don't have clarity about it, it's painful. But here in the fourth jhana, you definitely have clarity about this feeling. For the first time, your mind is absolutely clear. So in this case, it is a happy feeling. I think that's what it says in Majjhima 43 or something like that. Something to that extent. And what is the difference between upekkha and this feeling here? Right? Is that what you're asking as well?
Oh, no, I know that. I suppose really my question is, what's the Pali, you see?
Pali is
the Pali the same in all of those cases of describing what is neither pleasant nor unpleasant?
Yeah.
It is the same.
Yeah. Adukkha masukha. Adukkha masukha, vet du? neither pain nor pleasure.
Because you see in the definition of third and fourth jhana, it talks about, the take goes right in there.
Yeah, it's in the third and fourth jhana, yeah.
Clarity of mindfulness,
Yeah.
equanimity.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. This is taking a long time. I think what we need to do is to probably to call it a day there. Does that make sense? People getting quite tired there. It gets quite long here. And then continue maybe, I won't be here in a fortnight, but maybe in a month's time or something. Yeah. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah, because otherwise I think you're going to lose the plot if it gets too long here. Any further questions before we... One thing I should say about contemplation of feelings before we stop is that these feelings are really understood when you go beyond them. So, for example, the worldly feelings, the feeling of the five senses, are only really fully appreciated when you go completely beyond them into deep samadhi. Then, when you look back, do you understand these things? And the same thing with all the worldly feelings is when you go beyond the worldly realm that you understand the worldly feelings. And the same thing with happiness and pleasure. You can only really fully understand the mental happiness, the happiness of the samadhi, when you get to the fourth jhana and you look back and you completely transcended it. That's when you have the full understanding. So full understanding in Buddhism usually means you have gone beyond it. When you've gone beyond it, that's when the understanding fully arises. In the meantime, you're approximating, going closer and closer and closer until one day, bang, you have this exceptional experience. So this is also part of this understanding of feeling as you go through it. Okay, anything else? John? The unworldly painful feeling is the feeling, just like all these other monks and nuns, or who have achieved the highest state. May I also one day achieve this highest goal? I think it's in here somewhere. If I can find it. I'm not sure how easy it is to find, to be honest. It is in one of the suttas here somewhere. I think I'm probably pushing my luck trying to find it here and now. But it's something with those words, it's that kind of yearning for liberation that you have. And that yearning is a kind of like a heartache, maybe, or perhaps something like that, Well, it is not. It depends what you mean by wholesome. It is painful, so it's something you want to go beyond. And the way you go beyond it is by getting the spiritual happy feeling, right, of samadhi. That's how you go beyond it. But it's good in the sense that it pushes you in the right direction. So things that aren't usually clear-cut. Sorry? It's a prod, yeah. Because you have understood something, right? You really have this yearning. You have understood something profound. So, yeah.
So that's the only case. That's the only case of an unworthy painful feeling.
Don't know. That's the one mentioned in the suttas. But similar feelings, I guess, would be this. I guess you can think of similar scenarios probably where you might be able to think of something. But yeah. Well, it is. That's how it is divided up in a certain sutta. It's divided up into 108. But there is one sutta, interesting sutta, where there's two monks. I think it is. They're arguing. One says, "Oh no, there's so many types of feeling." But no, there's so many types of feeling here. And then the Buddha says, this is not the right kind of argument. It doesn't make any sense because it depends how you divide it up. You can divide it up into 2 types of feeling, 3 types of feeling, 5 types of feeling, 6 types of feeling, 18 types of feeling. It just depends on how you classify it. It's just a method of analysis, just a way to help you understand these things. But there, you could probably divide it up into 1 million types if you really wanted to, depending on how you go about it. This was the standard way the Buddha would divide it up.
Would unworldly painful feeling be the experience in meditation of having periods during meditation when the mind's wisdom is such that you get greater levels of clarity and can see things fleetingly, that then, right, it's not always present.
Right, yeah.
You know how they say that there's this expression that says that when you have the wisdom, then you will see Nibbana.
Yeah.
So I don't know
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
if it
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
fleetingly and then more and more frequently is one school of thought.
Sure. Yeah.
And it sort of
Yeah.
goes in with what
Yeah, what you're saying is that as you meditate, sometimes you have a fleeting experience where you understand, for example, the dukkha of things, and then you feel, oh, I've got to get out of this because this is terrible. Yeah,
And you come out of meditation and there's the dukkha. Right?
Yeah, and then and it is in a sense an aspect of nibbida, right? Of kind of repulsion for the world because you understand the dukkha, and that repulsion might sort of push you on the path, and you might think, "Oh no, I got to get out of this," and that's what's happening. Yeah, that's. I think that's a good point. Yeah, makes good sense to me. Yeah. So okay, let's pay homage to the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. Yeah. So I started the Satipatthana Sutta. I think it was back in November or something, and over 2 weekends I did the first 2 parts of the Satipatthana Sutta. Or rather 2 sessions, and we did the body contemplation, the kaya nupassana, and the contemplation of feelings, and then we had the 2 remaining contemplations, the citta nupassana, the contemplation of mind, and the dhamma nupassana left. So if you have a copy of the middle-length discourses, we are on page 150 in that book. So just to summarize a couple of the points I made on the 2 previous occasions. The first point I made is that if you want to understand what Satipatthana is all about, you have to see it in context. And when you just read the Satipatthana Sutta in isolation, you don't actually get the context of Satipatthana. To see Satipatthana in context, you have to see it, how it actually operates compared to other factors of the path in various places in the suttas. And a classic example is in the Noble Eightfold Path. You have Satipatthana being the 7th factor, and then you have Samma Samadhi, or the jhanas, being the 8th factor. And of course you have Samavayama, which is right effort, being the 6th factor. So Satipatthana is squeezed between right effort and right samadhi, Samma Samadhi. And because the Noble Eightfold Path is like a conditioned sequence of factors, what that means is that the cause that gives rise to Satipatthana is right effort, and the result of Satipatthana is Samma Samadhi or jhana. That's the purpose, that's the aim of Satipatthana, is to attain samadhi, basically. That's what it means. And you see this over and over and over again in the suttas, that this is the pattern and how Satipatthana fits into the context of the other factors of the path. And right effort, the reason why right effort is the cause for Satipatthana is because right effort is nothing itself but the purification of virtue. If you think of the Noble Eightfold Path, you often start off, the early parts of the path, factor 3, 4 and 5, are about virtue, are about right speech and right action, right livelihood. And then right effort is the purification of the mind, that comes to using the mind in the right way. So that virtue, both through conduct and also mental virtue, is what gives rise to the possibility of Satipatthana practice. And then Satipatthana is that final purification of the mind and bringing it to unity, in other words, through meditation practice, that then gives rise to samadhi or samma samadhi afterwards. So it's an important point to understand, because if you just study the Satipatthana Sutta without the context, you don't really understand how it fits in to the overall path. So what does that mean? Does that mean that Satipatthana is all about samatha, about calming the mind, and not about vipassana? If it results in samadhi, you might think it's all about samatha practice. But the point is that any practice that leads to purity of the mind leads to a reduction in the defilement, and that can be both vipassana and samatha. Everything which leads towards jhana, that is, or samma samadhi, that is part of Satipatthana. So Satipatthana is both samatha and vipassana. It's not one or the other, it's both together. And you can see, when you look at the types of exercises we're talking about here, you can see why that is. It talks about Previously we talked about contemplation of the body, for example, looking at the body in terms of 31 parts. But what you're trying to do here is to see the body more clearly. You're trying to take away some of the desire for the body, to see it more in a more neutral way, so to speak. And of course, seeing things in a more neutral way, in a more clear way, that's part of vipassana. I like to translate vipassana as clear seeing. And that clear seeing comes about by taking away some of the desire which may not actually be warranted when you look at the body in a more neutral sense. And the same thing with the feelings we're talking about as well, which talks about different types of feelings and understanding a pleasant feeling, an unpleasant feeling. Of course, part of that is about vipassana, because you understand the scope of these feelings, you understand how far they go, where they end, and what kind of feelings are preferable on the path compared to other ones, so you can see the progression of your practice, so to speak. One thing I think I didn't mention about the feelings, which is an important aspect we're talking about last time, is that there are the so-called unworldly feelings, they're called in this translation. Niramisa sukha is the Pali word for this, or unworldly happiness. And that unworldly happiness is, in the suttas, usually defined as the samma samadhi, or jhanas, or samadhi if you like. That's the unworldly happiness. And that is interesting, because very often we talk about Satipatthana as one thing, and then the jhanas and samadhi as something else. But here you see the two merge together. You're actually supposed to contemplate the feeling that comes up in jhanas. You're supposed to contemplate that in Satipatthana. In other words, you're bringing the jhanas into the Satipatthana practice. Whether the jhanas are a part of the Satipatthana or whether you're just using that experience to practice Satipatthana is really quite irrelevant, I feel. The point is that you're bringing them in as part of this practice. So again, this distinction between vipassana and samatha that you very often hear about is not really found in the suttas. The suttas, the two always go together. Where there's samatha, there will be vipassana. If you're calm and peaceful, you will see clearly. When you see clearly, you will become calm and peaceful. The two always go together. They're part and parcel of the same thing, basically. Okay, so let us move on to the contemplation of the mind. This is the Chitta Nupassana. So on page 150. So I'll read out and then I'll comment on this passage afterwards. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu abide contemplating mind as mind, it says here. Here a bhikkhu understands mind affected by lust as mind affected by lust, and mind unaffected by lust as mind unaffected by lust. He understands mind affected by hate as a mind affected by hate, and a mind unaffected by hate as a mind unaffected by hate. A mind affected by delusion as a mind unaffected by delusion, and a mind unaffected by delusion as a mind unaffected by delusion. He understands a contracted mind as contracted, a distracted mind as distracted. He understands an exalted mind as exalted, and an unexalted mind as unexalted. He understands a surpassed mind as a surpassed mind, an unsurpassed mind as unsurpassed. He understands a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. He understands a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. So, first of all, on the very first sentence here, how does a bhikkhu abide contemplating the mind as mind? This word mind is chitta in Pali, and it means mind in a very general sense. But chitta also often just refers to a particular state of mind. For example, chitta is sometimes used as a synonym of samadhi itself in the suttas. So it refers to that state of samadhi, which is a particular state of mind. So I think my preferred translation of this is how does a bhikkhu abide contemplating a mind state among a mind state in the mind. In other words, a particular state in the mind. And that's why you have the whole list here of different types of mind states, and you're contemplating one of those among all possible states, basically. So that is my preferred translation there. And it starts off with the word lust. The word lust here is, let me just check this so I don't give you the wrong information. I think it's raga in this particular case. It's raga. And raga means not just lust in a narrow sense, but in a very broad sense. All kind of desires, in particular connected with the five senses, is what is meant here. And then you have hate. This is dosa, so again, anger basically, any kind of anger or negativity. And then you have delusion. And delusion is any kind of mind state which lacks clarity. You lack clarity. You see the world in a way that the world actually is not. And you're lacking clarity of mind. So it can be confusion, it can be doubt, etc. All of these things come under delusion. And then you have the contracted mind, and the contracted mind here is a mind which is like locked inside of itself. It's like sloth and torpor. When the mind goes inside, you don't really have a mind which... it feels contracted. It feels like you're not really reaching out into the world, so to speak. And the distracted mind is the restless mind, the mind which is going out to various places, not really staying at home. So the contracted and distracted are like here opposite sides of the same coin. And what you find here, that these five factors listed here, they are essentially equivalent to the five hindrances. So what you are contemplating here really are the five hindrances. So you understand when the five hindrances are present in the mind and when they are not. This is the first part here. And when it says that you understand, let's take the first hindrance here, which is raga or lust. When it says that you understand a mind as affected by raga, by lust or by desire, it means that you understand it in its full scope, right? In its full breadth. This is the point here. So you start off, when you meditate, you start off by starting to discover what the meaning of these terms are. Of course, we all have some idea what desire means. But then as you go deeper and deeper in the meditation, you start to acquire an understanding of deeper and deeper levels of this idea of desire. And it's only when you actually go beyond desire that you have the full understanding, because then you can see the full range. As long as you are still haven't gone beyond it yet, you can still assume that there is a more subtle level available, possible at least for the mind. So the moment you have gone beyond, only then have you really seen lust or desire to its full extent. So this is what it means here by understanding desire. It means understanding it in a full breadth. Only then have you really understood it. And this is what it means with all these factors here, all these five factors, all these five hindrances. It's about understanding them to that full extent. And the only way to do that is to go beyond them. And then, only then will you understand it. So it's a gradual evolution that takes part in your practice, that you gradually gain a deeper and more full understanding of what these hindrances actually are. And then when you have overcome the hindrances and you have contemplated in this way, and again you will see here that this is a mixture of samatha and vipassana. Its vipassana part here is actually the understanding of the defilements. When you understand them, when you see things clearly, that is part of the vipassana side of things. But because you see them clearly, and because this is explained in places like the Anapanasati Sutta as a samatha path, you also become more peaceful and more calm. So these two, again, they go around each other. As you understand these things better, you become more peaceful. As you become more peaceful, you understand them better. And just gradually, you calm down. And then, when eventually you overcome the hindrances completely, that is when the next factors here that are explained afterwards here come up. And this is the exalted mind, the unsurpassed mind, the concentrated mind, and the liberated mind. And the exalted mind, this is in the Pali called the Mahagata Chitta. Mahagata is the kind of mind that you have when you practice metta, you practice the Brahma Viharas. This is the mind which is very expansive, which has no barriers in it. They call it in the Sutta as the mind rid of barriers, because it's like it's not as if you don't have anybody in the whole world that you have any anger or hatred against. So it's rid of barriers. It is free kindness and love, if you like, compassion, going out to just anybody. There's no limit. That's why it is a Mahagata mind, an exalted mind. So these are the mind without hindrances. The unsurpassed mind, this is like the mind, again, is a similar kind of thing. It's a mind in samadhi. When we talk about the Brahma Viharas, we talk about samadhi, and we talk about, so these are the same, just different aspects of the same type of mind state. The concentrated mind, again, is the samadhi mind, so this usually would refer to things like the jhanas, normally, and then the liberated mind in this context means the mind that are liberated from the defilements, from the hindrances. And again, this usually in sutta usage at this stage refers to samadhi and jhanas. So all of these four factors at the bottom here refer to samadhi attainments. So what you do here, again, you understand the mind state that these things actually refer to. And of course, the only way you can understand that is by attaining these states of samadhi yourself. So you attain them, and then you know what these things are all about. So there is this thing, you can see here what's happening here is that you purify the mind until it's completely pure, you attain samadhi, and then you go beyond that, and you go to deeper and deeper stages of samadhi, and then you understand it's not really purifying the mind anymore, but by going into deeper samadhi, you are empowering the mind even further, even beyond purifying it from the hindrances, if you can see what I mean. So in this way, it is a path which continues to very, very deep levels. So that is the contemplation of the mind, is to understand various stages of the mind, and then you have the insight chapter, the insight paragraph which comes afterwards, which I have talked about before. I'll briefly mention it again, and it goes as follows. In this way he abides contemplating mind as mind internally, or he abides contemplating mind as mind externally, or he abides contemplating mind as mind both internally and externally, or else he abides contemplating in the mind its nature of arising, or he abides contemplating in mind its nature of vanishing, or he abides contemplating in mind its nature of both arising and vanishing, or else mindfulness that there is mind is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness, and he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating mind as mind. So here, the first section here is about contemplating mind as mind internally, and that refers to yourself. So you're contemplating your own mind, and you just understand these states as they actually are. And this first aspect here is usually considered the samatha part of this insight refrain, which is mentioned here. I think the idea of saying it's insight is really misleading here. That is like a heading which has been inserted by the translator here, or perhaps by, I'm not sure where it comes from, but it's misleading because this is not about insight necessarily, it's about a mixture again of vipassana and samatha. So this can certainly refer to samatha as well. And elsewhere in the Digha Nikaya it specifically says that this is a samadhi practice. So for that, that is a little bit misleading. So the first part here is then internally you reflect on your own mind, or you contemplate your own mind, and you understand your own mind in this way. Then the next one is contemplating the mind externally. That means contemplating other people, and that of course refers here to inferential knowledge. You know that if your mind is this way, then other people's minds are going to be in the same way, or animals or whatever beings you talk about. And then finally, you have the contemplation both internally and externally. And this is where you reach the point where you understand, you universalize this, and you understand that internal and external minds, my own mind, other beings' minds, is all the same. It doesn't matter what mind it is. They all work in essentially the same thing here, same way. So they're all the same. It becomes a universal understanding that this is what minds are like. And once you have that universal understanding, then you know that it doesn't matter where you get reborn, what kind of mind you acquire in the future, even if you get to go to a wonderful place next time or whatever it is. It doesn't matter what you do, because mind is always going to be mind. It's always going to be subject to these kind of defilements, these kind of problems, and the impermanences, etc., and the suffering, which is part of being part and parcel of being a mind. And that is the important thing there. So there isn't any escape, basically, from this impermanence, from these various states. Mind is like this, and it will always be like that, regardless of what you do. And then you have what is then can be called the insight part, which comes afterwards. The first part is more to do with samatha, then you have the insight part. So here it says, by contemplating mind, its nature of arising, contemplating in mind its nature of vanishing, contemplating in mind its nature of both arising and vanishing here. So the idea here is that you understand the radical impermanence of the mind, that things arise in the mind and then they disappear completely here. And then you see this thing together, the arising and vanishing together. And that is what is meant here by, this is of course the deep insight into the nature of the mind as being absolutely impermanent, and not only going up and down, but actually vanishing and arising, coming from nothing, going to nothing. That is what this insight is all about. But as I think some people have pointed out in comparative studies of the Satipatthana Sutta, it is really the first aspect here, the contemplating mind internally and externally, and both internally and externally, that seems to be the more original aspect of Satipatthana, whereas the understanding this vipassana part here, or this is a very deep state of vipassana when you can see the mind arising and vanishing completely, this really belongs to something which comes after Satipatthana, when you have when you have the power of samadhi to be able to investigate the mind much more deeply, much more profoundly. Because this is the kind of stuff which leads basically to the stages of awakening, this sort of contemplation. And then you have the last part here, or else mindfulness that there is mind is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. I would say a good translation of that is, rather than bare knowledge and mindfulness, for partial knowledge and mindfulness. Jnana matta. Matta means like a measure in Pali. So it's a measure of knowledge, not a full one. It's just a measure. It's a limited amount of knowledge and a limited amount of mindfulness. So this, I think, might very well be a reference to stream entry. You have partial knowledge of what is going on, because the last part here is clearly a reference to arahantship, to full awakening. One abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is the full understanding of mind when you get to that point. So what you can see here, this is something I mentioned last time, I mentioned it again. When you look at this paragraph, which is labeled as insight, but probably should not be labeled that way at all, but when you look at this paragraph, you can see the first aspect here is mostly the samatha aspect, the calming down, perhaps with some vipassana included, that leads to samadhi. And then you have the insight part, which is here the yatha bhuta nanadasana, seeing things as they actually are, which is the second part, the insight part, and then that leads then to stream entry here, and then arahantship at the very end there. So you can see a gradation, you can see almost the whole sequence of the path in that little paragraph there. So that leads us on to the next contemplation. If you have any questions, please ask as we go along here. John? Just 1 second. No, that's yeah.
The statement here, unsuppressed mind.
Unsurpassed.
Unsurpassed. Yeah. What's that referring to?
It seems to refer to samadhi here, unsurpassed. It's a mind which is unsurpassed. It's like the mind which is has reached a level. Maybe you have gone beyond the hindrances and you can't go any further beyond the hindrances, so it's unsurpassed in that sense. Each jhana level is unsurpassed in a certain way here. Like the third jhana is unsurpassed in terms of happiness, because you can't get any higher happiness than the third jhana in terms of happy feeling here. The second jhana is unsurpassed in terms of piti, because the highest type of piti, rapture, you can have. So something like that. I must admit, it's a little bit obscure, this term. It's not something which occurs many places in the suttas, but it seems to be basically a reference to samadhi, and jhanas in particular here. Possibly also the Brahma Viharas, you're unsurpassed in terms of metta and karuna and these kind of things as well here. Yeah. Okay, so let us move on to the last of the contemplations. This is called here the contemplation of mind objects. And the Pali for mind object is Dhamma. Dhamma is this very wide term, and it can mean many different things in many different contexts, depending on what it's about. And one of the meanings of Dhamma, sometimes it can mean like states, like, phenomena, mental phenomena in a sense, is one meaning of Dhamma. Another one, of course, is the teaching of the Buddha. But another meaning of Dhamma is like law. It's a law of how things work. So often you say that things are dhammata. Dhammata means that they are lawful. They operate according to a certain law. And of course the most important laws in Buddhism are things like dependent origination and just general causality, that things have a causal basis. And I think the meaning here, and I'm following Ajahn Sujato, he wrote a long book about Satipatthana, which is very interesting, and he argues strongly there that Dhamma in this context means the law of conditionality, and that this is really a contemplation of the lawfulness of conditionality in the last part here. And if you look at the various types of exercises that are mentioned here, you will see that that makes good sense. Because mind objects, you could say, well, we were just talking about mind just a second ago, about mind with desire, mind with anger, all these things. Well, that is mind objects. What distinguishes this last Satipatthana to the other ones is not the fact that one is mind objects and the other ones is not. What distinguishes it is the fact that this has to do with conditionality, with a cause and effect, basically. And another interesting aspect of this last Satipatthana, and this is something I was talking about last time as well, and this is when you do comparative studies of the Satipatthana Sutta, with the Pali. There's a couple of Chinese versions of the Sutta. I think there are actually 3 Chinese versions of the Sutta. There is 3 Abhidhamma versions of the Sutta. And when you look at compare all these different versions of the suttas, it's easier to come down to what may have been an original Satipatthana Sutta. And what you find is that when you do that comparison of the Satipatthana Sutta, you find that it is the contemplation of the 5 hindrances and the contemplations of the 7 awakening factors. These are the 2 aspects that you find across the board in all aspects of this contemplation of conditionality. But the 3 other ones, in particular the contemplation of the 5 aggregates and the 4 noble truths, which are also mentioned here, they are only found in the Pali and nowhere else. And the contemplation of the 6 sense bases is found in some version, but in about half the versions it is not found. So because of that, it's the kind of conclusion you almost have to draw in this kind of case is that those things that are in common between all the different versions is likely to be the most ancient part, and things that are not in common are likely to have then been added later on. Possibly by mistake, possibly because they wanted to fill it out and they thought they added some more contemplations in there. So because of that, it is those parts which are, I think, the most important aspects of this contemplation of conditionality. The 5 hindrances and the 7 awakening factors. And when you look at those, you will see that those 2 in particular are very much to do with conditionality. You want to understand them, and you also want to understand how they arise and how they disappear in your practice. So let's just read out what it says here about the 5 hindrances which comes first. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects? Or how does he abide contemplating conditionality, a certain type of conditionality among other types of conditionality? Here, a bhikkhu abides contemplating conditionality among conditionalities in terms of the 5 hindrances. And how does he do this? Here, there being sensual desire in him, a bhikkhu understands there is sensual desire in me. Or there being no sensual desire in him, he understands there is no sensual desire in me. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of unarisen sensual desire, and how there comes to be the abandoning of arisen sensual desire, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned sensual desire. So again, you can see there is some strong similarities here between the contemplation of the mind. First of all, he is supposed to know that there is sensual desire in me, or there is no sensual desire in me. And this is a direct parallel to the previous contemplation of mind, that the mind is affected by lust or unaffected by lust. It's exactly the same thing here. And again, the point is also the same, that you understand sensual desire. This is kama raga, or kama chanda perhaps in this context. You understand the full breadth and the full scale of sensual desire. You understand in its most refined and most minute things. This is what is meant here. So gradually, as you meditate, you expand your understanding of this term, until one day you go completely beyond sensual desire, and that's when you have the full understanding of what it is. And that is also when you understand there is no sensual desire in me. And once you have been beyond it once, then of course it is easy to recognize in the future when this factor arises again. And then comes the conditionality part of this. He understands how there comes to be the arising of unarisen sensual desire. So here we are more in the territory of vipassana, of clear seeing, understanding conditionality, understanding how things act together. And of course this is very important. If you are going to be successful in overcoming these states of mind, the negative states of mind, the defilements, you have to understand how they come into being. What are the conditions for these states of mind? And of course the condition for the arising of unarisen sensual desire is always how you look upon a particular object of the five senses. And if you look upon that object as beautiful, as something attractive, then desire will arise for that object. That is always that is always how this thing arises. And that is what you then, one thing is saying it, another thing is actually seeing it in yourself. You can actually see the connection. That's when it becomes really powerful. Just saying it doesn't do that much, but it gives you a kind of guideline for where to look when you do your meditation practice. And he comes to know the abandoning of arisen sensual desire. So if you already have arisen sensual desire, you know that the way to abandon that is to not focus on the beauty in the object that you have desire for. So you place your attention differently. You see that there's other aspects of this object. You see that it is impermanent, it is liable to change, its beauty is liable to fade, and all these kind of things. And when you understand that, when you place your attention in a different way, with a different framework, then that desire will slowly abate and disappear. So that is how the disappearance comes into being. Of course, it's often very difficult once desire has arisen. It's very hard to overcome it, because it's like you have already a skewed view of the thing, and it's often very difficult to fix that up. So what you often have to do instead is you have to do like preventative measures beforehand. So you have to train yourself in looking at things in a new and different way, and only then will you be able to avoid the arising of strong desires in the future. And this is also what the last part is about here. There comes to be the future. He understands how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned sensual desire. And how that happens is in two ways. And one way is that you contemplate regularly the unattractive aspect, the aspect of something which takes away the beauty perception in something. And by doing that, you are making it much more difficult for sensual desire to rise in the future. But of course, the most powerful way of doing this, and this is what eventually one hopes for in Buddhism, is to get to the point where you actually do see the Dhamma for yourself. You become a stream enter. And then, once you become a stream enter, you realize that, well, the reason why sensual desire arises, really, is because of the sense of self inside of you. As long as you have the sense of self, you have the sense of gratifying that self. That self wants to feel pleasure in the world. He wants to be happy. He wants to own things. He wants to own things that can gratify these desires. And that sense of self is ultimately the reason why sensual desire arises in the first place. And you understand, once you're a stream enterer, that it is by abandoning the sense of self that sensual desire also eventually will be abandoned. So that is like the root cause of the problem. And that's why so much in Buddhism centers around the sense of self and the problems that the sense of self gives rise to. So that is the first hindrance here. And as you can see, this is very much about conditionality. It's about understanding how this works. And this, of course, is a very important part of the Dhamma. And then you find the same kind of analysis, the same kind of understanding for the other four hindrances, for ill will, and for sloth and torpor, restlessness and remorse, and for doubt. And in all these cases, the bhikkhu understands there is doubt in me. Or there being no doubt in him, he understands there's no doubt in me. He understands how there comes to be the arising of doubt, how there comes to be the abandoning of doubt, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned doubt. And in all these cases, there's a similar thing. So again, with ill will, you understand it in its full scope. You understand it when it's completely abandoned. You understand the causes that give rise to ill will. And of course, the causes that give rise to ill will is seeing the repulsive aspect of something, the negative aspect of something which is not delightful. That gives rise to, often can give rise to ill will. And then instead of seeing the negative aspect of something, but you focus on the beauty of something instead, that in a sense having metta, then that abandons the ill will for that particular object. That's why metta is the counterpart of ill will and the thing which actually abandons it. And then by developing metta, because metta is basically seeing the beautiful, then by developing that, then there comes the future non-arising of abandoned ill will. And again, the same thing as before, is only when you become a stream enterer that you really can abandon that ill will completely. The same thing is true of sloth and torpor, and restlessness and remorse. And both of these factors are very closely connected with the first two hindrances. If you have the first two hindrances, you will often have these two hindrances as well. And if you abandon the first two, then both sloth and torpor and restlessness and remorse will be very, very weak. They may still appear in very faint guises, but basically they will tend to disappear at that point. And the same thing is true of doubt. Doubt is basically a kind of way of looking at things, not understanding things properly, not having thought about the Dhamma, not having understood what is wholesome, what is unwholesome. And by reflecting on that in from a Buddhist point of view, unwise way, you have doubt about these issues. But if you reflect what is from a Buddhist point of view a wise way, you will understand what are the wholesome qualities, what are the unwholesome qualities. In other words, what are hindrances, what are non-hindrances, what are enlightenment factors, what are non-enlightenment factors, what is mindfulness, what is samadhi, what is kindness, what is metta, all these things. And it is by understanding those things in the right way, that is basically what the overcoming of doubt is all about. So there you are. Those are the 5 hindrances. And now you will... Interesting thing here, which comes up now, because now you have this paragraph on the next page, which is called, again, it's called Insight, and it's the same paragraph as before. And of course, the strange thing now, and this is where you can see that the sutta seems to have been cobbled together in a way which doesn't make necessarily absolute sense. Because the first part here makes good sense. You contemplate these hindrances internally, and then you contemplate that other people also have these hindrances, that's externally, and then you universalize internally and externally being the same. There is no escape from these things. But then you contemplate the nature of arising, you contemplate the nature of vanishing, and you contemplate the nature of both arising and vanishing. And of course, we have just been talking about the arising and vanishing of these 5 hindrances. That's part of the exercise itself. And now it talks about it again. And that is one hint that this particular paragraph of arising and vanishing here may not belong there, because it has already been talked about in the actual framework of the 5 hindrances itself. So that may be an indication that this, as some people have argued, that this may not actually be a part which belongs in there, right there, which is interesting here. And again, that is because some of these insights here probably should also be left for a later stage of the path, later stage of the practice. Okay, apart from that paragraph there called insight is the same as the other one, and there's not much more to add, I think. Then we have the contemplation of the 5 aggregates, and as I mentioned before, this particular paragraph on the aggregates only occurs in the Pali. It doesn't actually occur anywhere else in any of the other versions of this particular sutta. And when you read this paragraph, you see that it has been cut out of other parts of the Pali suttas and almost pasted in here. It reads word for word in exactly the same way here as it reads other places in the Pali here. And usually the contemplation of the 5 aggregates is something that comes towards the very end of the Buddhist path. You often see it when somebody makes a breakthrough to complete and final awakening, either that or maybe just a step before that. This is the contemplation they use. So again, I think that probably this originally was used more specifically to talk about just the contemplation to attain awakening. Then it was maybe brought into the Satipatthana Sutta and then acquired perhaps a broader meaning after it was applied to the Satipatthana Sutta. But I think it's fair to assume that this was not originally part of this. Anyway, so let us see what it says. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu abides contemplating mind objects. In other words, conditionality among conditionalities in terms of the 5 aggregates affected by clinging. And how does he do that? Here, a bhikkhu understands, such is material form, such is origin, such is disappearance, such is feeling, such is origin, such is disappearance, such is perception, such its origin, such its disappearance. Such are formations, such the origin, such the disappearance, such is consciousness, such its origin, such its disappearance. So you can see here, this is very profound, because here we are looking at the whole human being, or every aspect of the human being. And once you understand every aspect of the human being as impermanent, as non-self, as affected by suffering, of course, this is what then leads to awakening. So these are basically awakening contemplations. And that's why I think, again, because they are such profound things, they really belong to a stage of the path later than Satipatthana. They belong to a stage of the path which comes after Samadhi. And that is normally called in the suttas Sammajnana, right knowledge, or is called Yatha Bhuta Jnanadassana, the seeing of things as they actually are. But just briefly, I won't go through this in too much detail, because, as I said, I think it really belongs somewhere else. But such is material form. Again, it just means understanding material form in all its manifestations, so you understand the full extent of it. Such is origin means to understand where it comes from. And for material form, when we talk about the physical body, obviously where it arises is at birth, and its disappearance is at death. So this actually is a very broad kind of phenomena. This is the physical form, can last for a very long period of time. So that is what is meant here by physical form, as I understand it. And feeling, such is feeling, its origination and disappearance. Again, it's about understanding feeling in all its aspects and manifestation to the full extent. And the more fully you understand it, of course, the easier it is to deal with it and to actually abandon it, because you understand its limitations, etc. And the origin of feeling, now here we're talking quite differently from material form. Because with feeling, it's a mental phenomena, and mental phenomena, they come and go all the time. So the origin of feeling is always through dependent origination, is contact. So it is contact which gives rise to feeling, and that contact comes through how we're using the sensory apparatus. So it is the sensory apparatus that is the origination of feeling here. So again, if you want to end feeling, if you understand its unsatisfactoriness, its suffering, you have to actually end the sensory apparatus. And the same thing, such disappearance of feeling, well, it disappears once that contact through a particular sensory organ ceases, well, then that feeling ceases as well. It's completely dependent on that particular sensory organ at that particular time. So it comes and goes, often in very, very rapid succession, these particular feelings. And you can see that it's something which basically is out of your control. And then you have the perceptions next. Again, you understand the full range of perception. Perception is a very, very wide category. It has to do with how we relate to the world, how we're able to differentiate things, how, in the Sutta, as it often said, how you're able to understand, for example, different colors. I think, red, blue, yellow, whatever. The fact that you can differentiate those colors is an aspect of perception. But any kind of differentiation you use in the world, how you differentiate between friend and enemy, how you differentiate between words that are spoken, any way that we make sense of the world is an aspect of perception. And again, it comes through contact, just like feeling. It arises through contact. So it is the sensory apparatus that gives rise to these perceptions. And its disappearance also happens when that contact ceases. Formations, this is the will, the volition of the mind. That's what it means in terms of the 5 khandhas. So this is, again, all aspects of the will in the mind. And that will, the origin of the will, is actually 2 things. It's feeling on the one hand, because once you feel, you act on that feeling because of craving. That's the one thing you need to have will. The second thing is you have to have ignorance, or avidya, which is the very first link in dependent origination here. Because when you have feeling, you feel something, you want to act on it, the reason you act on that feeling in the wrong way is because of ignorance, not understanding what that feeling really is. And that ignorance then gives rise to craving, and that craving is what makes you want to control feelings, this and that way. When you understand through the practice of the Dhamma that you can't really control these things, there's nothing you can do about it, and you understand the nature of non-self, which is basically part and parcel of the same thing, that is when you stop craving, you stop using the will to try to control those feelings, because you have seen that you can't really do that. So that is the origin of formations, is avidya, ignorance, and its disappearance is when ignorance ceases. And then you have consciousness. Again, understanding consciousness, this is the bare knowing, the ability to know things. Its origin is said to be nama rupa. This is the other aspects of the mind and the body which support consciousness. And its disappearance is when nama rupa, the other aspects of mind and body, disappear, then consciousness also disappears. Because consciousness is 100% dependent on the other aspects of mind and the body. It cannot stand without these things. In the suttas, you have the simile of the sheaves of reed. You have 2 sheaves of reed leaning against each other. On the one side, you have nama rupa, which is mind, or like, the other khandhas, if you like, the feelings and perceptions and body, and then you have consciousness on the other side. So consciousness has to exist in dependence of these other aspects. So if you want to if you find that the consciousness is suffering and you want to end it, the only way you can do that is by ending nama rupa, which means ending rebirth in the future. In that way, consciousness also comes to an end. So when you see that it's suffering, then that is what you do. So that is the 5 aggregates. I don't want to go into more detail because I'm going to be here a long time. Does anybody have any questions at this stage? You all happy? I've got a few questions here come in from from various places overseas, actually. So let me just take a few questions from overseas before I move on. I shall try to go through the rest fairly quickly afterwards. This is from Indira Fernando in Sri Lanka. And she says, in day-to-day life, if we exercise mindfulness as in this sutta, be aware of your body, aware of your feelings, about your mind conditions, will it help keep our monkey mind checked? Okay, I think the Satipatthana Sutta is really about meditation at a fairly deep level. It's not the sort of thing you can actually do in daily life. Satipatthana is usually when you sit down cross-legged. If you think about the Anapanasati Sutta, for example, Anapanasati is a classical way of doing Satipatthana. That's how it's explained. You always sit down, first of all, cross-legged, you close your eyes, and you establish mindfulness in front of you. It's not something you can do in your daily practice. The daily practice, rather, is about being virtuous, being a good person, and exercising some degree of sense restraint. That is what daily practice is about. And of course, to exercise sense restraint, you have to have a certain mindfulness. So any practice you do to establish mindfulness is great. And that sense restraint just means that you no longer react to external objects with so much desire, so much negativity or anger, so much aversion that you ordinarily would do. You have enough mindfulness to be aware. You can see desire is about to rise. You know this is going to be suffering, and then you're able to turn in another direction. You look at something else instead. You think in a different way. And by doing that, you can actually avoid a lot of that suffering which comes from the senses not being restrained. This is what you should do in daily life. And certainly the most important part, I think, in lay life, sense restraint is more difficult than in monastic life. The most important thing is to look after your virtue. If you look after your virtue, then when you go on retreat, you will have a fair chance to actually get some good meditation on retreat. So that is the first one. And the next one question here is from Shu in New Jersey, USA. How do I apply this Satipatthana Sutta to daily activities as a lay practitioner? And is it okay to do so even though your mindfulness is not strong? As I said, I don't think you can apply Satipatthana Sutta to daily activities. Think more in terms of virtue and sense restraint. That's what it's really about. I did talk about the early aspect of Satipatthana earlier on, back in November, and if you want to listen to that, you can say what I have to say there about contemplating the postures of the body and the daily activities. And if you listen to that, you will probably understand that I normally don't consider that proper Satipatthana as such. Satipatthana is more an active meditation when you sit down and you focus on things like the 32 parts of the body or the feelings. Okay, one last question. This is from Sunil, also from New Jersey, USA. But it must be very midnight or whatever, or very early morning in the USA. That's very committed over there. That's good. So this is the, again, Anapanasati Sutta is defined in terms of the Satipatthana Sutta. So it seems Satipatthana is more fundamental in nature. Based on the Buddha's own enlightenment, it seems he attained enlightenment practicing Anapanasati. So shouldn't this be the other way around? Why the goal of Anapanasati should be to satisfy Satipatthana. Okay, I think it's very hard to say which is more fundamental. I think the point is that the Anapanasati Sutta explains how to do Satipatthana. It gives you a framework. Sometimes when you look at the Satipatthana Sutta in its own right, like we have just done now, it tells you, well, you're supposed to watch the feelings, you're supposed to know the mind states, you're supposed to understand conditionality. But sometimes you wonder, how am I supposed to do this? It is not very clear. Should I just do it in daily activities, as some people suggest? Should I sit down and watch these feelings in the body? What exactly should I do? And that is the great thing with the Anapanasati Sutta. It gives you a very clear and systematic approach for how to do Satipatthana. It tells you that if you watch if you watch the breath, that is enough. If you watch it continuously through the various stages of happiness, of arising in the mind, of the nimittas, and all the way to jhana, when you watch the breath in all these aspects, then you are fulfilling Satipatthana. And I think that is a great thing to know, because sometimes I know many people are confused about Satipatthana practice, how to do it. It's very nice to have a very simple and straightforward answer to how to practice these things. So I think that to say that one is more basic in nature, I would rather say that one is an explanation of the other. So one explains how to do it. They're both Dhamma, they go together, you cannot really separate them. And it's the fact that they go together is actually more important to say that one is more basic than the other one. Okay, so that was just a short interlude there of questions. And now I will get back again to the contemplation of conditionality in the Satipatthana Sutta. So the next contemplation of the conditionality here is of the 6 sense bases. And again, as I mentioned before, as I understand it, I don't think this is as original to this sutta as the enlightenment factors and the 5 hindrances. But just briefly, this is about understanding the 6 senses, understanding the eye and understanding visual forms. And then understanding the fetter that arises dependent on both, in other words, both the eye and visual forms. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen fetter, and how there comes to be the abandoning of the arisen fetter, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of the abandoned fetter. So again, understanding the eye and understanding forms here basically means that you understand again the limits and the scope of what can be seen, of what is possible to experience through the eye. And once you know the scope and the range of possibilities, you also understand the limitations of visual sight, of seeing things. And of course, once you understand the limitations, then it's easier to give it up, because you know that there's something better and more beyond visual forms. And then you understand that the fetter that arises depending on both. Well, this is the desire that arises because of the eye and form. The fetter, the thing which binds you there, is the desire to either just to be able to see, or the desire for specific forms out there. So these things go together. So you have the desire to see, and you have the desire for forms. And you understand how there comes to be the abandoning of the arisen fetter, how there comes to be the abandoning of that desire for these things. And again, that of course comes about because you understand that the suffering basically inherent in these particular aspects. And then the future non-arising of the abandoned fetter again comes through eventually becoming a stream enter, when you can abandon everything here. And the same thing is true for the nose, the same is true for flavors, the tongue and flavors, the body and tangibles, the mind and mental objects. Exactly the same principle goes for all of these. You understand the scope of these, you understand the desire which binds you to the objects, and you understand how there comes to be the abandoning of that desire by understanding its limitations and understanding that there's something else beyond which is worthwhile, more worthwhile than these things. That is very briefly the 6 sense bases. Then we come to the 7 enlightenment factors. And these are things that stand in contrast to the 5 hindrances that we saw before. So first of all, you practice to abandon the 5 hindrances, and once they are abandoned, you move on, so to speak, to giving rise to the 7 enlightenment factors. They are like the opposite side of the 5 hindrances. Once the 5 hindrances are gone, it doesn't mean that development of the mind stops. In fact, it continues. It continues on with the enlightenment factors. And this is why you develop the energy of the mind, the happiness of the mind, the joy, the concentration, and eventually the equanimity of the mind. And of course, these factors also have to be understood in terms of causality, because when you understand them in terms of causality, that is when you can actually you can develop more purposefully here. So again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu abides contemplating conditionality among conditionalities in terms of the 7 awakening factors. And how does he do that? Here, there being the mindfulness awakening factor in him, the bhikkhu understands there is the mindfulness awakening factor in me. Or there being no mindfulness awakening factor in him, he understands there is no mindfulness awakening factor in me. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen mindfulness awakening factor, and how the arisen mindfulness and awakening factor comes to fulfillment by development. And the mindfulness awakening factor here is in itself usually nothing but the 4 Satipatthanas. So here these things are sort of interlocked into each other. You are contemplating the mindfulness enlightenment factor through Satipatthana, and that itself is Satipatthana. So it's like an endless loop or something like that. So you understand what mindfulness is. You understand what that clarity of mind is when the hindrances are mostly removed, when the mind is clear, when there isn't much thinking going on, and you have the ability to contemplate things. You understand what that actually is. And again, that happens, of course, when you reach that point. And gradually, as you get there, you get fuller understanding of this mindfulness enlightenment factor. And because you understand what it is, it also means that you understand when it's not present. So these are 2 sides of the same coin. It's only through understanding its presence that you can also understand its absence. And then he understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen mindfulness factor. And basically, how that arising comes about is what I mentioned before. It's through the practice of the Eightfold Path. It's through the purification of the mind, the purification of virtue, that mindfulness arises. Often, and this is one of the things that I think is sometimes maybe misunderstood, people often think that mindfulness comes about as a function of the will. If you have enough willpower, if you just want to be mindful, then mindfulness is going to arise. But if you use willpower to give rise to mindfulness, it's not going to be sustainable. And you're going to feel tired, and after a while, the mindfulness will disappear because the mind becomes tired instead. So the real way to become mindful is to put in the causes, and that's why the causality is mentioned specifically here. Put the causes in that give rise to mindfulness. And those causes are always the purity of the mind, the virtue, if you like, both on the verbal and the bodily level, but also on the mental level. And by practicing that virtue, and by in particular doing things like metta practice, which purifies the mind, that is where that mindfulness factor arises after a while quite naturally because of that. And that is the ideal way for mindfulness to arise. And he understands how the mindfulness awakening factor comes to fulfillment by development. And of course, this is again the understanding usually of the Aryas, the people who are on the path, who have seen the Dhamma, because they know that the fulfillment of this happens through the development, basically, of the Eightfold Path. And it is gradually, until you reach full awakening, the mindfulness becomes more and more powerful. Then you have the same kind of thing for the other factors of awakening. You have the investigation of states, awakening factor. You have the energy awakening factor. You have the rapture awakening factor, the tranquility awakening factor, the concentration awakening factor, and then the equanimity awakening factor. And the bhikkhu understands there is the equanimity awakening factor in me. And there being no equanimity awakening factor in him, he understands there's no equanimity awakening factor in me. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen equanimity awakening factor, and how the arisen equanimity awakening factor comes to fulfillment by development. So in all of these cases, you see the same principle. You understand what these things are. Investigation of states, awakening factor, basically is understanding the various mental qualities you can have. Understanding which ones are wholesome and good that you want to develop, and which ones are not good and which leads to a decline in spiritual qualities. So that is the first one, the energy enlightenment factor. This is the virya in the Pali, and this again is something which arises quite naturally in the mind at this stage. So as you understand the unwholesome factors of the mind, you understand the wholesome ones, there comes a natural energy because you want to get rid of, so to speak, the bad ones and develop the good ones. And you get very keen to do that, and that keenness inside, that sense of urgency, the sense of inspiration that you get by seeing this is that natural energy which flows from inside. And this is the best kind of energy. As long as you have to put forth a lot of effort yourself, it is much more tiring. When the energy comes by itself, that is when it becomes really powerful. And you understand where this comes from. Again, with the awakening factors, it's exactly the same thing as with the Noble Eightfold Path. They are a conditioned sequence. So once you have mindfulness, that is when investigation of states happen, because you have the ability to investigate properly once mindfulness is there. Once you investigate properly, the energy will arise because you will want to do something about it. Once the energy arises, the rapture, the piti comes. That's an aspect of the energy, is that rapture of the mind. So these follow each other. From the rapture comes the tranquility of the mind. From the tranquility comes the concentration. From the concentration, the highest peak of concentration is the equanimity. And this refers mostly to the equanimity of the fourth jhana. So here you can see how each one of these comes into being as conditioned by the previous one. And in each case, your job is to understand this factor in its fullness, what it means in its fullness. Then to understand that the previous factor is what conditions it. So you understand in each case how the previous factor leads to this factor. And eventually you also understand how each factor comes through fulfillment by developing it through the Noble Eightfold Path. So these are very high states of mind, and these are all basically dealing with samadhi and jhanas, and they're called enlightenment factors precisely because they lead to enlightenment, they lead to awakening. Once you have the equanimity of the fourth jhana, basically you are there. There isn't much more you have to do beyond that. Okay, so that is the 7 enlightenment factors. Then you have the 4 noble truths, and again the 4 noble truths only exist in the Pali, and as I understand it, it is not what was originally part of the Satipatthana Sutta. And the way the 4 noble truths are mentioned here, they're mentioned in exactly the same way. They're not really mentioned as contemplations, they're mentioned in exactly the same way that they are mentioned when you become a stream enter. So the way it is described here is, here a bhikkhu understands as it actually is, this is suffering. He understands as it actually is, this is the origin of suffering. He understands as it actually is, this is the cessation of suffering. He understands as it actually is, this is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. And this usually, when you understand something as it actually is, in particular the 4 noble truths, this is a way of saying, well, now you are a stream enterer because you have understood the Dhamma to its full depth. So again, I feel it doesn't fit the context all that well, because this is, rather than being a contemplation and something that leads to samadhi and leads to enlightenment, this actually describes pretty much one of the awakening experiences themselves. Okay, so that concludes the various exercises of the 4th Satipatthana, and then all we have left is the conclusion. And the conclusion runs as follows. Bhikkhus, if anyone should develop these 4 focuses of mindfulness in such a way for 7 years, one of 2 fruits could be expected for him, either final knowledge here and now, or if there is a trace of clinging left, non-returning here. So basically, final knowledge is awakening, is arahantship, and non-returning is anagami. It's when you are almost fully awakened, but you have a slight, tiny little bit of clinging left. But apart from that, you have got there. So if you practice it for 7 years, it says, this is what happens. Then he goes, let alone 7 years. If you should develop these 4 focuses of mindfulness in such a way for 6 years, for 5 years, for 4 years, for 3 years, for 2 years, for 1 year, etc., etc. Again, the same thing can be expected. If you should develop them for 7 months, 6 months, 5 months, 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, half a month, again, the same thing can be expected. Let alone half a month, if one should develop these 4 focuses of mindfulness in such a way for 7 days, 1 of 2 fruits could be expected for him. Either you become fully awakened, or if there is a trace of clinging left, you become a anagami, a non-returner. So, it's an interesting passage because you wonder what exactly does this mean? Does it mean that if you practice it properly for 7 years, this must happen? How can there be such a difference between 7 years and 7 days? What is going on here? And the point just seems to be that obviously people are at very different levels in their practice, and somebody might already have a very deep samadhi, for example, and this is a person who will make very, very quick progress. And somebody who is much lesser may indeed take, I think, even much longer than 7 years to actually fulfill these things. It all depends on where you are in your practice and how you're practicing. But the other thing is, and again, is an interesting fact about this passage, you will have noticed there's a strange thing going on in this passage, which is the first one starts with 7 years, the first paragraph there. The next paragraph starts with 7 months. And the last one has 7 days in it. Why does it start with 7 years? Why does it start with 7 months? What is actually going on there? And it seems that the number 7 has a kind of special significance very often. It has a kind of, maybe even a kind of mythical significance in many places. And by putting 7 there, you are sort of applying a kind of mythical significance to the Satipatthana Sutta. So I don't know how literally this is to be understood, whether it is just to be understood that if you practice this well, you will quickly reach to the goal. This is the way to reach the goal. I think really is probably the right way of understanding this particular paragraph. It is interesting that the Chinese version of this paragraph, it doesn't stop with 7 days, then goes on to say if you practice in 6 days, 5 days, it goes down to 1 day. So then you can wonder, well, which one is correct? And the point is, I think, it's not about one being correct or the other one correct. It is just basically an injunction to say, the better, the more you put these instructions into practice, the quicker will be your results. And of course, to be able to put these instructions into practice in the first place, you have to have mindfulness established already. The Satipatthana Sutta, as I mentioned at the very beginning, back in November, is that it has as a prerequisite that mindfulness is already established. So it already starts at a very high level. And this may be one reason why one has this ability to gain these high attainments so quickly. And then we have the very last paragraph here, and this is the same as the opening paragraph to the sutta. So it was with reference to this that it was said, because this is the path leading in one direction for the purification of beings, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of Nibbana, namely the 4 focuses of mindfulness. And again here, the point here is of course that this is just about the direct path. It says here, ekayana maggo, this is the path which leads in one direction only, or somebody suggested it may even mean the path that leads to one, ekayano, in other words, a path that leads to samadhi, which is an interesting interpretation of that phrase. But this is the path which leads in one direction only, for the purification of beings. These, of course, are the things we're trying to achieve. For the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, in other words, for the ending of all problems, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way. This is a code for stream entry. True way is like seeing dependent origination, which is stream entry, and for the realization of Nibbana, which is the attainment of full awakening, arahantship. So this is the path, the 4 focuses of mindfulness, the 4 places where you focus mindfulness. That is what the Blessed One said, that the bhikkhus were satisfied and delighted in the Blessed One's words. So, any questions on all of that? Are you all happy? Yes?
If using metta is a way to offset ill will, if using metta as a way to offset ill will, then is using sense restraint the way to offset desire?
It's part of it. There are many ways of offsetting desire. And one of them is, when you see the beauty in something, is to actually see the other side of that thing. Seeing that it's not just attractive, it has a negative side as well. Food becomes rotten after a while. It's only beautiful for a short time. It's beautiful when you're hungry. When you're full, it doesn't really look so nice anymore. There's all these aspects to these things. And also there's the craving involved with these things. And the craving itself is somehow unpleasant rather than a peaceful state. So there's sense restraint is one aspect, but sometimes you need that ability to see the negative aspect of something to be able to do sense restraint. For example, if you walk around and you see something attractive, you will be drawn by desire very, very quickly unless you're able to turn your mind in a different direction. Now, one way of turning your mind in a different direction is to remind yourself straight away there is a negative aspect to this. It's not as good as it looks. It's impermanent. It is something I can't control in the long run. It's going to change, all these kind of things. So they go together, and when they go together, they become very powerful. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anybody else want to ask any questions? Okay, good. So let us just pay respect to the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. A lot of teaching on the schedule, and the reason why I have kind of packed it out with teachings is not because I kind of plan to exhaust myself completely. That's not really the reason. Just really kind of come back to Perth and really kind of just crash out. But no, the reason is because I think on these kind of retreats, one-day retreats, it is useful to focus on teachings rather than too much meditation. A little bit of meditation is nice just to kind of to sort of sort out the teachings in your mind and these kind of things and relax a little bit. But there's a limit to how much meditation you can do in a place like this with so many people together here. So that's kind of my plan anyway. And if you want to do more meditation and you don't think it's enough meditation, you can just close your eyes while I talk and you can meditate. Yeah, that's always a possibility here. So just find what works. There's a lot of teachings. We have 4 hours on Satipatthana, and then we have a Q&A at the end. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, please come up front. I promise not to bite or anything like that, so don't be afraid. So Satipatthana, one of the reasons is also because Satipatthana is a very quite a big topic. You could talk about this a lot. You could do an entire meditation retreat with 4 hours a day for 10 days, and you can still talk about Satipatthana. And you may remember, some of you who know the suttas really well, there is a little passage in the Majjhima Nikaya number 12 called the Maha Sutta, called the Maha Syanada Sutta, the greater discourse on the lion's roar, where the Buddha says that even if someone who was really astute and smart and intelligent, who knew the Dhamma really well, if they were to ask him continuously questions for 100 years, still he wouldn't run out of answers to Satipatthana practice. Obviously, it's a very broad topic. So for this reason, it is, I think, good to have so many hours so we can kind of get down to the various kind of aspects of this particular sutta. So why is it so broad? What is it about Satipatthana that make it so conducive to so many talks and so many hours? And the reason is because Satipatthana really is about the cultivation of the mind and meditation practice. And this is, of course, what Buddhism is famous for, and this is exactly the thing that the Buddha was a master in, how to move the mind towards deep meditation, the things that are required to make that work. Yeah, and this is why it is such a very, very broad topic, and why it can take so much time. Now, just to start out, I want to make it a fairly informal thing, yeah. So if you want to ask questions as we go along, you're very welcome to do so. It doesn't have to all be done at the very end during the Q&A, because sometimes if you ask as we go along, then it is more fresh, and you know, it's a bit more interactive. And I think sometimes when it's more interactive, it's like you feel more engaged. When you're more engaged, you listen perhaps more, yeah. Otherwise, kind of after a while, you kind of, this guy in front droning on about Satipatthana, and after a while you kind of lose your interest a little bit. And this is natural, because we come here for different reasons. So please feel free to ask questions as we go along here. So what this is going to be is going to be a mixture of theoretical aspects of the Dhamma on the one hand, looking a little bit at the historical context behind the Satipatthana practice, what it means, and also, of course, focusing on practical aspects, how to actually apply it in your own life. So the idea is to bring in both of these things, because very often they go together, and it's when you see them together that it really starts to make sense, and you start to understand what you actually have to do. So, Satipatthana. So one of the interesting things about Satipatthana, which you may have noticed in your life, is or when you read about Satipatthana, it is very often talked about as being a very important sutta, yeah. And you can read various books and they say, oh, this is the most important sutta in the Pali canon, yeah, this is what really matters. Everything else is like Mickey Mouse compared to Satipatthana sutta. But and this is fascinating, because it's very common that you read about this. People say this is this is it, and in large parts of the Buddhist world, people worship the Satipatthana Sutta. They put it on a pedestal. They put it in a nice glass cabinet, and they wrap it in a nice piece of cloth, and they kind of bow down to the Satipatthana Sutta and these kind of things, which is kind of nice. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean to ridicule these kind of things at all, because it's nice. It's the teaching of the Buddha, and we should have a certain respect for it. But the problem is it tends to end with that. Yeah? It doesn't kind of go any further, and that is kind of the problem. It becomes a matter of respect without really understanding that the purpose of the respect is to put it into practice. The respect is not an end in itself. It is as part of a larger idea, a larger way of thinking about these suttas in an appropriate way. So this is part of the problem. How do we get there? Why is it that the Satipatthana Sutta is so worshipped? Why is it kind of said to be the most important sutta that there is? Is there any good reasons for that? Is it maybe a mistake? Why is that the case? And part of it is just historical reasons. Yeah, it has Satipatthana Sutta was very influential in Burma. Burma is one of the places where the Vipassana, so-called Vipassana movement started out. It started out with some of the great scholar monks of Burma, like Lady Sayadaw, for example, back in the late 19th century, who promoted the idea of Vipassana meditation. And a lot of that needs to be understood in the historical context of Burma, and not necessarily as something that is, related to Buddhism overall. It is kind of often confined, maybe, to some extent anyway, to Burmese society. And part of that, it is said by some scholars that part of that is a reaction to the colonial times in Burma and how they promoted Buddhism as almost like a counter to the kind of colonial problems, with the British, etc., and how they felt a sense of pride, rightly so, of course, in the Buddhist teachings, and how they wanted to promote that to the population in general, not just to the monastics. And part of that promotion to the population in general was to enhance the idea that everyone can meditate. Meditation is for everybody. It's not just for the elite who wears funny clothes. It is for everyone. Yeah, and this is nice, of course, because when you read the suttas, the Buddha sometimes does say that meditation is for everyone. He doesn't say it that often, actually, but occasionally he does. So it is a good thing that everyone has a chance to practice the Buddhist path fully. And this is really how this Vipassana movement came about in Burma. It may even have deeper roots. It can be very difficult to read history, because sometimes there isn't that much information available, and even if there is, it's kind of deeply hidden, but at least this part of history is well known. And I think part of the reasons why the Satipatthana Sutta is so highly regarded comes from that Vipassana movement. So this is the first reason. Another reason why Satipatthana is highly regarded, and people will say, is because it occurs twice in the suttas. Yeah, you have for those of you who know your suttas, you know that it occurs in the Majjhima Nikaya number 10, called the Satipatthana Sutta. Then it occurs in the Digha Nikaya number 22, the Maha Satipatthana Sutta. So it occurs twice. Yeah, so that means it must be really important. Is that right? If it's twice, yeah, otherwise it wouldn't be there twice, right? If it wasn't extremely important. So the question is, why does it occur twice? Is there a good reason for that? Is it because the Buddha really thought this is so important we have to do it twice, or might there be some other reason? And I think the answer is that there is another reason, actually nothing to do with the Buddha at all. I think the reason why it occurs twice is because at some point during history it was duplicated. Yeah. People saw, okay, this is a sutta which we need in different places, because everybody needs to know more about Satipatthana practice, so we're going to make a copy of it and whack it into one of the other collections as well. We can't just have it in the Majjhima, it needs to be in the Digha Nikaya as well, not just the middle-length discourses, but also the long ones. And then when we put it into the long ones, we will expand it a little bit at the same time. And why do I say that? And one of the reasons why I say that is that if you read the Satipatthana Sutta, it is the place that it is taught in is a place called Kammasadhamma, which is a kind of a fairly obscure place in the Kuru country. Kuru country is not far from present-day New Delhi, kind of the core part of Brahmanism in ancient India, where you hear about the Kurukshetra, which is the capital of the Kuru country. And this is where this sutta was taught. And there were a few suttas taught there, but not that many. But apparently the Satipatthana Sutta was only taught there, and not only taught there, but twice in the same place. Kind of strange. The Buddha almost never went there. Yeah, it would have been maybe almost twice. Because he went there maybe only once or twice, it would have been kind of one day after the other. He would have taught the same sutta, which is strange. Yeah, and then you look at some of the other traditions of Buddhism, some of the other schools, and they only appear to have the Satipatthana Sutta once. It only occurs once. So because it is verbatim the same in the Mahasatipatthana Sutta as it is in the Satipatthana Sutta, almost exactly the same, even the place and everything, there's good grounds for thinking that it is just a duplication of the same sutta. It is very rare for suttas to be verbatim the same, unless they have been copied like this. So I say, to my mind, it has been copied, and this, I'm not the only one who says this, but this is kind of I agree with that particular position. And then it was expanded somewhat, and the expansion that you find in the Mahasatipatthana Sutta adds a lot of kind of dry material, which is taken from other analysis of the Four Noble Truths, for example, the Satchavibhanga Sutta, in the Majjhima Nikaya 141, which is an exposition of the Four Noble Truths. It is taken from there. Some of it appears to be taken from the Abhidhamma, because it is very, or at least the proto-Abhidhamma, and then included in the Satipatthana Sutta, and then expanded out. So there's two Satipatthana Suttas. There's a short version called the Satipatthana, and then a really long version. Yeah, really, really long, full of little dots, ellipsis point, and if you expand it out, it would have become really large. So then what is interesting, and this shows you a little bit about how these things change, yeah? If you go to the Burmese version of the suttas, that Maha Satipatthana Sutta that you find in the Digha Nikaya has then been also moved into the Majjhima Nikaya. So in the Burmese version, you have two versions of the long sutta, both in the Digha and also in the Majjhima. And this is not the case for other Buddhist countries, yeah, like Thailand or Sri Lanka. It's only in the Burmese tradition that they have that. And so that would have happened maybe sometime around the 5th council or something. Nobody knows exactly when it happened, probably around that time. It's a bit uncertain. But it's a fairly modern expansion of that sutta, which so far has only happened in the Burmese canon. Come back in a couple of years' time. Yeah, your next life or your life after that, come back here to Buddhist fellowship in 200 years' time. Yeah. And then what you probably will find is that Maha Satipatthana Sutta had then made its way through the entire Pali Canon, and is also found there also in all the other traditions, Sri Lankan tradition, Thai tradition. Yeah? This is how things move and change over time, and how kind of things that originally may have been a little bit dubious suddenly take over, and the entire canon gains that particular, becomes like that. So I don't know if this interests you at all. I find it quite fascinating and exciting personally, but I don't know if they find this interesting. But the point I'm trying to make is simply that there are good reasons to think that the Satipatthana Sutta is nothing really all that special. Yeah, it is one sutta among many suttas, and if you are going to ask yourself if a sutta is special, it can't just be some random opinion from some random person, yeah, it's special. Who says it's special? There's only one person in the whole world who has the authority to say that the sutta is special. Who is that person? The Buddha, exactly, the Buddha, yeah? It's not, no one else really has that authority. So we need to ask ourselves, what does the Buddha say? Does the Buddha say the Satipatthana Sutta is special? And there's nothing in the suttas really to suggest that. The Buddha, for him, the Satipatthana Sutta is one among a large number of suttas, and they are all special. Everyone is special. Everyone is kind of worthy of listening to and practicing. So this is the first important point that I want to make, because this is the, I think, it kind of puts, it doesn't mean that Satipatthana Sutta is not important. Of course it is. It just means that it is one among a large number of suttas. So what I want to do now is to have a look at, well, what does the Buddha say is important? Yeah, what are the things that really matter? And to be able to do that, I would like to show you some of the texts. Can we get these things on the screen, Jenny? Is that possible? I'm not sure if I can connect that one actually. I'm not sure if I have that kind of port. Well, let's see. This may be too simple. This may be too old-fashioned. Okay. So, is there any of that can plug into that? Not doesn't work, does it? No. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm going to have to try to bring it up on that one then. Okay. Let's see what happens. We can probably sort it out. Yeah. Okay. Does this one connect to the internet? Is that possible? Yeah. Can we connect it up now? Is that all right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry? I don't... Yeah, no, I actually, I have just the internet. I just have it on the... So don't... No problems. Okay. Oui. Okay, excellent. I'm left-handed, you see, so I need to move this over here. So, Okay. In the old days, it was bad to be left-handed because it made you a sinister person. But these days, actually, it's okay. So autistic, artistic. Okay, I thought he was saying I was autistic. So okay, let's go to suttacentral.net. I can show this is quite a nice website anyway. You know about Sutta Central? So this is Ajahn Sudato's life work, suttacentral.net. And so let's have a look here, what we want to have a look at. Whoa. Okay, so let's go to the Digha Nikaya. You can see now. You can see how the sutta, this website works. By oops, it's not coming on there. Okay, you can't see anything. Okay. In the meantime, I will have some tea while we get this organized out. Aha, it's up. Okay, good. Okay, so here we are. So let's get started. So this is the website called Sutta Central, and here you find pretty much all the teachings of the Buddha. Not exact, almost all anyway, very close. And so it's very handy if you ever want to access them. You don't have to buy physical books anymore. And so this is all there, and it's quite new. So we are among the first generation to be able to access all the suttas online. The Buddhists, as always, have been a bit behind the times, but now finally we are getting there. Yeah, the Christians already have 100 translations of the Bible online, and the Buddhists haven't even got one translation of the suttas. But that's okay. It's nice to be low tech. Yeah, I think I quite appreciate that. So here you can see this is the Parinibbana Sutta. Yeah, I'm kind of just navigating through this, and here you have all the various sub-parts of the Parinibbana Sutta. You have all the various famous little episodes in that sutta, and then we come down to here, the appeal of Venerable Ananda, and there's one part of this that is I want to look at. Okay, so here we are. Is that readable or is it too small? Can you see that properly? It's little bit on the small side perhaps. So this is the famous Parinibbana Sutta. I should ask, I tend to assume that everyone really knows their Buddhism really well. Is there anyone here who is fairly new to Buddhism or to these teachings? Was everyone really super duper clued in? Is everyone kind of expert already? Is there any non-experts here? Everyone is expert. Okay, good. Okay, great. Okay, so it's nice because sometimes when we go into these details, sometimes I may lose people. So please don't feel afraid of asking questions. Sometimes the problem is you're so lost you don't even know which question to ask. You know what I mean? But so please don't be afraid of asking and allowing me to elaborate, because sometimes if you have a question, quite likely there will be others also in the audience who have exactly the same question. Probably you think, oh, my question is so stupid, I don't dare to ask. Yeah, that's usually how things go. But please, don't be afraid of asking really, really stupid questions. Perfectly okay. So this particular sutta is in the Digha Nikaya. Digha means long, Nikaya means collection. So this is the collection of long discourses. And this is one of the most famous sutta in many ways because it is a very long sutta, and also because it happens to be about the Buddha's final days. Yeah, this is the very famous sutta where the Buddha is journeying from Rajagaha, the capital of the ancient Magadhan Empire. It wasn't an empire yet, it was only a small kingdom at this time. And then he journeys from there all the way to Kushinara, where he passes away eventually. And the Buddha knows that he's about to pass away. And because he knows that he's getting close, he's getting old, he has all the characteristics of old age, the skin is getting wrinkly, his faculties are declining, he needs to lie down and have a rest all the time. It has in many ways, a very naturalistic, natural feel about it, that the Buddha is coming to the end of his life. And this is one of the beautiful parts of this sutta and all the other suttas as well, is that natural element is there. There's also an overlay of supernatural things happening, but I think we can take it for granted that the natural elements are likely to be more, at least, authentic, because these are things people wouldn't normally emphasize. Normally they emphasize the supernatural stuff. The natural things are probably likely to be the most authentic parts. So the Buddha knows he's going to pass away. What do you do if you are the greatest spiritual master in human history? You have devoted your entire life to teaching the Dhamma and practicing the Dhamma and passing it on to future generations. What do you do when you're about to pass away? And what you do when you are about to pass away is to tell your disciples how to sustain the teaching for the future. What is required, how they should live, what to emphasize in their life, which teachings are the most authentic ones, what is the core part of the Buddhist message, and then how to transmit that message down the generations. This is what the Buddha is trying to do in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta. So because of that, this is where we find the Buddha telling his disciples what really the Dhamma is about. And this particular passage that we find here, this is where the Buddha has just told Venerable Ananda that, what do you expect? Of course I'm going to pass away. This is to be expected. Let me see if I can find that passage just before here. Well, you have one part just up here, where the Buddha says that he has relinquished the life faculty, and then it says it is not possible for the realized one, for the sake of life, to take back the life force once it has been given up like that. So, whatever that means, the point is that the people are expecting that the Buddha will pass away. This is what that is about. And then you can see here just after that, the Buddha then talks about gathering all the mendicants. Mendicants means monastics. If you see the word mendicant, straight away you know Ajahn Sujato. This is how you know it is his translation. This is a giveaway. Nobody else translates it in this way. So straight away you know. So he says gather them all together because he has a special message for them. That's why he kind of says to gather them all together. And then when they have all come together, then this is what he says down here. So he says, and this is kind of, remember, the Buddha coming to the end of his life, now he's telling his monastic order what to remember, what is of significance, And does he say the Satipatthana Sutta? Probably not. This is what he says. So mendicants, having carefully memorized those teachings, I have taught you from my direct knowledge. You should cultivate, develop, and make much of them, so that this spiritual practice may last for a long time. This is already a very interesting little phrase just right there. And what makes Buddhism last in the future is our practice of these teachings. That is the most important point. The most important point is not to kind of copy the teachings and kind of give them to other people. This is often the case you find in Buddhist circles. Everyone wants to convert everyone else. This is the most important thing. But actually, if you really want Buddhism to work, it is not the conversion of others that is the most important point. The most important point is your own practice, to make sure that you carry out these teachings. And especially, of course, for the monastics, this is most important of all, because that is where usually you can take the practice the furthest. Not always, but usually. So memorize those teachings, Then those things or those teachings I have taught from my direct knowledge. So what are those things that he has taught from his direct knowledge? This is then becomes then interesting, yeah? So he says, because that would be for the welfare and happiness of people, for the benefit, welfare, happiness of gods and humans. And what are those things I have taught from my direct knowledge? Yeah, and this is where it gets interesting, because this then is the core of these teachings. And what are they? They are the 4 kinds of mindfulness meditations. This is the 4 Satipatthanas, the 4 right efforts, the 4 bases of psychic power. This is the Iddhipadas, the 5 faculties, the Panchindriya, the 5 powers, the Panchabala, the 7 awakening factors, the Satta Sambhojangas, and then the Noble Eightfold Path, the Atangika Arya Magga. So these are the things, yeah? So you can see there that it is quite a broad collection of things that are core aspects of the Buddhist teachings that should be memorized. And if you look at those things, you will recognize they are all aspects of the Buddhist path, yeah? All about how to live, what to practice, what to do. There's nothing much philosophical about this. It is how to apply ourselves to these teachings. This is what this is all about. And this group of things here, they are usually called, as a collective, they're called the 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas. Bodhi is awakening, Pakka means side, yeah, or wing. So these are the 37 aspects on the side of awakening. In other words, aids to awakening, or whatever you want to call it. So if you look at that, if you look at these 37, you will see it is this broad set of things, and in some ways these 37, if you want to look at them in a simple way, you can think of them just as an expansion of the Noble Eightfold Path. All of these things, they fit into the Noble Eightfold Path. Yeah, that's just an expansion to see it from different angles, with different focuses on different aspects of the Noble Eightfold Path, but really it is just about the Noble Eightfold Path. So that is what matters. Now, what is interesting about this as well is that if you take those 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas, it's a lot, yeah, 37. Can you remember 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas? You can? Okay, good. Yeah, okay, some of you can. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember 37. But what is interesting, if you take all the 37 out and you classify them, group them together, what you find is that there are certain things there that are more predominant than others. So, for example, the idea of effort and energy is very predominant. You find this in a large number of places here. If you add it all up, it becomes something like 7 or 8 times that it is talked about here. Mindfulness is another one, also similar kind of number of times, and then samadhi is the last one. So these are really the core areas, if you like, of the 37. Right effort, right sati, right mindfulness, and then samma samadhi, right samadhi. And if you look at those things, they are all about the cultivation of the mind. Mental cultivation, if you can therefore take it, is in many ways the core part of what Buddhist practice is about. But mental cultivation is not limited to meditation practice. Yeah, mental cultivation is also what we do outside of meditation practice, and I will talk about this more today as the day goes on. But that is kind of the essence. But because it also has other aspects to this 37 factors, you will realize that, again, the foundation for mental cultivation is specifically 2 things, and that is right view, or wisdom, if you like, or faith. These are all different aspects of the same thing: faith, wisdom, right view, and sila. These are the foundations for the mental cultivation. And these 37 factors really come around these aspects. Foundational aspects, right view, and virtue, and then the mental cultivation built up on top of that. So this is what matters. So if you ever want to know what is really important in Buddhism, what the path is about, what the Buddha said we should focus on, it is the 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas, the 37 aids to awakening. This is what matters. So that is just that is that part of it. So just to kind of clarify what really is important and what matters. Now, what I want to look at next, let me just see what I have as the next sutta over here, because it's a bit... okay, so so that is the core, yeah? So then the next thing we want to know, we have realized that the Satipatthana is only one part of the practice. So what exactly is Satipatthana practice about? Why do we want to do this? How does it fit in with the other factors of the path? Yeah, this is a very important point, because once we understand what it is about, it becomes obvious how we actually cultivate it and what we're supposed to do with it. So a bit of theory is useful insofar as it helps to guide us as to what is important. So to understand this we need to look at the path overall, yeah, and one of those areas where you see the path overall, or you see kind of a broad section of the path, is in the Noble Eightfold Path, because the Noble Eightfold Path is a complete set of teachings on how to practice. So, what does the Noble Eightfold Path say about Samma Sati, about Satipatthana practice? And let me just bring that up as well, because when you see it, you might believe me, otherwise you might think I'm just telling you dodgy things. So I don't know whether you think that, but you probably don't. You're probably really kind of nice. And but maybe some of you may think, oh, this monk, I've never seen him before, not sure if he's to be relied on or not. So here you are. So this is the first sutta in the chapter called the Magga Samyutta. These are the connected discourses on the path. Yeah, Magga is the path, and Samyutta, connected discourses. And so here, what you see the Noble Eightfold Path, and you see it in two ways. You see the wrong way, which is not the Noble Eightfold Path, and then you see the Noble Eightfold Path as it actually works. And that you find it down here, yeah? You see it down there. And what you will see there, what is interesting about this, is that you will see, and this is something you see throughout the suttas, that it is a conditioned path where each factor leads on to the next one. So first of all, it says the sage, firm in knowledge, yeah, over here, firm in knowledge, gives rise to right view. Yeah, and then you have over here, right view gives rise to right thought, or samma sankappa, right intention, if you like. Then the right intention gives rise to right speech. The right speech gives rise to right action. The right action gives rise to right livelihood. Right livelihood to right effort. Right effort to right mindfulness. And now comes the interesting part. Now comes the part which really, this is where we understand what it is all about. The last one there is that right mindfulness gives right to right what? Right immersion. What? This is another giveaway. It means, Ajahn Sudato has done the translation, that's what it means. Immersion is samadhi. Yeah, it is stillness according to Ajahn Brahm, it is concentration according to Bhikkhu Bodhi. I think I prefer Ajahn Brahm's translation, to be honest. I like right stillness because I find it really evocative of what we are trying to achieve, and it kind of has an emotionally appealing side to the word stillness. Immersion to me is just a little bit too... It's nice, it gives you an idea of what samadhi is, but it's, to my mind, it's a little bit too intellectual and doesn't have enough emotional force to it in my mind. But I shouldn't be criticizing Ajahn Sudato publicly. But actually, it's not really meant as a criticism. It's just meant as a nuance. It's looking at things in different ways. So that's really what it's meant as. But this is very interesting because it tells you something about the purpose of mindfulness. It is to lead to samadhi. And so if we do Satipatthana practice, the purpose of Satipatthana practice is to take us to samadhi. This is very interesting, and it is very It is maybe not something that you will normally hear in many Buddhist circles. It is usually understood that samadhi, satipatthana, is a vipassana practice that leads to insight. This is kind of one of those very common views in the Buddhist world. And this is why it is so useful to sometimes set aside for a while the ordinary views and see what the Buddha has to say about these things. And here you see right mindfulness leading to samadhi. I'll talk about a little bit later what that means for how to understand Satipatthana and all of this. But already it's very powerful because it says something about how this path is supposed to go. And then we can start to get some idea what this practice is about. This is the Noble Eightfold Path. This is the main expression of how these Buddhist teachings work. Yeah, this is the main expression of it. And in the main expression of it, you find that purpose of it is for samadhi. So, that is not the only place. Yeah, this is only the beginning of the. I'm really going to have some fun with this and going to mess around a bit. I hope you have fun too. Sometimes I'm the only one who has fun. Everyone else is really bored. But so that is that one. And let's have a look at it from a different angle. So I'm talking about now seeing Satipatthana in context, yeah, within the other aspects of the path. So what is another way? Another of the set. Let's keep on coming back to these 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas, because that is the main teaching. So let's have a look at the Sambojjhangas, the 7 awakening factors. Now this is talked about quite nicely in the Majjhima Nikaya. So we go to the Majjhima Nikaya. It is here. So we go to this is the Anapanasati Sutta, which has talks about this very nicely. Yeah, so here we have mindfulness of breathing, Anapanasati. We will use Ajahn Sujato's translation today because they are quite nice and modern. I actually really like his translations in many ways. And then we go down. It's a long sutta. We come down towards the end here. Okay, so here we are. So this is how are the 4 kinds of mindfulness meditation developed and cultivated so as to fulfill the 7 awakening factors. Now if you look at this sequence here, you will notice that it is another of these conditional sequences. So here it says, when a mendicant meditates by observing an aspect of the body, at that time their mindfulness is established and lucid. At such a time, a mendicant has activated the awakening factor of mindfulness. They develop it and perfect it. As they live mindfully in this way, they investigate, explore, and inquire into that principle with wisdom. So you see here how mindfulness naturally leads over to the second of these awakening factors. The second one is called Dhamma Vichaya in Pali. I should really have the Pali text, but it gets a bit too complicated if I have Pali text up there as well, so we'll just stick with the English for today. So it leads naturally to the second factor. Then the second factor down here, investigating the principle with wisdom, as they do that, their energy is roused up and unflagging. So that leads to the energy. The energy, then here, down here, the next one, leads to the spiritual rapture. Spiritual rapture leads to tranquility. Tranquility leads to samadhi. And samadhi then leads to equanimity, which is just the highest expression of samadhi down here. So again, this shows you how the 7 factors of awakening, they start out with sati, the sati sambojjhanga, and they lead one by one all the way to samadhi. Here you find an expansion of the sequence. You see how sati actually does lead to samadhi through a sequence of factors. And if you look at that sequence of factors, they are all such beautiful factors. This is one of the things I really love about these Buddhist teachings. You see here you have the spiritual rapture, you have the tranquility down here, you have the energy. These are all beautiful mental states that everyone really would like to develop because it just feels really nice when you have these mental qualities. But the main point now is just that sati, which is also in this context is defined as the 4 satipatthanas, it leads to samadhi via all of these other factors. So now we have looked at 15 of the 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas, and these 15 all show you the same thing. Sati leading to samadhi. That's 15. Okay, so what is there more? Maybe there's even more to this, yeah? You get no kind of prize for guessing that there is more, because I'm kind of giving away the game a little bit here. So we go to the Mahavaga again. I don't know if you're able to follow what I'm doing there with the cursor, but don't worry about it. And now we have come to the Indriya Samyutta. This is on the 5 faculties, yeah? And we go to a sutta here called the Apana Sutta. This is the advantage of knowing your suttas. You know exactly where you have to go. You don't have to, because you know where these points are you want to make. So here we have the 5 faculties. Another one of these 37 things that are the core part of the Buddha's teachings. And what does it say? Well, it says down here, let's get this right. Faithful, noble disciple, yeah? This faith is the first of these 5 spiritual faculties. If you have faith, it can be expected that the second one will arise. Second one is energy. This is somewhat similar to the idea of right effort, yeah? Effort and energy are related to each other. When you have the right energy, it says here, faithful and energetic, then it can be expected you will be mindful. Yeah? And then it says in the next paragraph here, if you are faithful, energetic, and mindful, it can be expected that you will gain immersion, samadhi, yeah? Stillness of the mind. This is what happens, again, from mindfulness. So again, exactly the same point again. I'm just saying all of these things. They're all saying pretty much the same thing. I'm kind of really driving the point home because it is such an incredibly important point. I want to show you how important it is according to the suttas. This is why I'm kind of saying the same thing again and again and again. This is why the Buddha repeats himself so much as well in the suttas, because it takes a while sometimes for these things really to become clear. Yeah, so there it is again. So now we have seen it is on the Noble Eightfold Path. It is on the 7 awakening factors. It is part of the 5 spiritual faculties. Another set is called the 5 ballas. 5 ballas are the 5 spiritual powers, and they are essentially the same as the spiritual faculties, seen from a slightly different angle. So the same sequence also applies to that. So then you have how many? 25 of 37? Yeah? 25 of 37 Bodhipakya Dhammas show you all of these sets have exactly the same sequence, yeah? Mindfulness leading to samadhi. So what about the last 12? Do they say something contradictory? No, they don't. It's only that the last 12 focus on specific areas. So because they focus on specific areas, you don't see the graduation, how one thing moves to the next one. The last 12 are about the 4 right efforts. It focuses specifically on that. They are, of course, the 4 Satipatthanas are also talked about separately, and then you have the 4 Iddhipadas, the 4 bases of spiritual power, which really are about samadhi practice. So they are focused on special areas, and that's why you don't see the development as obviously. Actually, if you looked at it in more detail, you would see it even there, but it's not as obvious as it is in these ones. So there you are. Yeah, the core teachings of the Buddha. The one thing the Buddha always said we should remember for future generations, yeah, all of it points to one thing, one purpose for Satipatthana. It is to take us to samadhi. So this is one of the important points I want to make, because it says a lot about how we should practice Satipatthana. And you will notice there's nothing there really about Satipatthana leading to awakening, yeah, or leading, it does of course ultimately, but nothing here which takes you directly at least to the awakening status. It always goes at the very least via samadhi before you reach awakening here. So I hope that is persuasive. I've really kind of laid it on pretty thick there, so you just really kind of have, so just to make it very clear here. So that is the purpose of Satipatthana. So this is the first thing, the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is, if that is the purpose of Satipatthana, well, what is it that gives rise to Satipatthana? What are the kind of preliminary things that we have to do to get there? Yeah, this is the next thing here. And I can go back because I have it all up here now, so it makes it very easy to go back again. It's all there. So now, if you go back again, you will see that what gives rise to Satipatthana is right effort. Yeah, Noble Eightfold Path gives rise to, right effort gives rise to right mindfulness. You go to the 7 bojjhangas, these are the 7 awakening factors, and again this principle is the same. Yeah, you have here mindfulness up there. Mindfulness gives rise to inquiry, then that gives rise to energy, yeah, and then you have rapture and tranquility, and then again samadhi. So here it is a little bit different. Here you have mindfulness coming first and energy coming afterwards. And so this doesn't really quite fit with the pattern. And the reason for that is because energy does not mean exactly the same as effort. Energy is slightly different. But then when you come to the 5 spiritual faculties over here, yeah, here the sequence is the same again. You have here the sequence is energy, then mindfulness, and then you have samadhi as a consequence of that. Yeah? So this is how it works in the suttas, and you also find it in other contexts as well. The idea is that right effort is the cause, if you like, or the thing that gives rise to right samadhi. Right mindfulness. Why is that? Do you know why that is? Why is it that right effort is important for sati? What is the kind of the connection here? And the connection is that you have to understand what right effort is all about. Yeah, if you think about the Noble Eightfold Path, yeah, it is a path of purification. It gradually purifies you. You start off with right view. Based on right view, you practice the sila, the morality, the virtues, and ordinary virtues in life. As you practice the ordinary virtues, your speech becomes really nice, your actions become really nice, you have a nice livelihood. So your basic sila is in place. Then you kind of go to the more advanced sila, which is the sila of the mind. It's how to develop your mind in right thought, thinking in the right way. Yeah. So it's kind of, you can see the natural evolution there. First the basic sila, then the more developed or advanced sila, which is the mental sila. So right effort is all about thinking in the right way, perceiving in the right way, thinking with metta, with kindness to other people, having a sense of compassion, renouncing the bad things in life, things that don't really get us anywhere. This is what right effort is about. In fact, it is defined as that elsewhere. Right effort is about, often called sense restraint. And sense restraint is precisely the avoidance of unwholesome qualities in the mind. I'll talk more about this later on, because sense restraint is such an important part of the Buddhist path. And it kind of falls in nicely with the main topic of Satipatthana and the contemplation of the mind and all of these things. So I'll talk more about this later on. So this is the purpose, yeah, or the root or the cause of Satipatthana is right effort. So why is that so interesting? Why does this matter so much? And this is important to remember this. You have to reflect on these things to kind of make it into something that means something to you. Because when I say that, you may say yes, but then you don't really take it fully on board. What does this mean, actually? And what it means is that if you are having problems with your meditation practice, and remember Satipatthana, a very important part of that is the mindfulness of breathing. Yeah, this is Satipatthana practice already. It doesn't mean anything apart from that. Really, it can do, but not necessarily. Why isn't your meditation going? Why isn't it kind of coming together? And there are a number of reasons why it isn't coming together. One thing is because you're working really hard. Is anyone here who's not working very hard? Everyone working really hard, yeah? And this is kind of modern life. Modern life usually means you work really, really hard. Usually work too hard and you kind of really exhaust yourself. Probably in Singapore especially, people work really, really hard. And that's one of the reasons I kind of put so many hours today, so I can feel that I'm one of you. I don't feel bad about being less than all the Singaporeans. So maybe I will get reborn in Singapore in my next life if I carry on like this. So, what does it mean? It means that, first of all, you come, you are tired, you have a bit of, or your mind is very restless because of all the thinking you're doing, all that. So, first of all, you abandon that just by resting and relaxing and all of these kind of things. Yeah, this is the initial thing. But then you find that even after you come on a nice retreat, like we had just a really nice retreat in Thailand, just came back from that yesterday, or you come down to Jhana Grove and you have a nice retreat in Jhana Grove, and after a while you feel really rested. Yeah, your tiredness is gone, your superficial restlessness has disappeared, and still it doesn't really work. Yeah, you know that feeling? Yeah. Yes, some of you will have really good meditation, some of you will not have such good meditation, but sometimes you realize it doesn't matter how rested you are, how you let go of the superficial problem, still it doesn't really come together. Why is that? And now you know why. It's not because you are watching the meditation object in the wrong way. Oh, how should I watch the meditation object? Yeah, it's the breath. It's simple. You just have to watch the breath. Yeah, there's not kind of magic to watching the breath in the right way. It's just watch it. So it's simple. Meditation is a very simple thing. It is no kind of particular way. Once you have the basic instructions, you can do it. And the reason you can't do it is not because you're doing the meditation in the wrong way. The reason is because the preliminary parts of the path are not purified enough yet. This is why, yeah? So now you know what you have to do. So if you kind of hang out and you come to Jhana Grove and you're kind of enjoying yourself and everything is kind of nice, but the meditation only goes so far, now you know why. Why is it, Ajahn Brahm, when am I going to get my jhana experience? Well, this is the reason, yeah. I want jhana now. I want jhana yesterday, not tomorrow. But now you know why it isn't happening, because the purity of the mind is not there yet to actually enable you to go there. So this is where it tells you a lot about the path, about the kind of things that we need to do to support the path in the long run. How much of the path actually does not happen in meditation at all? It happens outside of meditation. It happens how we live our ordinary lives, how we think about the people around us, yeah, the perceptions we have of people, how much compassion and understanding we have for the world around us. All of these things matter enormously, and that is what enables meditation down the track. So remember that, because when you remember that, you start to think about the path, think about the practice in a new way. You start to value your ordinary life. You turn your ordinary life in a different direction. Yeah, you think more about how can I integrate the spiritual practice in everything I do. Every time you open your mouth, is it going to be spiritual words that come out, or is it going to be worldly words that come out? Every time you open your mouth and you say something, you have an opportunity to advance your spiritual practice. Yeah, and that's a lot. Yeah, we talk a lot usually. So there's a lot of opportunities to kind of say the right thing if we have enough mindfulness to be able to remember these things. And that is kind of the critical issue. So, yes, please.
I'm drawn to the word, the right effort.
Yeah.
There are lots of aspects of right effort.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate
on that? Okay, yeah. Well, the main idea here of effort is actually the effort of how to use your mind. Yeah. So it is about how to change how you think about things. So if you look at someone, and when you look at someone you think, oh, I don't like them or whatever, or they're difficult, and maybe you get a bit of ill will arising, at that point you turn around and you look at the person in a different way. So the ill will does not arise, and you have compassion and you have metta instead of the ill will. This is one of the most important things about right effort, is the effort to use your mind in a way that advances the path rather than detracts from the practice. Yeah, so it is. So you can say that right effort is very closely related to yoniso manasikara, which is the right attention or proper attention. If you attend to things in the right way, then generally speaking, you are advancing the right effort. You're thinking about things in the right way. So it's about how you use your mind is the main thing here. Of course, you could argue that right effort also is about actions and speech, because if you speak in the right way, then this is also good. But actually, on the path here, right speech and right action are already taken care of by previous factors. So this is why right effort is mostly about the mental development, and a lot of that mental development happens outside of meditation. It happens in ordinary life. How do I react to other people, etc. In fact, the Buddha specifically says, and I brought this sutta up on the retreat that we just did. He said there's two different powers on the spiritual path. One is the power of reflection. The other one is the power of meditation. Meditation is called bhavana bala. Bhavana means, basically, it is a word used for meditation practice in the sutras. The other one, patisankhana bala. Patisankhana means reflection or contemplation. And the bala of reflection, that is the bala which purifies you, which actually allows you to be more kind, to be more caring, to have less bad thoughts, to develop the wholesome thinking, and also the wholesome action and the wholesome speech. So that is reflection. Reflection is the most important thing. It is not meditation that purifies your mind of these things. It is reflecting in the right way. It's such an important thing. A lot of Buddhists and practitioners of Buddhism tend to think that it is meditation that purifies you. And it does, but it only does when you come to a very high level of the path, and it helps you to abandon the very last refined hindrances in the mind. So it has some effect like that. But the main aspects, the core problems that most people often encounter in ordinary life, it's actually not sorted out by meditation. It's sorted out by right reflection. So right reflection, what we do in ordinary life, is incredibly important for our practice of meditation. And this is the second thing I want to point out, to understand how and where mindfulness is and how it fits in with this path. It is based on right effort, purifying your mind, and its purpose then in between there, and I will look at that in a second, what its purpose is, or what it actually does more specifically. And then once you do that thing in the middle, then it leads to right samadhi, immersion, stillness, concentration, whatever you want to call it. But I can't believe I talked for an hour already. It's hard to know what happens to the time. It's good that we have 4 hours, I think, because this is going to kind of go by very fast. So let's have a break. And the idea for the break is for you to do whatever you like to do. Do a bit of meditation, stretch your legs a little bit, have a cup of tea, whatever you like, basically. That's the idea for these breaks. So I'll be back again about 11:15, and we can continue then here.
Can do a control plus to increase the font.
Satipatthana happens in between right effort and right samadhi, right stillness. It is that thing which leads from right effort to samadhi. That is what Satipatthana is all about. So if that is what it's all about, what does it actually do? How does it lead from right effort to right samadhi? This is kind of the big question, because once you understand what that process is about, then you also understand in large part what it is that you have to do, how to focus, how to do your meditation practice. And to understand this, it is useful to think about the Noble Eightfold Path in overview. So let's actually come back to the Noble Eightfold Path again, because I now happen to have it all here, which is quite nice. So here we have the Noble Eightfold Path. Now it has been nicely enlarged. Now you can hopefully see it even better than before. So if you look at the Noble Eightfold Path, then what you see there really is you see a very clear progression as to the purification of your person or your mind. It starts off with right view, and right view is just really kind of to get you going, so you have an idea what Buddhism is about, why you should practice meditation and these kind of things. But once you have that right view and then right intention comes from that right view, here is called right thought, then the rest of the path is a gradual purification of the person who is practicing. Starting off with the most basic purification, I mentioned this before, right speech, right action, and right livelihood. These are the basic things we have to do. Not necessarily easy, some of these things can be quite hard, like right speech, not necessarily easy, but still, it is the basic things that we need to do on this path. And then once you have practiced those basic things, then you take the purification to another level. You use it also to purify your mind, how you think about the world, how you perceive other people. Your entire mental processes are also purified from defilements. So it's a gradual movement to make you more and more pure inside. Pure means happiness. Pure sounds maybe boring to be pure, but it actually means happy. Really means that you feel more happy if you have more purity. That's what it really refers to. And so it is a gradual movement towards purity. And then, of course, when you come to samadhi, samadhi by definition is a state where there are no defilements anymore. All impurities have been abandoned. So what you're seeing here is a gradual purification of the mind, moving up, eventually ending with samadhi. So what mindfulness then is, right mindfulness, what Satipatthana is the last step of purification of mind before the mind is fully purified. So you do as much as you can before meditation through right effort and these things, and then the last purification happens in meditation practice. So what Satipatthana is then, and if you look at it from this point of view, it is about the abandoning of the very last impurities of the mind. It kind of fits in that way. It kind of, if you look at the sequence here, it kind of makes sense. So to show you this, I will show you this in a couple of suttas, because it may not be 100% obvious from the Noble Eightfold Path, although it is reasonably obvious. So let's have look at a couple of suttas that show this in a little bit more detail. So I'm gonna, actually I know which suttas this is, so I can just go back to the, here again. So go here, and Satipatthana Samyutta, this one. This is the famous sutta on the cook. You know the cook sutta? Cooks. This is not a lesson in how to make food. But it is a little bit like that. So this is the famous cook sutta. And this sutta actually shows you how Satipatthana works, what it does for you. So first of all, you have the foolish meditator who doesn't really know what to do. And then you have this, so let's go straight to the skilled meditator. Let's forget about the foolish one. And so this is the, first of all, you have the skilled cook. So this is a bit like cooking, fixing your mind is a bit like cooking. So, which is kind of comes in handy. So if you know how to cook, you also know how to meditate. That's one of the lessons from this particular sutta. So this is the skillful cook. Why? Because so in the same way, the astute, skillful mendicant meditates by observing an aspect of the body. So this is Satipatthana practice. This is straight away this observing an aspect of the body. This is kaya nupassih. And translated here very nicely. I fully agree with this translation, because it makes sense of a rather convoluted Pali expression. It really means observing an aspect of the body. Kaya nupassih. And so you do that, and then you meditate, observing an aspect of feelings down here, then an aspect of mind, an aspect of principles. We may come back to talk about that later on. And as you do so, as you do this kind of meditation, watching all of these things, your mind enters immersion. In other words, it enters samadhi, and their corruptions are given up. Corruptions here is a word which in Pali is upakilesa. And upakilesa means the refined hindrances in the mind, the refined problems that stop you from entering samadhi. And this is what it means in a number of places in the sutta. In fact, there is a sutta called the Upakilesa Sutta, and it's all about refined hindrances. It's found in the Majjhima Nikaya number 128. And it tells you, the Buddha tells his own story about how he abandoned all the refined problems before entering Samma Samadhi, before entering the jhanas. In another sutta, the 5 hindrances are called the upakilesa. In other words, there are also the refined things that block you from meditation practice. So here, what it shows you how through Satipatthana practice you abandon the refined hindrances and then you enter Samadhi as a consequence. This is just, I'm just making the point that what I said before makes sense from the suttas. I hope you don't mind looking at the suttas a little bit like this. I get really excited by this. I'm not sure about you, but so yeah, please.
From the sutta, they say observing the feelings and observing the mind.
Yeah.
How do you observe the mind? Feeling is pretty common word to understand.
Yeah.
Observing the mind.
Okay. Can we get back to that later on? Because this is going to be an important part of this. Because when I spoke to Eiling, she said, focus on observing the mind. This is going to be the main thing to look at. So I'm already kind of been primed to do that. So we're going to look at that later on. So absolutely. So we have fortunately we have a few more hours. If it gets too tight towards the end, just remind me, and I will come back to the observing the mind. Taking the hint, it just means that you understand the process. It is, the Pali says, nimitang uganhati, and nimitta actually in this case means like the nimitta usually means like a mark, a mark of something. It often means the mark of the mind. When you have a nimitta in your meditation, it's the same word. It means that you understand the mark, the characteristic of what is going on, that enables you to follow the same process in the future because you have understood the process. That's basically what it means. I think that's what it means in that context. Here we have another sutta. This is from the middle-length discourses, 125, and this is the Dantabhumi Sutta, and it's a nice little sutta which has talks about how to tame a wild elephant. And then your mind is a bit like a wild elephant. Is that right? Sorry? No, I haven't actually passed it. This is the right place. This is where I want to be. So the mind is like a wild elephant. Sometimes it has some nice similes in the sutta. Sometimes the mind does feel a bit like a wild elephant. I'm not sure exactly what it is to be a wild elephant, but anyway, so that gives you an idea. So here you have a similar kind of message. So you observe again, you meditate observing an aspect of these 4 things. That the body, I lost the body, it's probably a bit higher up there, doesn't matter. And you do all of this. And then as you do that, in the same way, it says down here, the noble disciple has these 4 kinds of mindfulness meditation to tether the mind. Tether is like a bond, a rope that binds you, And the idea is to subdue, it says over here, the behaviors of lay life, memories and thoughts of the lay life, the stress, weariness and fever of the lay life, to end the cycle of suffering and to realize extinguishment. So the memories and thoughts here of lay life, well, these are obviously the attachments, and the desires and things that come with lay life. So at least they tend to be more prominent usually in lay life than they are in monastic life, depending on how you live, of course, and many things. So again, you have this idea that the purpose of Satipatthana here is to help you overcome these refined defilements of the mind that block you from kind of taking the path, all the way to Samadhi. The Pali words here are the Gihasita Sankappa or Gihasita Sankappa, something like that. So Gihasita means based on the lay life. Sankappa are intentions and memories. I can't remember the word memories in this context, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So I don't think it's sati here, but anyway. So there you are, So again, just to point out what the purpose of this is, and then you will see when you go further down, you keep on doing this, then down here you enter the absorptions, the jhana states. In other words, it leads towards samadhi as a consequence of that. So this is what Satipatthana is all about. It's about abandoning the defilements of the mind, and then taking the mind, unifying the mind, and then bringing it to samadhi. This is the purpose of this. This is quite interesting, isn't it? Is that interesting? Yeah? Quite interesting, because it then you know what this, how to reflect and how to see if your mind is leaning in that direction in your meditation practice. And if you think about the 4 Satipatthanas, I will just go over them in brief, what they are about. Actually, I should really talk about this in quite a bit of detail, because what the 4 Satipatthanas really are is quite a controversial subject. I don't know if any of you have read, there's a book by Ajahn called The History of Mindfulness. I don't know if any one of you have read that. I know one person here who has read it, but I have read it, that's me, and another one as well. But if you haven't read that book, never mind, because it is quite heavy going. So I will summarize it for you with the content. Yeah, you can summarize 250 densely typed pages into 5 minutes. So it's going to be a bit superficial. But before I do that, I want to just talk very briefly about how the Satipatthanas are this kind of purification of mind, how it actually works. So the first Satipatthana is called the Kaya Nupassana. Kaya here means body. Anupassana means contemplation, or looking along with the body, going along with the body. And this particular, the main topic here of contemplation is the 30. How many? No, not 37. That's the Bodhipakya Dhammas. How many parts of the body? 31 parts of the body. Wow, you are so well educated. I'm really amazed. I always test people on this one, because if they say 32 parts of the body, I know you've been reading the commentaries, not the suttas. Everyone usually says the 32 parts of the body. But this is I'm just making that point to show you how influential the commentaries are in the Buddhist circles. Everyone says 32, but actually the sutta only has 31. If you go to the Visuddhimagga, it's 32. So everyone knows what's in the Visuddhimagga, probably because they didn't bother counting, because they had to count all of the things. But it shows you the influence the commentaries have on us, that we're not able to step back and see what's going on. So what is the point of contemplating the 31 parts of the body? And the point is to reduce our attachment to the body. That's what the whole point of it. It's pretty obvious, because if you look at those 31 parts, it is not things that usually attract you to the body. It talks about all the kind of inner things in the body, the liver, intestines, even all of these things, And when you think about those things, it's not the kind of thing you think, this is the thing I really love about the body. Not usually. So this is to neutralize attachment to the body. That's why you do this kind of contemplation. And of course, that neutralization of attachment to the body is precisely part of giving up those refined defilements that we have. You may have noticed often when you meditate, when you do your meditation, those of you who have been doing meditation for a while, you will see that sometimes you become nice and peaceful. You're moving in the right direction, but then it kind of stops. You get to a plateau and it doesn't go any further. And maybe you go to that plateau again and again. It doesn't really go much further than that. Why does it plateau? Why does it stop? How come it doesn't go further? And the main reason why it plateaus is because we have attachments. And the attachments are things that are difficult to let go of by definition. That's kind of what an attachment is. And the things that we attach to are the 5 senses and the body. This is the main attachment. It's the sensual world, the world around us. When I say sensual world, I don't mean like strong desires or anything like that necessarily. What I mean is that we are attached to the idea of just being able to see. We're attached to the idea of hearing. You're attached to the idea of being able to feel your body. And when these things start to fade away, because that's what happens in your meditation, there comes a point when your mind won't allow you to go any further, because you want to hold on to this. You don't want to lose your ability to see or whatever it is. So this is why when you contemplate this in the right way, you reduce your attachments to these things, and then it allows you to go deeper in meditation later on. This is how this works. It is about overcoming those subtle defilements of the mind. So that is the 31 parts of the body. Not the 32, 31 parts of the body. Very important point. I was going to say, if you take anything away with you, take away the 31 parts of the body, but that would be exaggerating a little bit. So this is the main aspect of the Kaya Anupassana. I will come back to this later on, why this is the main aspect. Then the second of the 4 Satipatthanas is the Vedana Anupassana. Vedana means feeling, good, bad, or neutral, contemplation of feelings. And when you look at the contemplation of feelings, it is divided into 2 classes, the feelings that are defiled and the feelings that are undefiled. We call it Niramisa Sukha and Samisa Sukha. Samisa means that is related to Amisa, which means like the flesh. It literally means meat or flesh. Niramisa is that which is beyond the flesh, in other words, beyond the sensual existence. Yeah? So it is divided into that, and then you contemplate those feelings, and it is not hard to understand that the purpose of that is to move away, and we will see this later on when we come to the Anapanasati Sutta, move away from the feelings that have to do with the body, with the senses, and move towards those pure feelings that you have in deeper meditation practice. This is why the feelings are divided into these categories, otherwise it doesn't really make any sense. Then you go do the same thing when we come to the contemplation of mind. I will go through those mind states in much more detail later on, so that I make sure that I satisfy Eiling, so she doesn't complain about my... No, I'm just trying to... I trust her judgment, so I'm going to do what she had suggested. So what you find there is that there too, the mind states are divided up into unwholesome mind states on the one hand, and wholesome mind states on the other hand. And the idea is to understand the difference between them, of course, to abandon the unwholesome ones and to move towards the wholesome ones. Then you have the same thing in the Dhammanupassana, which is the last one. Maybe we'll have a chance to look at that as well. Dhamma here, the main aspects of Dhammanupassana is the contemplation of the 5 hindrances and the contemplation of the 7 awakening factors that we have looked at already. Obviously, the purpose of contemplating the 5 hindrances is to abandon them, get rid of those defilements. And then the purpose of understanding the 7 awakening factors is to build up and to produce those awakening factors inside of you, those positive feelings of tranquility and joy and what else. So the whole idea of Satipatthana, when you look at those details, is to move you towards these things. That is the purpose of the Satipatthana practice, and it fits with these couple of suttas that I have been looking at now. So what does this mean in practice? I want to touch very briefly also on the contentious topic of samatha and vipassana. So what does this mean? Does this mean that Satipatthana is a samatha practice? If it leads to samadhi, it sounds like it is a samatha practice, doesn't it? But on the other hand, it is about abandoning defilement, so maybe that means some kind of insight, so maybe there is some vipassana part. So what is Satipatthana practice? And the answer to that is that it is supposed to lead to samadhi, but just because it leads to samadhi doesn't mean that Satipatthana is all about samatha or calming. Because what leads to samadhi is a combination of calming and clear seeing. You are calming the mind, and if you meet a defilement or you meet a hindrance that blocks you in your progress, then you need clear seeing or insight into that hindrance to overcome it. Then you calm it more, Then you have more insight. So these 2 things always go together like that. They are one thing. It's like a knife with 2 sides. This is actually Ajahn Chah's simile, the idea of the knife with 2 sides. Can you have a one-sided knife? Only in Zen Buddhism can you have a one-sided knife. In all the rest of Buddhism, the knife has 2 sides. It's like one of those koans, maybe, koan of the one-sided knife, and it kind of makes your mind stop because you can't really imagine what it is. So 2 sides, of a knife. So they always have to go together. And this is the point about Satipatthana practice. It is not vipassana, it is not samatha. If you practice Satipatthana, it leads to both samatha and vipassana at the same time. And this is the point of it. And I just want to kind of make that point one more time, why that is the case, because it is an important thing to understand about meditation practice. When we, very in the contemporary Buddhism, we talk about samatha meditation and vipassana meditation, but really, when you read the suttas, the Buddha never uses a word like samatha meditation, vipassana meditation. There's no such thing in the suttas. There's only meditation, full stop. It's called bhavana. There isn't that distinction between the two. So samatha and vipassana, the way they are used in the suttas, they are used as qualities that are the outcome of meditation. So if you meditate in the right way, it has two outcomes, samatha and vipassana. In the sutras, they are compounded into one word. It's called a dvanda compound in Pali grammar. A dvanda means a twin compound. They come together. They're not really separable. Yeah, you become endowed with samatha, and you can be endowed with vipassana. It is not a technique. It is an outcome of how you practice. Hello, Louisa. Yeah. So. This is the thing. I know so many people here in Singapore now. Most of you I know without even knowing your names, but some of you I even know your names, which is kind of nice. Anyway, so this is what it is about. Yeah. So you practice bhavana, and the outcome is both samatha and vipassana. Why is that the case? And if you think about it in the right way, it's actually very easy to understand why they have to go together. And the reason why they have to go together is because they have the same cause. The cause of samatha is a lessening in defilements. I've just been showing you how all meditation practice, Satipatthana Sutta, is about reducing your defilements. Yeah? So if it works properly, if it does reduce your defilements, you get samatha as the outcome. Why? Because defilements distract the mind. If you have a lot of desires, are you going to be in the present moment? No. You're going to be agitated, you're going to be restless, you're going to be thinking about where you want to go. If you have desire, you certainly don't want to be here, you want to be somewhere else. Desire is the distance between where you are and where you want to be, as Ajahn Brahm likes to say, which is a very nice definition of desire. So you're not really able to watch the breath if you desire all kind of other stuff. Ill will is a similar kind of thing. Ill will means that you have a problem with something, which is not here usually, it's usually somewhere else. And again, it distracts the mind from samatha, from calm, from being peaceful. So it's obvious, if you have more defilements you have, the less calm you're going to be. If you can abandon your defilements through effort, through meditation, you're going to be peaceful. But it is also the case for clear seeing. I like to translate vipassana as clear seeing rather than insight. Because if you have defilements of the mind, you have like a vested interest in those things. If you desire something, you cannot see it clearly because the desire distorts your outlook regarding that thing. Yeah, we can look at the same person. If you desire that person, then your outlook is going to be different from if you have no desire for that person. Yeah, it's like you have a vested interest in a certain outcome because of that desire. And the same thing with food. Yeah, one person desires the food, they want to get it. Another doesn't really care about that food. So desire always gives you a vested interest. Vested interest means by definition, you're not seeing it clearly, you're not seeing it neutrally, you're not really standing back. Yeah? So this is why they have to go together, because they have the same cause. Defilement is the cause of lack of seeing clearly, it is also the cause of lack of calm. Reduce the defilements, they both come into existence. So they are two sides of the same knife. So this is it's a simple thing, and that shows you that when people talk about samatha meditation and vipassana meditation, these are just like marketing techniques, yeah? That's really what they are. They are okay, we have vipassana meditation, it gives you vipassana, okay, maybe it does, but it also gives you samatha if it works. If it doesn't work, it gives you neither. If it works, it gives you both. It can't give you just one or the other. Yeah, we do samatha meditation, that's really good. But actually, if you do samatha meditation, that works, that also gives you vipassana. So they're just names of meditation techniques, but if they work, they give both of the outcomes. So don't worry so much about people. Yeah? Or sometimes in Perth, we get people calling us up to the monastery and say, oh, I want to do vipassana meditation. And I don't know what to say when I hear that question, because people have no idea what they're talking about. They kind of heard this word somewhere and they kind of think that's what it is all about. But those labels are irrelevant. And what matters is that you do some kind of meditation practice that works. So ask yourself, whatever meditation you're doing, whether it is Ajahn Brahm's technique, or whether it is Goenka's technique, or whether it's Mahasi Sayadaw's technique, or Paok Sayadaw's technique, or whatever it is, or the Buddha's. What about the Buddha's technique? Maybe we should try that one. Yeah, we try all these other ones. But whatever it is that you do, whatever system you follow, and I would really recommend you to follow the Buddha's system, and I will come back to that later on, how to do that. But ask yourself, does it work? Does it give the right results? Are you becoming more peaceful in all of these things? And if you are, then you know you are on the right track. It is the outcome that results, that decides whether the system works or not. It is not the system in its own right. And that is, I think, a very important point to remember. So there you are. So now we have some idea of what Satipatthana is about. It's about overcoming the unwholesome qualities of the mind, and looking at those things. Now, one of the things I should maybe talk about before we go into the details of how to practice the Chitta Anupassana, the mind contemplation. There's actually many things I should talk about. But one of the things I should talk about is I wanted to say a little bit about why it is that the 31 parts of the body is the main contemplation to be done under Kaya Anupassana. So let us have a quick look at the Satipatthana Sutta, because it is, after all, what we are kind of doing here. So let's find the Satipatthana Sutta. It should be here. No, that's the Majjhima Panyasa. Here we are. So here. And right, here we are, mindfulness meditation. Okay, Ajahn Sujato. So here we have the Satipatthana Sutta. Let me just reduce the size a little bit so we can get a bit more onto the screen. Can you still read that? Still, sort of? Yeah? Okay. So this is the Satipatthana Sutta. And now what you will find, what is interesting about this sutta, for example, here we come to observing the body. This is Kaya Nupassana. Yeah? Now, what you will see is that there is a large number of different techniques or different ways of observing the body here. And the very first one you see here is the breath meditation. Yeah? Breathing in heavily, etc., breathing in lightly. This is the breath meditation. This is the first one that is there. Second one is the 4 postures. Yeah, this is one way of doing Satipatthana meditation according to this sutta. Then you have situational awareness. This is sati or sampajanya. This is often called clear comprehension or full awareness or something like that. Then you have the one I was just talking about, the 31 parts of the body. Then you have the 4 element meditation, thinking about your body as the earth, as water, etc. And then you have the charnel ground contemplations, how to kind of, here you have the very corpses here in various states of decay. So this is one contemplation as well. There's a number of aspects to the charnel ground contemplation. So you see there's quite a lot there that you can do, many different ways of practicing this. So why do I say that the 31 parts of the body is the main thing? What is the reason for that? What about mindfulness of breathing, for example? How come I don't mention mindfulness of breathing here? This takes us to a very interesting aspect of studying the sutta, studying the word of the Buddha, and that is the aspect of looking at the suttas from a more broad kind of view, what you might call comparative study, looking at the suttas according as they have been handed down in different schools and different traditions. And as you do that, you can compare the suttas from different schools, and you get a broader idea, and it enables you to come back closer to what probably was the word of the Buddha originally here. And this is kind of in many ways, some of the very interesting things that have been going on in Buddhist scholarship. And some of my very closest, some of my really close monastic friends are really into this kind of comparative study. People like Ajahn Sujato, I mentioned already, like Venerable Analayo, a German monk who now lives at IMS in the US. Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi is into these things. If you ask Ajahn Brahm, he hasn't done a lot of detailed study, but he also is basically agrees with this kind of technique. And it's very interesting, and it brings out new ways of thinking about these suttas. So the thing about the Satipatthana Sutta, you have it in Pali, then you have a large number of translations into Chinese language, ancient Chinese or Middle Chinese, whatever it is called. And I really wish I could read Chinese, but I can't read Chinese. Or it's that's kind of a bit of a bad, because you can't really get the direct access to these teachings. But never mind, I rely on other people's reading of the suttas. So there's one in the Sarvastivadin tradition, has been preserved in Chinese. There's another one in the Ekotarika Agama. These are equivalent to the Anguttara Nikaya in the Pali, and that is possibly the Mahasangika school. It's another school of Buddhism. Then there is Abhidhamma versions of this sutta. They're found in the different kinds of Abhidhamma, the Vibhanga of the Pali, in the Sariputra Abhidharma of the Dharmaguptaka school, and there's also a Sarvastivadin Abhidhamma version as well of this sutta. And then there's even one found in the, what is it called? One of the Prajna Paramita Sutras also has a version. This is a Mahayana Sutta, but that also includes some of the mindfulness of the Satipatthanas. So this altogether gives you something like 7 versions of the Satipatthana. And then what you can do, is to compare these various suttas and to see what they have in common. Because when you look at what the different schools have in common, very often you come closer to what the Buddha may have taught. Why is that? Because if the sutta is different in the different schools, it is likely that the individual schools will have added something or changed the sutta a little bit. And a sutta like the Satipatthana Sutta is very suitable for adding to, because it has kind of very clear blocks. It is a block here, a block there. It's very easy to add another block, because it doesn't really have it has an overall structure, but each individual part is kind of easy to add to. And this is what you find. You find exactly that. And I think Ajahn Sujato, he says that the Satipatthana Sutta is the latest sutta in the Pali Canon, because it looks like a lot has been added to it. So when you do this study, what you find is that the most likely to be the most original part of Satipatthana Sutta is the 31 parts of the body when it comes to Kaya Nupassana. That is the most original one. When it comes to the Vedana Nupassana, the contemplation of feeling, well, that is the way it is in the Pali. It's pretty much the way it is in all the schools. Some small difference, but nothing major different. When it comes to the Chitta Nupassana, contemplation of the mind, it is also largely the same across the various schools. Some minor differences, but nothing really substantial. When it comes to the Dhamma Nupassana, contemplation of principles or phenomena, you have a large difference between the schools again, and there the most original part of the Dhammanupassana seems to be contemplation of the 5 hindrances and contemplation of the 7 factors of awakening. So this is how you study these suttas. Remember, this is not absolutely certain. This is not like mathematics where 1 + 1 is always 2 and never 3. Actually, maybe there are some mathematical system with 1 + 1 is 3. Even I don't know. So even maths can be uncertain sometimes. But these are just general tendencies. There are uncertainties about this, but that gives you a rough idea what is likely to be the most original version of the Satipatthana Sutta, as the Buddha would have taught it 2,500 years ago. So. This is what I say. I don't know if you believe what I say. Maybe you don't believe a word of it, and that's okay. Check it out for yourself if you have the chance. But what does this mean in practice? And what it means in practice, you will notice here that what we have on the thing right over there is mindfulness of breathing. So I said the 31 parts of the body is the original body contemplation. So what about mindfulness of breathing then? So what happens with that? Does that mean that is not part of body contemplation? And the answer is no, it is still part of body contemplation, but it is not part of the Satipatthana Sutta. And the reason for that is that if you go to the Anapanasati Sutta, which is the sutta on mindfulness of breathing, the Buddha says that when you do the mindfulness of breathing, you fulfill all 4 Satipatthanas. The whole Satipatthana, everything you need to do is fulfilled just by watching the breath. But if you come into the Satipatthana Sutta, mindfulness of breathing is only found under Kaya Nupassana, only the first part. Yeah? So there seems to be a contradiction there. In one sutta it says that it actually belongs to all. Mindfulness of breathing is everything, it is all the four Satipatthanas, but in the Satipatthana Sutta only in the first one, Kaya Nupassana. So this shows you that quite possibly mindfulness of breathing has been added later on to the Satipatthana Sutta and hasn't been added comprehensively throughout all four. It has been stuck into Kaya Nupassana. So actually it is misleading when you see mindfulness of breathing in Kaya Nupassana. It actually is misleading because it should be across the board in all four Satipatthanas. And this has consequences. Yeah, you may think that this doesn't sound all that interesting. You may wonder, why am I talking so much about this? And that is a good question. Why am I talking so much about this? And the reason is because in many meditation systems they say you start out by watching the breath first, and then you move on and you do other things. You watch the feelings in the body, or you watch the mind or whatever. Because why? Because mindfulness of breathing is only the beginning, and then you move on to more advanced stages. But if it turns out that mindfulness of breathing really belongs to the entire Satipatthana, and that this here, what we're seeing here, actually is a mistake, a historical elaboration on Satipatthana, what it means is that that idea that you move from the body to more advanced stages is actually a mistake, yeah? Or not necessarily a mistake, but it can be a mistake, depending on how you do it. From the viewpoint of the Anapanasati Sutta, mindfulness of breathing, you can do the mindfulness of breathing all the way through, all the way to the very end, all the way till you are an arahant. It takes you to becoming fully awakened just watching the breath. It's amazing what the humble breath can do, yeah? You can become an arahant just by watching the breath. Meditation is so simple. Meditation is so there's nothing advanced about it, yeah? You can be the most dumb person. Are there any dum-dums here? There's hope for every one of you, yeah? Hope for every one of us, because you don't need to be very smart. And all the things that I'm saying now may sound like, really advanced stuff, but actually it comes down to some very simple points. Things like it is enough to watch the breath, that is what it comes down to. So all this torturous, difficult route I've been taking now means that breath meditation is enough. And all of these other things, you can actually put them to one side if you want to. That is the meaning of this. So this is one conclusion that you come to when you look at the sutta in a historical context, and it matches beautifully with how the Anapanasati Sutta says that mindfulness of breathing does everything for you. It develops the four Satipatthanas, it develops the 7 factors of awakening, and it develops eventually the awakening experience itself. So this is the conclusion from all of that. And of course, what that means to me, because the Buddha says that it is the mindfulness of breathing does everything, it does all the aspect of Satipatthana, to me that means that we should focus on mindfulness of breathing. That is the Buddha's method, yeah? To practice meditation all the way to the end. So if that is what the Buddha says, maybe that's what we should do, rather than build up our own meditation systems based on the Visuddhimagga, based on commentaries, based on individual opinions. Let's go back to what the Buddha taught. Mindfulness of breathing is sufficient. So this is one part of this, and there's much more to it. Yeah? This is only the beginning. I will give you one other quick example before we go off for lunch. When you are a Buddhist monk, then lunch is very important. That's what I'm coming to. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that now. Yeah, so this is the next thing I'm going to talk about. So now comes the postures, the 4 postures. Yeah, how to use that, and then the next one, which is situational awareness, which is sampajanya. Now let's look at sampajanya first, because it's easier to talk about. So sampajanya is the idea that you have clear awareness whatever you do in daily life, and from this comes the idea that the Buddhist idea, the practice very common, that when you go through your daily life, you're supposed to have mindfulness of everything you do. Yeah, there's a very common Buddhist idea when you go to certain Buddhist circles and how they teach meditation. But actually, what I've just been saying now, this is not original part of the Satipatthana Sutta. When you do the comparative study, these things, postures and clear comprehension, is only found in a minority of the various sources and not found in others. Yeah, which is very interesting. It may mean, that when the Buddha taught the suttas originally, he didn't include sampajanya and the postures in Satipatthana practice. It doesn't mean that they are not important, but what it means, if it really isn't there, it means that it is to be done outside of Satipatthana. It's a different kind of practice. It is not a practice that we take with us necessarily into daily life. And to make that point, I will show you that actually there's good grounds for thinking that that is correct. And to make that point, I will go to another sutta which shows this quite nicely. I hope I'm not confusing you completely by all of this stuff. I hope you are still hanging in there. Don't leave yet. There will be more practical things later on. But so here we have the Satipatthana Sangayutta again. We go there and we go to this one, this particular sutta. And so here we are. This is called the mindful. This is part of the Satipatthana Sangayutta. So here, what you see here, first of all, how is a mendicant mindful? This is sati. And you will look, if you look at that definition there, it is exactly the definition of the 4 Satipatthanas. That's what it is. You meditate observing an aspect of the body, etc., etc. Then comes awareness. This is sampajanya. So sampajanya is different. It's not part of Satipatthana. It is actually separated out as a different thing. This is the situational awareness. This is the sampajanya. And you will see, if you look at this formula there, it is exactly the same formula that has been included in the Satipatthana Sutta that we looked at before. So it looks like, if you look at this sutta, it looks like it's not part of Satipatthana. It is a separate thing. If you go to the Satipatthana Sutta, it is included in Satipatthana. This is kind of confusing, isn't it? It is confusing until you realize that sampajanya has probably been added to the Satipatthana Sutta at some point in Buddhist history. And this is what you find out through this idea of doing comparative study. So we have to be a little bit circumspect with the suttas, and especially things like the Satipatthana Sutta, where there is such large variations between the different schools. You have to be a little bit circumspect. So what does this mean in practice? And it has actually some interesting practical ramifications, because if you add sampajanya into the Satipatthana Sutta, you have this idea that you should always be mindful of everything you do. And then this idea that people, I'm mindful of this, mindful of speaking, mindful of watching my computer screen. But actually, Satipatthana practice, because it is largely equivalent to mindfulness of breathing, it is something you do when you sit down, you cross your legs, and you watch your breath. It's a meditation practice. It is not something that you necessarily bring out into your daily life. In your daily life, you find other practices, and sampajanya being one of them. And what it is about ensuring that you have a pure mind in the daily life. It is about sense restraint, and sampajanya is about having clarity that you are doing things that lead to the improvement of your mental state, and that leads to a reduction in the defilements inside. That is the main thing. So it is not just about being mindful in your daily life, because mindfulness must have a purpose. In meditation, it has a clear purpose, because you're moving towards unity of mind, you're moving it towards samadhi. But in daily life, you're not going to go to samadhi. So the purpose of mindfulness in daily life is not satipatthana. It is to have enough clarity so that you can be in charge of your mind, avoid defilements, keep on purifying yourself, so that when eventually you sit down and you do your meditation practice, the conditions will be in place for you to enable to do your meditation properly here. Am I making any sense? Yeah? Okay, good. I hope I am, because it is a little bit convoluted. I have to admit, it's hard to kind of... the conclusions are really, I think, sound and very interesting, but it can be maybe a little bit hard to follow, especially if you are new to these kind of things. So it is interesting, yeah, it actually has some very significant consequences for how we think about the Buddhist path, and this is why I'm bringing this up. So this is a little bit more technical Dhamma talk than maybe you are used to hearing, but I hope you still find it a little bit useful. And just to let you know, I'm going to go for my lunch in a second. So after lunch, we're going to come back again, and then we're going to start looking at things from a little bit more practical view after lunch. But I'm actually very glad now that we're doing 4 hours Eiling, because this is going to take quite a while to do all of these various aspects. So please have a nice lunch, have a nice rest, have some good tea, and do whatever you like, and we'll see you back again at around 1:30 here.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Lunch is a bit delayed, so they will be coming soon. It will be served outside. Thank you.
I will just go back to my room. Let me know when you're ready. Yeah. Yeah. Satipatthana Sutta. But actually, if you want to understand Satipatthana properly, you have to look at the entire Satipatthana Samyutta, all the discourses on Satipatthana. You have to look at Satipatthana wherever it is found in the suttas. And there's quite, as you may have seen already, there's quite a lot of information in many different places. And in the end, you also have to do things like the comparative study that you saw before. This is a very important principle to kind of expand your understanding, to take into account all the various sources that are there. But so that's what we have done so far, and we have already come to some pretty radical conclusions already, but interesting, I think, about what kind of is the primary purpose of this, and what is the primary kind of practice, and that's already quite interesting. So what I want to do now is I want to come back to the actual Satipatthana Sutta and look a little bit about some of the details of especially the things that we have to kind of establish beforehand, before we start to practice, so that you have, we kind of get the background material right before we actually get onto the meditation practice itself. So let's see what we have here. So here we have the sutta. Is there any questions, by the way, maybe before I continue, because it's already been a lot already? Or is everyone really happy? Or are you, after the meal, maybe you're so content after the meal, no more questions? A little bit dull and really happy. Oh, okay, whatever, anything is okay. That's what usually happens. So that's good. Okay, so let's then come to the actual Satipatthana Sutta and just have a look at the kind of the material which comes before we actually get to the meditation itself. So that's what you have there. Let's maybe expand it a little bit, see if we can get a bit bit more. How is that? Okay, that's better. Yeah. So this sutta is known as the Satipatthana Sutta. What is the meaning of Satipatthana? What does it actually mean? And the word Satipatthana is a compound, compounded of sati on the one hand and upatthana on the other hand. And this word sati in Buddhism is very interesting because it has it's not very easily translated into English, for example, because it has at least a couple of different meanings. And one of the original meanings of sati is memory. Remembering things, having clarity about what happened in the past. It actually refers to memory. And that is interesting because when you practice your meditation, you have to have clear comprehension. We shall see that in a second. And clear comprehension or full awareness implies some kind of memory that you know what you are doing. You have to have sati in the sense of being aware of the object, but you also have to know whether you're actually doing the right thing here. Sometimes sati, okay, angry, but wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be angry. So then you have to know that the clear comprehension tells you you're on the wrong track already, you're heading down the wrong track. So sati has this double meaning of attention on the one hand, being aware of what is happening, and also the idea of memory at the same time. And attention and memory are very closely related to each other, because when you are very clear about what is happening, if your attention is strong, it's also easy to remember later on what is happening. And when your attention is clear, it is also not easy, only do you lay down deep tracks of memory, but it's also easier at a later point when you if you have good attention later on, it also helps the memory as well. So both when you lay down the memory traces and you want to recall them, then a clear attention is very, very powerful. So sati has both of these sides to it. And upatthana, the word upatthana is related to the word upatak. Upatak, you hear very commonly in Buddhist circles, it means like an attendant. So upatthana is like attending, So this is why I call the 4 Satipatthanas the 4, actually I call it 4 applications of mindfulness. You could also call it the 4 attendings with mindfulness if you wanted to. But I think the 4 applications of mindfulness is a very useful way of thinking about these things. So what's the difference? Sometimes you may have heard translations like the 4 applications of mindfulness. Is that bad or good? 4 applications of, is that the kind of dodgy translation or is it an acceptable translation? 4 foundations? You like foundations, Eiling? Sorry? Focuses, That's Ajahn Brahm's translation, 4 focus of mindfulness, exactly. So the idea here, and the reason why this makes a distinction is because if you think about it as the 4 foundations of mindfulness, it gives the idea that these are things that give rise to mindfulness. They are the foundation which then mindfulness builds upon, 4 foundations of mindfulness. But that is not really what it means, because if you read the suttas, and we'll see this in a second, you actually have to first of all establish mindfulness, and from that mindfulness is it possible then to develop the meditation practice. You can't really meditate at all without mindfulness being established first. So from that point of view, the 4 focuses of mindfulness, which is Ajahn Brahma's translation, that's better because then you actually, first of all, you have mindfulness, then you apply the mindfulness in a certain way, to focus on the object or whatever. Or for applications of mindfulness, again, you apply mindfulness in a certain way, and it makes sense. So translations can sometimes be tricky. And sometimes you have to think, what does it actually mean? And sometimes you come back to a word, and after a couple of years you realize, actually, maybe that wasn't such a good translation after all. Sometimes it takes a while before it kind of sinks in what the translation really is about, and whether it reflects properly on the Pali or whatever. Anyway, so that's the word Satipatthana, application of mindfulness. You're applying mindfulness. So for example, when it comes to breath meditation, first of all, you're mindful, and then you can apply that mindfulness to the breath. If you start off really dull and confused, it's going to be hard to do the breath meditation. So this is the Satipatthana Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya number 10, and this is how it goes. I'll just start off with the initial paragraphs here. So, I have heard, at one time the Buddha was staying in the land of the Kurus, near the Kuru town named Kammasa Dhamma. There the Buddha addressed the mendicants. Mendicants, Venerable Sir, they replied, and the Buddha said this. So again, you can see here at the beginning, it is in the land of the Kurus, and this is one of the kind of strongholds of the Brahmanical tradition, as I mentioned before, close, not so far from modern-day Delhi. And some people seem to think that there is a Ashokan pillar where this sutta was spoken, but there seems to be some controversy about that. It's not quite sure whether that actually is the case or not. I haven't seen any reliable evidence personally that actually that Ashokan pillar is that place, but who knows? So we'll just leave that as it is for now. Venerable Sir, they replied, the Buddha said this, mendicants, the 4 kinds of mindfulness meditation, this is his Ajahn Sujanata's translation for the Satipatthanas, are the path to convergence. They are in order to purify sentient beings, to get past sorrow and crying, to make an end of pain and sadness, to end the cycle of suffering, to realize extinguishment. And I'm not going to go into too many details because there is a lot of things here which is quite interesting. But you will see here, one of the things that he has here, mindfulness meditation, Satipatthana, which I think is an okay translation. Here it says they are the path to convergence. Yeah, have you ever seen any translation like that before? This is Ajahn Sujanata's translation, and I think he's the only one who translates it like this. Where does he get this idea from? Path to convergence. All the other translations say something like the direct path, yeah? Or something like that. That's direct path is quite a common one used these days. But here, path to convergence. And the Pali word behind this is ekayana. And ayana is a word which means like to move towards or to go towards. Yeah? And eka means one. So it's like one going or going to one. Both of those interpretations are possible. One going is like direct in the sense of going, towards something, only going to one place. It's a direct path to that place. But if it means going to one, it's a different meaning. What does going to one mean? And the word eka in Pali, one, is often used as a meaning samadhi. Yeah, ekata in Pali is a unification of mind. So eka has this idea of oneness. In other words, the idea of samadhi. So convergence here is Ajahn Sujanata is a way of looking at, is taking this idea of samadhi very seriously. So Satipatthana is the path to samadhi. And we have seen already that that makes good sense in terms of how the path progresses. Yeah? And here is just an added kind of thing about this being the path of samadhi. Is he right? Is this translation make any sense? Is it correct? And the answer is, I don't know. It's hard to say. It is maybe stretching things a little bit, but it's certainly a possible translation. And one of the things about the suttas is that sometimes there are not necessarily only one possible interpretation of things. There can be a number of interpretations, so it is hard to kind of pin it down necessarily. Anyway, let's not get too bogged down into that. If you want to read more about his justification for that, there's a long justification in his book, The History of Mindfulness, where he brings in pre-Buddhist scriptures, Brahmanical, typical, brings in, 10 pages, densely typed pages of pre-Buddhist scriptures and kind of justifies it on those grounds, etc. So it is quite involved. But you don't really need to worry too much about it because we kind of agree what the purpose of the path is anyway. And then it has all these beautiful consequences, to purify the sentient beings, to get past sorrow and crying. make an end of pain and sadness, and to end the cycle of suffering, and to realize extinguishment. So again, you can see here that very high ultimate purpose of Satipatthana practice. But now comes the paragraph I really want to look at, which is the next one, because this sets down the prerequisites for this kind of meditation practice. So what are these for? It's when a mendicant meditates by observing an aspect of the body, keen, aware and mindful, rid of desire and aversion for the world. They meditate observing an aspect of feelings, and then an aspect of mind, and largely an aspect of principles, and with the same kind of prerequisites, keen, aware and mindful, rid of desire and aversion for the world. So here you are. So first of all there, you start with the idea of observing an aspect of the body, or an aspect of the mind. And this is this refrain, kaya, kayanupassi, or chitta, chittanupassi. And so the idea here is that you can look at the body from many different points of view. You can focus on certain aspects of the body. For example, if you're looking at the 31 parts, you can look at any one of those 31 parts. The breath also is an aspect of the body. So I think that is a very good translation of that particular phrase. And very often that phrase is really strange. If you follow the commentaries, they translate it as you observe the body as a body. And it's kind of weird. You observe the body as a body. It's not entirely obvious what that is supposed to mean. But the commentary explains it as, well, you don't see anything in the body which isn't there. You just focus on the body as it is. But still, it doesn't really bring it out very clearly. So I think this translation is a really good one. And it's a very straightforward translation. It is not kind of really involved. You don't have to kind of know a lot of background information to be able to understand this. And this is one of the things in the sutta. Suttas are meant for ordinary people. It's not meant for people who are super duper intelligent, to have a PhD in kind of theoretical Dhamma or whatever it is. Not theoretical physics, theoretical Dhamma. You don't need those things. They are meant for ordinary people to be able to sit down, do the meditation practice, and follow the path. That is kind of the whole purpose of these teachings. You see a lot of ordinary people at the time of the Buddha doing this, and so it is meant to be understood by those ordinary people. And I think that is a very good principle when you read the suttas, is to assume that the most basic meaning is probably the most likely one, or certainly the most important one. Why? Because that is the meaning that everyone can understand. So this makes good reasons for translating in this way. And then we have these number of words here: keen, aware, and mindful. So these are adjectives. These are criteria that you have to have in place to be able to do this meditation. They define what this meditation is about. And one word there which is important is mindful. Satima. And what that means is that you have to have the mindfulness established before you do this. This is what it says here. You have to have these qualities, have to be there, otherwise you're not really doing Satipatthana meditation. So you have to be mindful first. This gets established first, and then you can do this particular meditation exercise. And you can see now how this fits together with the rest of the path. I was talking about before, you have to purify your bodily conduct, your speech, and then you have to also have the right effort. And unless you have already purified, taken away, gotten rid of a large part of your defilements, the mind is not going to be stable. The mind is going to be desiring here, it's going to have a bit of ill will there, and that will take the mind out of the present moment, because that is what desire and aversion do. So you won't be able to have mindfulness. You won't have the ability to stay in the present moment. That's what a large part of mindfulness is, this awareness in the present moment. So it tells you a lot about what you have to do before you actually get to meditation practice. You have to fulfill all these other aspects of the path. You sit down, you feel your mind. Where is your mind at? Is it hanging out? Are you hanging out in the present moment? Or is your mind all over the place? And if it is a bit all over the place, well, then you need to do something to stabilize it first, and then you can do Satipatthana practice. So get these things right. If you get these things wrong, and you think that you can just sit down and watch your breath and do whatever, you are very likely to end up wasting a lot of time and not really getting the benefit of the meditation. So remember these things, and then you will be able to use the path in the appropriate way. It's always the path of Buddhism is about knowing what to do when. Yeah, knowing what do I need to do now? Do I need to watch the breath, or do I need to purify my mind? Do I just need to chill and relax? Do I need to have a sleep? Do I need a cup of coffee, cup of tea? Do I need... no, not watching TV doesn't fit in here. There's certain things that are not part of the practice. But whatever it is, yeah, you are wise about what you require, and then you will make progress on the path. But if you try kind of blindly to follow instructions that you're not ready for, it's not going to work. And this is why it's called a gradual training, because you are somewhere in that graduated sequence, and you have to know roughly where you are. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Yes?
Does the specificity of where you know you need to focus increase with that I should go to this particular 1 out of 31 parts of the body?
I think in terms of the 31 parts of the body, you need to know the purpose of the practice. The purpose is to overcome attachments to the body. So you just ask yourself, which one works the best for me for that purpose? Yeah, so you understand what you need to do. But I think a lot of those, some of those parts may not be as obvious. The skin is there and the hair is there. They may not be kind of put you off so much, but the internal organs might be more off-putting. Yeah, in terms of seeing the beauty in the body. So you just know what works, what kind of leads to a sense of dispassion, a sense of reduction of desires and attachments. Yeah. So yeah. So this is so important. So if you have a lot of problems still with kind of right speech, and saying the right thing, then come back to the basics. It's not it's not embarrassing to accept that you are at the beginning of the path. It's much more important to kind of get it right than to kind of think that, I must, watch the breath or whatever and get it all wrong. And then things will work for you properly as a consequence. So satima, a very important one. And we will see later on, I'm going to have a look at the Anapanasati Sutta as well. And it says exactly the same thing. It says, satting parimukkang upatapetva, which means you have established mindfulness in front of you. This is prior to even watching any breath at all. Yeah, you establish mindfulness, then you go to the breath meditation. Establishing mindfulness means, again, it means that you have a certain clarity about the present moment. You are kind of here, yeah, you are aware of what's going on, and you feel relatively clear-minded. You're not confused or tired or restless or anything like that. So you have presence and a degree of clarity. That's what mindfulness is. And then you can watch the breath. And the exact amount of mindfulness is going to vary a little bit, but that is what you have to figure out yourself in your own practice to get a feeling for what works and what does not work. So satima, first one. Satima is also a name used by certain monastics. There's a bhikkhuni called Satima. So anyway, that's a sidetrack. So then we have the other two factors that you have to have. You have to be aware. Yeah, this is again sampajanya, and this is what we looked at before. Whether sampajanya is a sampajanya of the various postures and whatever is part of the Satipatthana practice, and it is here. It is part of it in a general sense, that when you are practicing, if you're watching the breath, for example, you also have sampajanya at the same time. What that means is that you have clarity about what you're doing, whether you're doing the right thing, whether you're heading in the right direction, whether you are fulfilling the purpose of what you're supposed to do. So this is how sampajanya is often talked about in Buddhism. It has two aspects to it. Sampajanya refers to the purpose of what you're doing, and the suitability of what you're doing here. So are you fulfilling the purpose when you're doing here? Am I heading in the right direction? And am I doing what is suitable to fulfill that purpose? And if those two characteristics are in place, then it means that you have sampajanya, you know what's going on here. So if you're watching the breath and suddenly you start thinking about that cup of tea, oh, that cup of tea, this tea is just sitting there, that's terrible. Okay, that's not really sampajanya, but I'm going to distract myself just for a moment, because I suddenly reminded myself of the tea when I was supposed to talk about sampajanya. Yes? They are separate, but they are related to each other here. So sampajanya is more like a wisdom quality here. Sati can be completely without wisdom. You can be aware of what is going on without having any wisdom to it. Sampajanya is what reminds you whether you are kind of doing the right thing or not. You can be aware of anything, doing this, doing that, but it may be a completely nonsensical thing to do, but you still can have awareness about those things. So when you have sampajanya, it is like you are meditating and suddenly you think about your tea or you think about whatever else, and that is when you have lost your sampajanya. Sampajanya is what tells you, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to think about tea, I'm supposed to watch my breath, so you go back to your breath. The tea is a small thing, it's not a problem, there are worse things than thinking about tea. But anyway, whatever kind of reminds you and brings you back again to the meditation object, that's sampajanya. So you know what is suitable. So if sometimes you might be watching the breath, and the breath might be purposeful in one way, but if you are not, haven't got the mindfulness or other qualities are missing, then it may not be suitable. It may not be the suitable thing to do now. Maybe instead you need to sit back and overcome some defilements and think about things in the right way, overcome some negativity, whatever it is, and then come back to the breath meditation afterwards. Doing the right thing at the right time, remembering suitability and purpose of what you're doing here. And sampajanya is something that you use throughout your entire life, all the time, reminding yourself of whether what you're doing is going to be helpful or not for progress on the Noble Eightfold Path. So you can use that, and this was kind of the purpose with the passage that we had a look at before, the idea of having sampajanya when you talk to people, when you about sleeping, about walking and all that. Actually, let's have a look at it. This is the passage I said doesn't really belong in the Satipatthana Sutta. It's this passage here, Sampajanya, situational awareness, and you have it in regard to all of these things, going out, coming back, looking ahead, bending and extending the limbs, wearing the bowl and robes and these things, eating and drinking and chewing, etc., urinating and defecating, walking, standing, sitting and sleeping, waking, and all of these things, you have sampajanya about. And the point is that you know whether you're doing these things appropriately, so it actually enhances your practice of the path, or you're going in the wrong way. So this is, again, not something that belongs really to meditation practice. It belongs to what we do outside of meditation. Am I doing something which is going to the casino? Is that a good idea or not? That sort of thing. Is it gonna increase or decrease your mindfulness if you go to the casino? Usually, it's bad for mindfulness and bad for greed and bad for all kind of things. So you don't go there. Or is this particular TV program? Do I have to see this TV program, or is it better not to? But again, so this is kind of how you use the idea of sampajanya in daily life. But you can see here how it is very much about monastics, robes and bowls and all these kind of things. So it is certainly very much part of the monastic life, but you can also bring it into lay life to some extent. So there you are, sampajanya, an important part of Buddhist practice. And then you have the last word, not the last word, but another important word there, the keen. And the word keen is atapi in Pali, and atapi means that you have a degree of energy in your practice, you have a degree of effort in your practice. There is two words that is used in the Pali Suttas quite a bit, and we saw those words briefly before. One is the effort, and effort is padana or vayama. Another word is energy. Energy is virya. And these things are not exactly the same. Yeah, padana is when you actually apply yourself. You apply yourself to make sure that your mind is in the right spot. You actually use whatever energy you have. So it's application of the mind. Whereas energy is actually the natural energy that arises in the mind as a consequence of moving forward on the path. So when your meditation is working, or you're feeling really good about yourself, you're feeling happy, there is often a natural energy in the mind. Yeah, you know what I mean? Sometimes you feel energized inside, and that is virya. And atapi, this word keen here, is kind of somewhere in between those two. There's a little bit of application of using effort, but there's also an energy there. And as you go through the Satipatthana, as you abandon these defilements, the energy goes up and it becomes a natural effort whereby you're just enjoying the meditation and you don't actually have to apply yourself. You don't have to make an effort because it happens more or less automatically. So you are keen, you're a keen meditator. You come back to the meditation all the time and you're energized by this. This is the ideal kind of energy here. And then we have the last one there, which is rid of desire and aversion for the world. Loke abhijja domanassa. And the point about this is that, again, is the idea that you have given up a large part of your defilements. You don't have any great desires for anything. Your mind is fairly peaceful. You're able to remain in the present moment. This is what this means. And what is interesting about this particular phrase, abhijja domanassa, if you go to the formula for sense restraint, that phrase is found in that same formula for sense restraint. Sense restraint comes earlier on in the path. First comes sense restraint, and after sense restraint you come to Satipatthana later on. So sense restraint is what actually does the abandoning of desire and aversion. And then when you come here, it says rid of. In other words, you have already abandoned it. This is the nice thing about these suttas, is that you can see how they all tie together like this. The same phrases occur in one place as occur elsewhere, and they tie together very nicely. Let me show you how that works, because it is it's kind of nice to see how this works. Let's find the gradual training. I'll just come to the gradual training. And so the gradual training, Majjhima Nikaya 27, this is one of my favorite suttas. So here you are. So this is the famous sutta on the simile of the elephant's footprint. So we have the simile going on and on and on, and then comes the actual gradual training. And you can see here the gradual training starts off by a Buddha arising in the world, someone becoming fully enlightened. And then once that has happened, then he teaches the Dhamma over here, and then someone hears that teaching. And then when they hear that teaching, they think all these things. Living in a house is cramped and dirty, etc. Going forth is wide open, so they decide to become a monk or a nun on that basis. They shave off their hair and beard. Not nuns, but the monks shave off the beard, and then you dress in the ochre robes, something like this, and then you go forth. And then after you go forth, you train in the various things. So you you give up the killing of living beings, you renounce rod and sword, and stealing, and unchastity, and lying, and divisive speech, and harsh speech, and talking nonsense. So. And then you have all these minor things like not injuring plants and seeds, And then you have this little passage on contentment. There's a beautiful passage on contentment there about being content just with your robe and alms bowl and not really having any desire for anything outside of that. And then after that, after all of this basic morality has been put into place, because what we have seen up there, this is again the gradual training, one thing coming after the other in a natural sequence. There's it's a really nice sutta actually, and tells you where you are on the path. Then this next thing here, this is called the sense restraint. And so you see a sight with your eyes, you don't get caught up in the features and details. Because if the faculty of sight were left unrestrained, bad, unskillful qualities of desire and aversion would become overwhelming. For this practice, they practice restraint, protecting the faculty of sight, achieving its restraint. So the purpose here, quite early on in the path, is to guard your mind, which means having a degree of mindfulness, and guarding your mind for the purpose of overcoming desire and aversion. This is abhijja domanassa, exactly the same word that we see in the Satipatthana Sutta before. So this is what you do first, And once you do that, and actually let's continue on, because this whole paragraph here is the sense restraint paragraph. Then once you have that sense restraint, then you come to sampajanya. So here it is, sampajanya. We have just been talking about all of those bits and pieces coming together very nicely. And then when that sampajanya, when you practice that, then comes the meditation. You see here, it has the idea that you frequent a secluded lodging, a wilderness, the root of a tree, a hill, a ravine, a mountain cave, a charnel ground, a forest, the open air, a heap of straw. And of course this is all about meditation practice. So now comes the meditation, after you have done all of the preliminary things, after the sampajanya and after the sense restraint. And then here, this next paragraph is all about the giving up of the 5 hindrances, and then after that, down here, comes the first absorption, the jhana states. So this is all about giving up the 5 hindrances. And that passage on giving up the 5 hindrances there is just another way of talking about Satipatthana practice. Why? Because Satipatthana is about giving up the refined hindrances of the mind, the upakilesa, and this here is the last giving up of defilements before you get to the jhanas just afterwards. So all of this, kind of, you can see how it hangs together very nicely. Sense restraint, avoiding the bad qualities of mind, the coarse bad qualities of mind. Then the sampajanya, which tells you that you are doing appropriate things, especially as a monastic, so as not to give rise to unwholesome qualities. Then when that is done, then you find a secluded spot. Then you go to meditate somewhere, and then you abandon the 5 hindrances and you enter samadhi, etc. So this particular sutta, the shorter elephant's footprint, is a standard kind of set that you find many places in the suttas, known as the gradual training here. And it's a wonderful little sutta, and you can base a whole retreat around that sutta. You can talk about it for pretty much, not forever perhaps, but at least until you get to Nibbana, which is often a long time. So that is that one. So now you can see the connection there between Satipatthana, and this rid of desire and aversion. It comes from the idea of sense restraint. So this is what you have to have in place, and once this is in place, then you can start observing an aspect of the body. So there's a lot of kind of prerequisites, Maybe you thought mindfulness of breathing was easy. You just come here to BF and just watch your breath, and that's it. It is not that simple. It is. In fact, it is very simple. But the problem is that it is so simple that often you can't do it, precisely because you're not ready yet to do it. Mindfulness of breathing is actually very, very easy once it kind of works. It's just a matter of putting in the preliminary things first of all. So there you are. That is what that is all about. And then you have exactly the same for observing feelings, observing an aspect of the mind, and then lastly observing an aspect of principles, which is the very last one there. Does this make any sense to anyone? I'm talking really probably a lot, jumping back and forth and probably confusing at least some of you. Sometimes I confuse myself a little bit with this. So, any comments on this? Anyone disagrees with what I'm saying? Am I talking nonsense, you reckon, or does it make sense? Okay, so good. So maybe in that case we can maybe look a little bit more at the actual contemplation of mind, yeah, and see what that is, and then we will kind of come back to some of the look at it from various points of view. But I think now the time has probably come to look at the actual mind contemplation, how it is done, what it means from this point of view, and then we will come to the Anapanasati Sutta later on. Yeah. Charnel ground is it looks like it is added later on, but it is not. It is very quite similar in many ways to the 31 parts of the body. So it kind of belongs a little bit with that, but it is probably added later on. And 4 elements is maybe even more likely to be original because it is actually found in a number of the suttas on Satipatthana. So that is again very similar in principle to the 31 parts of the body, because all of this is to see the body in a more neutral fashion. I should actually make that point that when you do things like the 31 parts of the body, don't take it too far. Yeah, if you take it too far, then you end up becoming maybe very depressed or very sad, or make lives really miserable, yeah, because it kind of takes away the joy in life sometimes if the body is seen as something completely terrible. So remember what this is about. It's not about feeling bad about the body. It is about neutralizing an attachment, neutralizing a bias. That is the point of this. So normally I would not usually recommend most lay people to do these kind of contemplations. You can do the 4 elements if you like, because that's more neutral, but the 31 parts of the body is depending on how you live your life, yeah? Depending if you are on retreat or living at home, depending on whether you're living by yourself or living in a relationship, and all of these kind of things. But generally speaking, you cannot both indulge in sensual pleasures and give up the body at the same time. That's impossible. So if you live an ordinary life, yeah, in a relationship, it is not really necessarily all that useful, maybe except on retreat, to do this kind of contemplation. Why? Because if on the one hand you indulge, and on the other hand you try to do this, indulgence is always going to win out, because indulgence is where you perceive happiness and pleasure, and this is not going to seem very pleasurable at all. This is going to lose out. So you have to kind of give up the indulgence side a bit more, and only then is it possible to neutralize these things. So, but you don't have to do these kind of things. Actually, I think the majority of, I don't know, that many monastics who do the 31 parts of the body anyway, and this is kind of the point, one of the main points that I want to make about Satipatthana. It is enough to watch the breath. And if you do watch the breath in a wise way, and you think about the world in the right way, you have a little bit about right view about where real happiness is to be found and where it can't be found, you will be inclining in the right direction anyway. You don't have to do things like the 31 parts of the body. You can try, see what happens. It may not, see how it goes. It might be better to think about the 4 elements. 4 elements is quite nice. You just see the body as no different from the world outside. Yeah, the body rises from the earth and it goes back to the earth when you die. So it kind of just dissipates, becomes part of the planet, and that's kind of nice. I suppose, yeah, because it means that the body becomes something far less personal, and this is the problem. We take the body as personal. Yeah, this is my body. Please keep your hands off my body. This is what the Me Too movement is all about. Keep your hands off my body, and this is the part of the problem. Yeah, if the body is less, you have less of that kind of attachment, then it becomes less of a problem. Okay, so now let's come to, so that is the body contemplation. Then you have the feeling contemplation. Then comes the observing the mind. Yeah, so what does this actually mean in practice? So this is what it says here. And how does a mendicant meditate, observing an aspect of the mind? It's when a mendicant knows a mind with greed as a mind with greed, a mind without greed as a mind without greed. They know a mind with hate as a mind with hate, and a mind without hate as a mind without hate. They know a mind without delusion as a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion, and a mind without delusion as a mind without delusion. They know a constricted mind as constricted, and a scattered mind as scattered. They know an expansive mind as expansive, an unexpansive mind as unexpansive. They know a mind that is not supreme as mind that is not supreme, and a mind that is supreme as supreme. They know mind immersed in samadhi as mind immersed in samadhi, and mind not immersed in samadhi as mind not immersed in samadhi. They know the freed mind as the freed mind, and the unfreed mind as unfreed. So this is all you know all of this stuff. It's pretty good to know all of that. It's quite. So first of all, the problem here, there's no Pali, right? So you want to see the Pali? Well, this is the nice thing about this website. You go here, yeah, and then you go down, and you see here, you go line by line, click, ding, okay, when enabled, and then you go back down, and voila! Yeah, this is, now you have the Pali and English together. It's a pretty cool website, I have to admit. So there you are. So there you have it all together here. So the purpose of this, as you can see here, is that you have, on the one hand, you have the unwholesome qualities of mind, and then you have the wholesome qualities of mind. So the purpose here is to observe the difference, to be clear about what is wholesome and what is unwholesome. Why do we want to do this? And the reason is because if you're going to overcome the unwholesome, you have to know what it is. If you're going to move towards the wholesome qualities, you have to know what they are. And this is kind of the basic idea to understand wholesome and unwholesome. Some of the words, some of the translations here are maybe not, to be honest, maybe ideal. It's very hard to translate. So, but the word greed, for example, here is a translation of the word raga. The sa just means with, but raga is really the word here that it is about. And raga is very similar to desire. It just means desire of any kind, a very broad range of desire, usually referring to unwholesome desires. Yeah, so it is so you know what the idea of raga is, unwholesomeness. And then you have the opposite, the vita raga over here. This means the mind without greed. Yeah, so what is this all about? How do we know these things? And first of all, in your meditation practice, you just observe. So you become aware of these things. You know what is happening in your mind. You don't analyze. You don't think this is a mind with greed. At this point, all you do is you gather information, yeah, and you see these things without actually reacting to it. And then in the last part of the Satipatthana Sutta, it comes to the Dhammanupassana, which is understanding principles. And at that part is where you start to analyze more. Yeah, you think back on the qualities that you had in your meditation, and then you reflect about how they arose, what are the causes for the arising, how they come to be abandoned, and these kind of things. So the meditation process is one of gathering the data. You just sit back, you observe, you allow things to be, and when the data have been gathered, you reflect on them afterwards. And for this reason, when you come to the very last part of the Satipatthana Sutta, it is much more detailed about how to reflect, because you look back on the process and you remember what has happened. So, for example, let's now, raga here is very closely related to the first hindrance. Let's go down to the last part of the Satipatthana Sutta. Yeah, this is Dhammanupassana, and we see how it relates to this one. So here, it says, when the mendicant has sensual desire in them, they understand I have sensual desire in me. When you don't have sensual desire, you understand you don't have it. They understand how sensual desire arises, how when it's already arisen it's given up, and how once given up it doesn't arise again in the future. So here is where you analyze that experience. First of all, you gather the information under the Chittanupassana. You are aware of what is happening in your mind, and afterwards you analyze it in this way by understanding what these things are, how they arise, how it is given up, and then how it doesn't arise again in the future. So why does it arise? Why does sensual desire arise? The reason why it arises is because you are focusing on an object in a way by which it arises. You are focusing on the pleasurable aspect of an object. And when you look for the pleasurable aspect in that beautiful chocolate cake, it won't be long before you're eating it, because you are focusing on, this is what sensual desire is about, focusing on the beautiful, the subhanimitta. Yay, it is also wonderful. And then, so how then is it, so you look back and you realize that in your meditation experience, these defilements arose because of that silliness. If you're supposed to watch your breath, but you end up thinking about chocolate cake, then it is that's the kind of not really working quite right. You have a problem there. Does anyone have that problem before? You think about chocolate cake when you okay okay, or whatever. Thinking about whatever it is, and this is the thing, and then you get really distracted, and you can find your mind is not really content anymore. That is part of the problem. So how do you give that up? And the reason why you give it up, or how you give it up, is because you realize it is problematic. It stops your meditation. It leads you astray. It leads to problems. It doesn't lead to the happiness of meditation at all. And when you realize where real happiness lies, and this is kind of where it's hard. This is where you really have to reflect, to understand. This is about right view. Where does real happiness actually to be found? When you get that, you can give up the kind of the cravings and the things that lead to distractions of the mind. And then you also understand how it doesn't arise in the future, how it doesn't arise in the future, is by not paying attention in the wrong way, and then entering samadhi regularly. If you enter samadhi regularly, it won't happen. So that is pretty hard, kind of high bar to clear, entering samadhi regularly, but that is really ultimately how you avoid these things. So, okay. So this is the contemplation of the mind. So that is the first one, the greed and without greed. And one of the ways of knowing the mind with greed is simply by knowing the mind without greed. If you know the mind without greed, you also know the mind with greed by extension, because these are opposites of each other. If you know the absence of something, that's the most powerful way of understanding something. Then we have hate. Pali word is dosa. Ill will is better. Hate usually means a very strong mental state, but this is more like ill will, or you're having a negative feeling about somebody. Why does ill will arise? Because you're seeing something that is not pleasurable, something which is patiga nimitta. Patiga means that you are resisting it. There's a resistance in you towards seeing this, and then if there is a resistance towards it, then it can easily give rise to ill will. This is how you can feel that sometimes. You're meeting someone, don't really want to see them or whatever because of whatever has happened in the past. You feel a resistance towards somebody, and then not long after, the kind of the ill will starts to arise. So this is how that. So what do you do then? Well, you think about that person in a different way. You change your attitude to that person, and maybe I'll talk a little bit about that later on. That's how it comes about. Delusion. Then you know the mind of delusion, a mind without delusion. And what is delusion here? And delusion here can be understood as the last three of the five hindrances, as referring to anything which relates to doubts and misunderstandings and even perhaps tiredness and restlessness as well, even though they are actually mentioned separately later on. So delusion is any kind of thing where you feel you don't know what's going on and you're led astray and you kind of are just all over the place. This is delusion. So you understand even delusion here to some extent. Then you have the constricted mind. Constricted is the mind which is tired, or which is kind of, you have lethargy and no energy in the mind. It's kind of constricted inside. Scattered mind is the restless mind and the agitated mind, which is all over the place. This is similar to the fourth hindrance, constricted to the third hindrance. And so these are all the negative qualities, and that is really where they come to an end. And then the last qualities that we're supposed to know are these beautiful qualities, the expansive mind. Expansive mind here is the mahagata. Maha is great, gata is like gone. So the mind which is gone to greatness, which is expansive. And this is like a mind whereby you are getting close to samadhi, where your mind is expanding out, it is encompassing, kind of, not yet fully expansive, not like a jhana state, but already is a feeling of having a mind which expands out into the world and has a positive relationship with things around you. And this is mentioned specifically in the suttas, where you kind of deliberately expand your mind through meditation practice. And then you have the opposite, the unexpansive mind. Then you have the supreme mind, which is the uttara citta. And the anuttara citta should be here. What is happening here? Supreme, unsupreme first. And, anuttara is the mind which is not gone beyond. Anuttara means like a very high state of mind. And here we are probably getting close to like the jhana states. And you have the immersed in samadhi mind, the samahita citta, and the mind which is not immersed in samadhi. And then you have the last one, the vimutta citta, and the avimutta citta, the mind which is freed or not freed. So what do all of these things mean? And what they mean, these all relate to the high qualities that you start to get when your mind gets really still and peaceful. Mahagata citta, the feeling of the mind expanding into the world, a very beautiful feeling when you feel that. The barriers are broken down and you get this feeling of being, of moving, encompassing all other beings with kindness and with positive thoughts and feelings. This is what you're seeing here. Anuttara, mind without barriers, spreading out into the world. You have no ill will or negativity against anyone. And then the samahita citta, the mind which is kind of coming together, where there is no, not dispersed, and these kind of things. And lastly, the vimutta citta. And the vimutta citta, liberated mind, is a reference to the mind which enters a jhana state, a deep state of samadhi, where the mind is liberated from all the opposing qualities. The opposing qualities is basically the sensual world. The sensual world and the body are completely gone at this particular state, when you get to this particular point. So these are all the qualities that we are supposed to experience ideally as you go through this process. So all the bad qualities and all the good qualities. Remember that when we are talking about bad qualities here, we mean fairly refined bad qualities, because the majority of bad qualities have already been abandoned. What we're talking about here is refined things, small things of negativity, small things of attachment, of raga and desire, minor delusions, nothing major. So small little things whereby you may feel that you're already fully purified. Your mind may feel completely together, but actually it isn't. Because if it was really together, you would be going into samadhi a long time ago. So there still are problems there. So you're trying to uncover these deep problems in the mind. And this is what makes meditation so interesting. And this is what makes Satipatthana meditation in particular so fascinating, because you may think that you're already doing really well, already experiencing happiness and joy, but there is more down the track. There's more to be had. And the reason why you're not getting there is because there are these refined upakilesas in the mind that you have to dig out. Yeah? Throw them out, and as you throw them out, the mind goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And this is the purpose of this kind of meditation. You observe these things. Then, when you come to the Dhammanupassana, which is the next one, you contemplate the principles, you understand the causality, how these things arise, and then you avoid them in the future because you understand how it all hangs together. So, anyway, so that is the Chittanupassana, what these things are, and it may not be very clear to you at all exactly how you're supposed to do this. It says there you contemplate these things, but exactly how this happens may not be very clear. And this is where the Anapanasati Sutta comes in, the Sutta on mindfulness of breathing. It ties everything together very nicely and then shows you how this is done in practice. So, there you are. Are you... What do you think? Anyway, I'll let you think about this for half an hour or so, and you can, recharge a little bit and see what you think. And then, if you, yeah, yeah, there's a duty pertaining to it. Yeah. It is. There is a duty pertaining to it, but there's two things. One of all is the fact that you know them first of all, and then you reflect on them to understand them. And then next time you come to it, once you have understood what is going on, then you have sufficient information to know how to avoid it in the future. Yeah, so you need a bit of contemplation to understand the problem, and then once you have understood the problem, then it is possible to avoid it next time around when you come back to it. So there is a duty to overcome it as true, but sometimes you need to reflect a bit before you can apply that duty here. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you will see that, but there is a point whereby you're just kind of taking in the information, and then there is a point when you reflect back on what happened. Yeah. And that is often when you fully understand what is going on. You cannot really fully understand it while you are observing it, because if you start fully understanding it, not really observing it anymore, you're actually thinking about it and you're contemplating it. So you need to distinguish between observing and contemplating afterwards. They're not exactly the same thing. And then I think that is the way it comes out in the Anapanasati Sutta, which we'll have a look at later on. Okay, so let's have a break, and we'll see you back again in about half an hour or so. Idea is that so far it's been quite theoretical in many ways, and it may not be very obvious how this is all done, how this is all practiced. And what I want to do now is I want to kind of bring it back to reality. How do we actually do these things in practice? Sorry? Yeah? Okay. Now, not sleeping anymore. Yeah. Okay. Laptop awake. Okay. Is everyone as awake as the laptop? That's the question here. So I want to kind of bring it all together. How to do this in practice? How to make this work? And to do that, I'm going to have a look at the Anapanasati Sutta, which kind of shows us in practice how these things is actually done. Because if you look at this chitta contemplation that we just had a look at now, and we have also, maybe we didn't actually look at the Vedana contemplation, the contemplation of feeling here, but if you look at them, it doesn't really give any context. It just says that you know the mind is such and such a kind of mind, and you know this particular type of mind, but it doesn't give you any clarity about how you actually know these things. So it's quite difficult to put into effect and how you actually practice this. And this is why, if you go around the Buddhist world, there's a large number of different interpretations how to do this. People have different ideas about just watching the mind in daily life and watching the feelings in the body and all of these kind of things. And for this reason, it's very useful when you come to the Anapanasati Sutta, and the Buddha says that the way to do this is by watching the breath. And as you watch the breath, all of these things, it becomes very clear how this is to be practiced. So let's go to the Anapanasati Sutta. Here it is, I think. Okay, let's just get rid of the Pali because it just gets too much on the screen. Is that okay? Am I allowed to do that? Was that bad karma to get rid of the Pali? So, okay, so this is the first kind of interesting paragraph here from the Anapanasati Sutta, the sutta on mindfulness of in and out breathing, quite literally here. And this is what it says here at the beginning of how the breath meditation is supposed to be done. Mendicants, when mindfulness of breathing is developed and cultivated, it is very fruitful and beneficial. It's a good start, isn't it? Mindfulness of breathing, when cultivated and developed, fulfills the 4 kinds of mindfulness meditation. The 4 kinds of mindfulness meditation, when developed and cultivated, fulfill the 7 awakening factors. And the 7 awakening factors, when developed and cultivated, fulfill knowledge and freedom. So this is kind of the critical little part here. And this is what shows you that really meditation in Buddhism is really all about watching the breath. And if you do watch the breath, it's all you have to do. All the 4 Satipatthanas that we have just been looking at, including the Chitta and Vipassana contemplation of mind and feelings. It may not seem obvious what that has to do with mindfulness of breathing, but actually it is all completed by mindfulness of breathing here. So this kind of tells you then the context in which you actually do these exercises of Satipatthana practice. It goes via the breath, and as you watch the breath, you also become aware of feelings and the mind at the same time. And then as you do the 4 mindfulness meditations in this way, that fulfills the 7 awakening factors, and then that leads to knowledge and freedom, knowledge and liberation, which is the end of the path, which is arahantship and everything else. So this is what the mindfulness of breathing does. So I think, this is just my feeling about this, but when you read about all the various kind of meditation techniques that are available around the world, if you come back to the word of the Buddha, this is how it is done. Just watching the breath, it makes it so simple. And I think that rather than inventing the wheel afresh, and probably the wheel isn't even a very good wheel, if you've got a good wheel already, why invent another dodgy one? The best wheel was invented by the Buddha, so stick with the Buddha's wheel instead of going on to another wheel. That's what I reckon. So if the Buddha says that mindfulness of breathing takes you all the way to awakening, then just stick with that, commit to it, practice it again and again, find out how it is actually done. And as you do that, then sometimes you have to commit to things quite strictly and keep on doing it for a long time in order to actually reap the benefit of something. If you are too quick in moving around from one thing to another one, you don't reap the benefits of that commitment and perseverance with one practice, the practice that the Buddha himself recommends. So how does this work then, if it is so powerful? And this is what the Buddha has to say. And how is mindfulness of breathing developed and cultivated to be very fruitful and beneficial? is when a mendicant has gone to a wilderness, to the root of a tree, or to an empty hut. They sit down cross-legged and with their body straight and establish mindfulness right there. Just mindful, they breathe in. Mindful, they breathe out. So here again you have this idea that we saw before, gone to the wilderness, to the root of a tree or an empty hut. If you remember from the gradual training, it talked about the abandoning of the 5 hindrances, and it starts off with a line which is quite similar to this one, except there it also had things like gone to a ravine or to a forest and these kind of things, but it's a very similar kind of line. So you know that now you're dealing with meditation practice. Yeah, to an empty hut. This is kind of nice. So it's good to have an empty hut. Have you got an empty hut? This is why you become a monk, yeah, or nun, because you get an empty hut. They said, here is your empty hut. Okay, now it's no longer empty because I'm here. But one person, that's good enough, yeah? It's empty except for you. So this is the nice thing about monastic life. If you have ever been to a monastery in Perth, some of you have, and you will know what it's like. You get far away in the forest to get a little hut, and you're told, okay, here, this is your place. Small little place. My hut, what is it, 7 square meters? Yeah, it's kind of tiny, even by Hong Kong standards, when they have these tiny things. Yeah, still, it's tiny. And it's wonderful. One of the things, after a while, you don't want to have anything larger than 7 square meters. Easy to clean, yeah? You can't have too many belongings in there because it gets crowded really, really quickly, so you have to chuck things out all the time, which is great. But what is the best thing about it is that instead of having a large amount of kind of, real estate in terms of buildings, you have the land, you have the freedom, you have the being in nature. When I am in my hut, I can't see anyone else. I'm kind of far away. All I can see is kangaroos and spiders, and some of them are not so friendly, some of those spiders. But anyway, they don't usually bother you if you don't bother them. So that is what really matters. You have a tiny place, but you have a lot of land around. That is the good thing about the monastic life. And sometimes I drive into the city in Perth. When you go into the city, there are lots of big mansions in Perth. Lots of really, some of the wealthiest people in Australia that live in Perth. And that is enormous mansions. But because the real estate is so expensive, there's only half a meter to the neighbor. Yeah, the neighbor is next door. And because it is so close, you have a kind of psychological feeling of being oppressed a little bit. You don't have this feeling of expansion, of being by yourself, of being... and it leads to a psychological sense of freedom when there's no one around. You feel kind of free. Yeah, it is strange how that is, but in actually feeling of being secluded, being away, it leads to a kind of freedom that we can never actually have in the city in quite the same way. I've seen some of the big houses here in Singapore as well, and it's not the same. I'd much rather have a little cutie in the forest than having some of those big houses right here in Singapore. Do you agree with that? Yeah? Wow, you're very smart, you're very, very wise. That's really good. Okay, so you go to an empty hut, yeah, not to a crowded house, but an empty hut. And then you sit down. Meditation practice, real meditation practice, happens when you sit down. And this is one of the reasons that, when you look at the 4 postures and you look at the sampajanya aspect of the Satipatthana Sutta, it doesn't really fit in, because these are things that are done when you move around. But that's not meditation. That is just the prerequisites for meditation. Real meditation, watching the breath, happens when you sit down. You put your body straight. Yeah, it's because you have a bit more mindfulness when your body is straight, but don't put your body straight too quickly. Start off like this, if you have to. And if you start off like this in a while, I'm not sure how to talk in the microphone and do this at the same time, it's kind of hard. But if you do this in the right way, you wake up, and then after a while, bang, wow, it worked, and now I'm not tired anymore. And this is okay, yeah? So don't force yourself. Whatever happens in meditation, if it is natural to fall asleep, follow the natural path, the path of little resistance. If there's too much resistance and too much hardship, you're not going to be able to fulfill this path in the long run. You've got to enjoy the spiritual path. It's the only way it's going to really work out in the long run. So you put your body straight. Eventually, when you are ready for it, at the right time, establish mindfulness right there. In other words, here, in the present moment, in the present space. Yeah, here. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to feel the tip of your nose or the upper lip or whatever. This is kind of a standard interpretation of this. The Pali is satting parimukkang upatapetva. Upatapetva means establish. Sati is mindfulness, and parimukkang is one of these words that has been written large tracts about to decide what it means. But it seems to mean something like right here, in the present space, in the present time. It doesn't necessarily mean, I don't think it means the tip of the nose or anything like that. So just go with the easy, go with what seems natural. And Ajahn Brahm, he always taught me from when I started my monastic career to just be aware of whether the breath is going in and out. That's good enough. Yeah, so be aware of that. Where it goes in and out, that's body contemplation, not breath contemplation. And Ajahn Brahm is very good with this kind of breath meditation, so I trust his judgment on that one. In the end, it doesn't matter so much. If it works for you, you can do it, and you can watch it wherever you like, really. Then it says, just mindful, you breathe in. Mindful, you breathe out. And it is interesting there, the little word just. Satting eva. Satti eva means just. Yeah, it can also mean only, but in this case just. It can also mean like very, like an intensifier, but in this case just seems right. In other words, you don't create the mindfulness, you don't make it happen, you don't use willpower, because mindfulness has already been established. Yeah, this is what you have been doing before. That is what all the rest of the Buddhist path is about. So mindfulness has already arisen. Now you don't need to use any more willpower or force to give rise to mindfulness. Yeah, you can just sit back, you can relax, and the breath is there. Maybe not 100% of the time, you lose it a little bit, you think a little bit, but you come back to it very quickly again. And that means you're ready for the big time. Yeah? So this, what comes next is the big time here. So this is where it really starts to get very interesting here. So then we have the first tetrad. The breathing meditation, Anapanasati Sutta, is divided into 16 steps. And 4 steps in the groups of 4. 4 times 4 is 16. Each one is called a tetrad because it has 4 elements. So 4 tetrads. And each tetrad is equivalent to one of the Satipatthana practices. So the first one here, breathing in heavily to stilling the body's motion. All of this is part of the body contemplation. It is equivalent to the kaya nupassana, the body contemplation in the Satipatthana Sutta. Yes, I will go through this quickly before we get to the mind, just so we kind of get the full feeling for what is going on with the breath, with the anapanasati. So breathing in heavily or long, sometimes it's called long breath. They know I am breathing in heavily. When breathing out heavily, they know I'm breathing out heavily. When breathing in lightly, they know I'm breathing in lightly. When breathing out lightly, they know I'm breathing out lightly. They practice breathing in, experiencing the whole body. They practice breathing out, experiencing the whole body. They practice in breathing in, stilling the body's motion. They practice breathing out, stilling the body's motion. So this is how the breath meditation evolves at the beginning. Yeah. So when you start out, you are just mindful, and with each step here, the breath changes with each step. And this is what you're seeing here. As you become calmer, as you settle down, as your focus on the breath becomes better, this is the natural progression that happens with the breath meditation. The beginning, your breath is quite heavy, yeah, you're not really kind of really solid yet, and as you gradually, as you as you become more peaceful, the breath becomes lighter because you don't need to breathe so heavily anymore, because your need for oxygen goes down as well as you do this. So you train in this way, as it says here. Or actually, it says you know at the beginning here. You're just aware of what's going on. Then you breathe lightly. Then you're experiencing the whole body. And I'm not going into the problems of what this means. The Pali is sabbakaya patisangvedi, and the meaning literally is experiencing the whole body. And the question then is, does that mean the breath, the breath as a body, or does it mean the physical body? And to me, it's fairly obvious that it means the breath body, because later on the sutta says, well, the breath is called a body among bodies, so it's actually said specifically. So that's what I understand it as, because this is, after all, breath meditation, not body meditation. But the point here is that your awareness expands. First of all, you know the breath is going in, you know the breath is going out. Then you train. Now we come to the training. It says here they practice this. Before it was knowing it. You practice, in other words, you keep on doing the meditation. And as you do that, your awareness expands. You're more present. You have more mindfulness. Your mindfulness is improving here. Remember, mindfulness is not something static. It's not as if you have given mindfulness, you have given rise to it, and then mindfulness stays the same. Mindfulness is a dynamic thing, and it increases as you practice this. It becomes more clear, it becomes deeper, even less thinking going on. The brightness of the mind improves, so the mindfulness gets stronger. And this, I think, is an important, very important idea, because sometimes people think that as long as you are mindful, then you will be able to have insight. But it's not, mindfulness isn't just mindfulness. Mindfulness comes in large number of degrees. And that all depends on the degree to which you have abandoned the hindrances entirely. The more completely they are abandoned, the more clear will be your mindfulness. And also the opposite, the more it depends on to what extent you have developed all the good qualities of mind. If you have a lot of piti sukha, a lot of happiness and joy in your meditation, your mindfulness will be very powerful. Why? Because when you have piti sukha, you want to be here. You think, wow, this is so wonderful. Why do I want to be? So I don't want to be anywhere else. I want to be just here. So it draws you into the present moment. One of the things that Ajahn always says, is you make the present moment the pleasant moment. One of Ajahn Brahm's little catchphrases. He's very good with that, but it's true. The more pleasant the present moment is, the more powerful will be your mindfulness, because you don't want to be anywhere else. So you get drawn into the present moment. And as you do that, your awareness expands, and you see the breath, and you see far more details than you used to. Then, as you do that, you keep on with your awareness, the breath becomes calm. It says here, breathing in, stilling the body's motion. This is the kaya sankhara pasambati, or something like that. And the kaya sankhara is usually the breath. So really, I think he should have said here, stilling the kaya sankhara. Yeah, I guess it's all right, the body's motion, but it means the breath in the suttas. So again, the breath is the bodily motion at this point, because that's all you are aware of. Yes, you're stilling the breath. The breath starts to calm down. And remember, you're not doing anything here. The less you do, the more peaceful it becomes. You're just standing back. You're just aware. And as you have that awareness, actually, it becomes peaceful all by itself. And this is what makes it such a pleasant process, because you don't have to do anything. All our lives we're always used to making things happen, to force things into existence. Whenever you want to be successful at school or successful at work, your parents tell you, work harder, work more, concentrate, okay, concentrate. And you really have to work really hard, and then after a while you get really stressed out and burnt out, because you concentrate with force and with willpower. And then one day you realize actually real concentration doesn't come from willpower at all. It comes from enjoying what you're doing. And that is what meditation is. If you want to get really focused, this is the only way to do it, is actually to let go of the willpower. So meditation is a completely different direction from what we're used to. It's almost the exact opposite. And this is what makes meditation difficult for people, yeah, because we are so used to using force and using willpower all the time. Suddenly we're asked to do the opposite, and you just can't do it because you are so used to using your mind's will and volition to get things done. Suddenly, not doing it anymore actually turns out to be difficult. It is not really difficult, it's just unusual because you're not used to it. You have a habit of using willpower, and suddenly you have to overturn it, and it turns out to be hard. So this is why, one of the reasons why meditation is so special, so different from what you're used to, and why it is so delightful. And this is only the beginning here. The real delights really starts from here. So that is the equivalent to the body contemplation. Now we come to the equivalence of the Vedana Nupassana, the contemplation of feelings. So the next 4 steps are equivalent to that. That was a kind of Vedana Nupassana, but not quite. Not the real thing. Just anyway. So they practice breathing in, experiencing rapture. This is piti. They practice breathing out, experiencing rapture. They practice breathing in, experiencing bliss. This is sukha. They practice out, experiencing bliss. They practice breathing in, experiencing these emotions. They practice breathing out, experiencing these emotions. They practice breathing in, stilling these emotions. They practice breathing out, stilling these emotions. So here we are moving on. Remember, each step here is a development on the previous one. It is not that we're not doing anything radically different here than we just did before. Each step is a development from the previous one. So you just stay on with the breath. And as you stay on with the breath, you start sometimes to experience joy. Yeah, rapture here is like joy. It's like this beautiful feeling inside where you feel life becomes really worth living, life becomes joyous, life becomes happy. Sometimes you feel it as a physical feeling going through your body and all of these kind of things. And it happens as a natural consequence of allowing the breath to become very peaceful. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes you may become peaceful, it doesn't give rise to any rapture and joy. Sometimes you have to give it a little bit of help. And this is why the Buddha sometimes talks about meditation practice. It talks about the various ways of contemplating, or recollecting. It talks about the Buddhanusati, the Chaganusati, the Silanusati. Anusati means recollection. Chaga is generosity. Sila is your habits or your virtue or your character. So you recall something positive in your life that you have done before, you bring that into your meditation, and when you bring it in, often you can experience some joy because of whatever you have done before. Again, this shows you the importance and how sila, how it kind of weaves in to your meditation practice and becomes part of it. Because when you have that sila, it is natural to feel good about yourself. Yeah, the better you are as a person, the more good things you do in life, the more kindly you speak to other people, all of these things. Sometimes you just feel, I'm a good person. I live well. Not like an ego way, but just a kind of quiet feeling inside of yourself, knowing that you're living in the right way. And this is what this is about. You have this peaceful sense of knowing that you're living well, that you are a good person. That's what's happening here. And then as you keep on developing this feeling becomes more and more profound. It calms down, and with the calming down, there's a more delightful experience of happiness. Here they call it bliss. This is the sukha. This is the beautiful thing about meditation practice. You go from one experience of bliss to a better experience of bliss. You probably didn't know there were so many different types of bliss, but actually there's all these degrees of bliss, one better than the other one. And this is what is happening here. So you go to that place, and then you practice breathing in and out, experiencing these emotions. That's the next one. And this is a slightly controversial translation here by Bhante Sujato. This is, what is the Pali here again? This is the... okay, well, I can't remember the Pali now. That's a bit silly, so let's have a look at the... Not chitta, not chitta sankhara. What is it? Something with sankhara. I think you're right. But what exactly is it? Okay, so it is chitta sankhara. Okay, that's what I had. So that's correct. So there you are. So experiencing these emotions, chitta sankhara, pati sangvedi, and so sankhara again. Sankhara is chitta sankhara is the usually defined in the sutras as feelings and perceptions. So in other words, whatever is happening in your experience is what this means. So you just experience more of the same kind of feelings, moving forward. The more you experience of them, the more peaceful and delightful everything is. And then you practice breathing out, stilling these emotions, and then that is the next one. So you make it even more peaceful. And so what you see here, that meditation practice, when it works in the right way, there's two kinds of things that are developing together. One is the bliss is becoming more and more profound and beautiful, and the other one is the peace is becoming more and more profound and still. These are the two things, and this is how you can judge your meditation practice, whether it's heading in the right direction or not, whether the bliss is becoming better and the peace is becoming better. Those two things together are kind of the signposts of good meditation practice. Okay, so coming on to the next one. Go away. Okay. Okay, so that is the Vedana Nupassana. And now we come to the Chitta Nupassana, the contemplation of mind, which this is supposed to be all about. So now we come to this. And it's interesting. This gives you an idea of how far down in terms of development of meditation the Chitta Nupassana actually is. It's a very profound state of meditation practice already. And this is where this really happens. So they practice breathing in, experiencing the mind. They practice breathing out, experiencing the mind. They practice breathing in, gladdening the mind. Practice out, breathing out, gladdening the mind. They practice breathing in and out, immersing the mind in samadhi. They practice breathing in and out, freeing the mind or liberating the mind is the last one here. So this is the Chitta Nupassana, and this is quite different from what we read before. When we were reading before, it had all about knowing the mind with and without desire, knowing the mind with and without ill will. How does this relate to that? And this is kind of where it gets interesting, because here, this is the practical way of understanding that Chitta Nupassana, which before seemed a little bit theoretical. So what does it mean to experience the mind? And what it means is that to be able to know what the mind is, you have to abandon those things that are not mind. You have to kind of isolate the mind from other things. And when you isolate the mind from other things, that is when you start to understand what mind is. How do you isolate the mind? The way you do that, as the breath and everything calms down, the whole body, the five senses disappear. They start to fade away. There's nothing really left of the five senses. They are still there. They're still operating, but very weakly and in the background. And now the mind comes into the focus instead. And one of the characteristics of the mind coming into the focus is this thing known as the nimitta. Samadhi nimitta. When you get a bright light or something beautiful happening in your meditation practice, this is one of the characteristics of the ordinary world fading away and the mental world coming into focus instead. So at this point, you start to get these things called the nimittas. You start to see lights in a meditation and these kind of things. And if you look at the sequence here, you have just been going through all that bliss. So when you come to the mind state here, it's going to be very, very blissful. Just really incredibly enjoyable at this particular point. And you start to realize how profound meditation is when you get here. You start to realize that actually there's more meaning in this kind of experience than there is in almost everything else you ever had in your entire life. suddenly you feel, wow, this is it. Yeah, now I'm experiencing a little bit of the meaning of life, almost directly and personally, as you get to this particular point. But that isn't the end of it. Yeah, then you experience things. You want to kind of work. You want to do something with that nimitta, that light that you see. And what you want to do with it, you want to practice in gladdening that mind, making it even more happy. As if it isn't happy enough, you want to kind of make it even more happy. Yeah, and then so you do that. How do you do that? By staying with the breath will still be there in the background. Now you can either focus probably more on the nimitta than the breath. So you focus on the light, and as you do that, it becomes even more happy. It shines up. It becomes even more bright. Then you make it even more still. Yeah, I said the two factors that makes you know something is good meditation is more stillness, more peace, more happiness. So you make it more still. Samadhi becomes even stronger. You're even more focused on this light, even less distractions in any way. Yeah, this is the samadhi happening here. And then if you keep on doing this, gladdening that mind, making it more still, there comes a point when the mind is freed, or you are freeing the mind. And freeing the mind is the final release from the five senses, the final release from the body, the final release from all hindrances and defilements of the mind. Yeah, this is what this is about. This is the contemplation of the mind. So it's pretty good news, isn't it? Before, I don't know what you felt when you were reading the Satipatthana Sutta, it sounded very dry. It didn't sound all that interesting. Okay, yeah, the kind of the mind with greed, the mind without greed, the mind with delusion, the mind without delusion, the contracted mind, the uncontracted mind. It doesn't sound all that exciting, does it? It sounds kind of, okay, whatever, I'm not sure what to do. This is what it actually means. Yeah. So here you have the kind of practical application of this. This is what it means. So how can you understand all of these things on the basis of this kind of practice? And this is actually what happens next in this particular sutta, what comes after this. So after you have gone through all of these things, you have freed the mind through a deep state of samadhi, like a jhana state or something. The very last thing you do here is freeing the mind. Yeah, after you have been freeing the mind, you enter jhana, you have then moved from satipatthana to samma samadhi instead at that particular point. This is the last thing you do in satipatthana before you enter samma samadhi. So what happens then? And what happens then is this is the next part, and this is where this is equivalent to the Dhamma Nupassana. So the Dhamma Nupassana, let's have a quick look at it down here. Yeah, you practice breathing in, observing impermanence, observing fading away. You practice in and out, observing cessation. You practice in and out, observing letting go. These are four very important words in the Pali language. Impermanence being here anicca, fading away being viraga, cessation being nirodha, letting go being patinissagga. So this is what you do, and this at this particular point, what you're doing is you're trying to reflect on the experience. That's why it says breathing in, observing these things. Yeah, it is like anupassi. It's like you are reflecting back on the experiences you have already had. Yeah, what are you observing? And what you're observing is the things that you have already seen. You're thinking back on what you have already seen in your meditation practice. And this is what I meant before when I was saying you take in all the data, you take in all the information as the mind becomes more happy and still and peaceful. And once all the data have been taken in, then you observe back and you look at that data in terms of these four qualities. Yeah, so how does that work? Well, in practice, because we're now dealing with the Citta Nupassana, so for example, here the first one of the Citta Nupassana is experiencing the mind. Yeah, so what you are seeing here is that the body and the five senses are becoming very weak. Yeah, they are disappearing in the background. So you are seeing the impermanence, you are seeing the fading away of the body and the five senses. When you come all the way down to freeing the mind down here, then you see the cessation of the body and the five senses. So you see the gradual kind of disappearance of certain things. But what you also see is that you see the mind becoming brighter and brighter, and for the first time in your life, does it become clear what it means to have a mind without defilements? Because at this point there is no greed anymore, there is no desire, there is no ill will. All of those 5 hindrances are completely gone. And for the first time, because they are gone, or coming very, very close to being gone as you go through these particular points, you can also understand what they are. Sometimes your understanding of what greed and desire is only happens when you have let go of it. It's like the famous tadpole becoming a frog, getting out of the water. You only understand what water is when you come out of it. So this is what it is here. Once the mind becomes so pure, only then can you understand the defilements and the opposites. So what you are seeing here now, you are reflecting on these things, you are understanding the defilements, what they are, as you observe anicca, viraga and nirodha, cessation, fading away and cessation, you also understand the causality behind this. This is part of the observation, is understanding the causality. Why do the defilements arise? How do they cease? Because you have seen the process, you now know, you understand what brings about the cessation of these defilements, etc., etc. So this is what happens at this particular point. You gather the data through watching the mind, and then afterwards you then apply your observation and you apply your thinking mind to actually understand the process and what is going on. So this is the Chitta Nupassana, and you take this to a very high level, so you understand all of these qualities, including the liberation of the mind, the samadhi, and all of these things, and as you do so, you become a master of meditation. This is the idea. So if you're not there yet, you are heading in that direction, right? So I always love to listen to Ajahn Brahm when he talks about meditation practice. He often gives some very nice talks during the Rains retreat. And he says, oh yeah, meditation is so easy. You just sit down, you close your eyes, the nimitta, bang, comes up, and boof, you kind of go into deep states of samadhi. So this is like mastery of meditation. Or so I visited Lumpur Ganha, very famous monk in Thailand recently, and he said, oh yeah, you just meditate a little bit and you kind of just relax, and everything is fine, and the rest of the day you just do services, and he's kind of bright, like a light all the time, really, really bright person, and you know that his meditation must be really incredibly powerful, but he only sits, he doesn't sit all that much, because he probably just goes in, bang, into samadhi, and then he kind of comes out, and then he looks... It's very, very, very beautiful when you see that. It kind of gives you this sense that the Dhamma is alive. When you see these people, it's like, whoa, these people, they really have their act together. And Ajahn Ganha, very powerful kind of energy about it, very beautiful energy, very kind, very gentle, but very, very powerful. It's like you're not really sure whether to be afraid or not. You kind of. So very, very nice. So this is the outcome of all of this. This is actually where all of this comes. And then, just to add a little bit more there on the very end about the observing impermanence, fading away, cessation and letting go, just to give you a little bit more of feeling for what that all is about. And what that really is about, it is observing the process you have been going through. What is that process? Well, that process is a lot of things gradually fading away. The body disappearing, the 5 senses disappearing, the hindrances gradually fading away and disappearing. Certain perceptions, almost all perceptions of the mind are gradually fading away. Everything becomes simpler and simpler. First of all, the breath becoming simpler, then the nimitta, more and more simplified, until there's almost nothing left but bliss. Then there is the feelings, certain feelings disappearing, all the painful feelings going. All that is left is the supreme happiness, and then the happiness also transforming into more and more delightful happiness. Then there is the will, which is kind of fading away more and more as it becomes more and more simple. Less and less is going on. Your mind is really, really still. When you enter samadhi, it is absolutely still towards the end. Now, if you think back on the things I've just been talking about the body, feeling, perceptions, and the will. What is that? 5 khandhas. So what you are seeing here, you're actually seeing the gradual impermanence or the gradual fading away of the 5 khandhas. This is what you're seeing. People very often ask, what does it mean to contemplate the 5 khandhas? This is what it means. As you see this, you see their impermanence, you see their fading away, you see their cessation, and this is how you come to understand their impermanence, and how you actually reach awakening as a consequence. It's a very important point, because it's not obvious. Sometimes in the suttas it just says, oh yeah, you think about the 5, you reflect on the 5 khandhas. This is how it happens. And as you do this, as you practice in this way, you fulfill all the 4 Satipatthanas. This is all you have to do, watching your little breath, or whatever it is. And as you do so, you go gradually, it takes you all the way to awakening. It's not very complicated, It is very simple in a certain way. It's simple, it's just that it takes a lot of commitment and perseverance to do it. Anybody can do this. It doesn't matter how young or how old you are. Well, it's good to be at least 5 years old, I suppose, but you don't have to be anyone special to be able to do this. In the suttas, there is the youngest arahant in the suttas was Dabbamalaputta, 7 years old. So that's probably maybe the minimum requirement for being an arahant, perhaps. So nothing very kind of hard about this, and just very kind of straightforward if you understand what you have to do. So what is that you have to do? How do you get to this particular point? How do we enable ourselves to actually be able to experience the breath in this way? Is there anyone who wouldn't like to do this? Is anyone who thinks this sounds scary or bad or no good, or does everyone think this is kind of cool? It's pretty cool, isn't it? And it is one of the most extraordinary and interesting journeys that anyone can take in this life, because it is a journey towards real happiness, towards real contentment, towards finding real meaning in your life. As you move towards these things, it actually feels that you are touching the meaning of life itself. This is what is so powerful about this. Why is that the case? Well, because as you do this, your desires are fading away, you're becoming content and happy and all of these kind of things. And that fading away of the desires means that you don't want to do anything else. And that by its very definition is a sense of meaning, when you don't want to do anything else. It is always when we want to go somewhere else, you want to attain something else, that we haven't found meaning, precisely because we want to go somewhere else. But if you don't want to go anywhere else, by definition, you have found meaning. You found something powerful. The better your samadhi is, the more meaning you have. So how do we get there? And how to get there, just very briefly, got a few minutes left. Just how to get there is all the very simple things in life, all the basic things that you do in your daily life, how you treat other people, how you speak to other people, your ability to just be generous and caring at all times, your ability not to allow yourself to be upset and angry too easily just because other people do things that are not so nice. It's always going to be people in the world who do things that are not really nice, but you don't have to react to that. You don't have to do that, do anything wrong in return. And this is where one of the differences on this path comes about. Sometimes you will hear, I remember I had a discussion this with a very famous Burmese monk many years ago, and he said he does chitta nupassana. This is kind of his main practice. And he said, well, the way he does that is that he always is aware of his mind, regardless of what he does. Whenever he does anything, he's always aware of his mind. So I said, well, how exactly do we distinguish between chitta nupassana and sense restraint, the indriya sangvara sila? This is the nice thing, even though he's Burmese, we can use a few Pali words and we understand each other straight away. This is kind of actually he speaks a bit of English as well. So the Pali word creates a common understanding, which is very handy here. So I asked him, what is the difference? Because indriya sangvara sila, the restraint of the faculties is precisely about keeping your mind even, not allowing it to tip over into ill will or too much desire. And he wasn't really able to give me a very good answer to that, which was kind of interesting. And the reason, I think, why he wasn't able to give a good answer was because Chittanupassana has come to mean very often, all the Satipatthanas have come to mean, especially within Burmese Buddhism, the idea that you do things in daily life, you do things all the time, because Sampajanya is part of the Satipatthana Sutta. But if you take that out, suddenly it becomes quite different. And if you take it out, instead of thinking of Chittanupassana as something you do in daily life, it is Indriya Samvara Sila. That is what you do in daily life, and it's a bit different. You don't have to be mindful all the time. What you have to do is you have to be mindful enough to be able to know what is going on in your mind. So try that in your life. Try to have enough mindfulness. Doesn't have to be the super mindfulness of Satipatthana, where you kind of watch your breath continuously, but enough mindfulness in your life to know what is happening in your mind. Am I about to get angry? Is this person about to kind of, create ill will in me? Am I about to be dissatisfied with something? And if you can see that much, if you're able to be aware of what is happening in your mind, then you can take a countermeasure to stop the ill will from arising. And what is that countermeasure? Because this is where the very important part of the practice comes from. And this is a part of the practice that everyone can do. Everyone here can do this. The way to never get angry is always to remind yourself that people in your life, whoever that you meet in your life at any time, the reason why the way they are is because of habit. Is because of conditioning, is because of the past programming of their mind through past lives, through their upbringing in this life, whatever it is. And very often they just act out that inner conditioning that is so deeply rooted in them. I think that almost everyone in this world really wants to be kind. Everyone wants to do the right thing. And the reason is because we all know that if you treat other people well, you feel good about yourself. It's almost intuitive. You know that. If you're kind to others, you just feel good about yourself. If you're a bit nasty to others, you actually feel bad about yourself as a consequence. So we all know that kindness is right. We know what kindness works. And yet, sometimes we're not able to do it. And the reason we can't do it is because of conditioning. If you look at yourself, you will see that sometimes, no matter how hard you try, you just can't do the right thing. Because the conditioning is much stronger than you are. That's why it happens. So understand the idea that people are conditioned. Understand when anyone does something silly or stupid, they are the one who have a problem. They have a problem because actually they probably want to do the right thing, but they can't stop themselves from doing the bad thing. They are trapped in a mind state. They are trapped in a certain way of looking at the world, whereby they are compelled to do something stupid, creating suffering for themselves, even though everybody wants to be happy. And when you realize that people are actually creating suffering for themselves, even though they want to be happy, what happens then? You have compassion for them. It's the only natural response. You are creating suffering for yourself. You don't say that to them, but you are, you are. Don't you understand? If they are already upset and angry, don't say that because it's going to make it worse. But that's what they are. So this is what you think. Don't take it personally, because it never is personal. It's nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with them. So this is how you turn around your mind. These are very powerful teachings. Then this comes from the Buddhist idea of non-self, that we're not really in charge of ourselves. We are so heavily conditioned. And once you get these things, you can start to forgive others. You can have compassion for them, almost regardless of what they do. And there's no one in this whole world you can't forgive and you can't let go of their actions because you understand this basic principle of the Dhamma. So this is where you need to put in the effort. On top of that, this is the basic thing. If you can do that much, actually it is quite challenging already to do that, to never get angry, upset with anyone. But if you can lean in that direction, move towards that, then it will have a very powerful impact on your meditation practice. You get less upset in the world. You have more compassion and kindness for the people around you. You're building down, you're reducing the bad qualities. At the same time as you do that, you act with kindness. You treat people well. You say kind words. You take every opportunity to say something, to do an act of generosity through your speech. Remember that speech is so powerful, and as you use your speech in the right way, you take every opportunity to make that an act of generosity and kindness. Whenever you have... 1 second, I'll get back to you. And then when you take every opportunity like that, to be kind, to be generous, to say the right thing, and the reason why you do that is because you understand that this path is so beautiful. It is so powerful. It has the opportunity to literally change your life and give you everything you ever wanted. And instead of looking for happiness in worldly things that would always let you down at the end of the day, will always be problematic. Relationships, sometimes relationships can be nice, but in the end, they're going to let you down. In the end, people are going to leave you, they're going to die, they're going to get sick, whatever. This is just the reality of things. It can't be any different from that. And once we focus on those things that really have the chance to make a difference for us, that is our inner life, because we can control our inner life to some extent, then you make so much progress on this path. So bring up that right view. Remind yourself of what really matters in this world and this life. And as you do that, your virtue, your kindness, your generosity, your way of thinking, all of that will gradually come into line. And then you will be living for the benefit of yourself and also for the benefit of other people. You become a blessing to the world. And what a wonderful thing that is. But, please,
How do you put that effort in? Because when you say it, it's very easy to know that that's right. And you can reflect and do that, and that's quite easy. In the moment, it's not that easy. How do you put that effort in?
Okay, so what you do is that usually you will find that there are certain people in your life that you find difficult. I think everybody has that. There are certain people that get on your nerves more easily than others, these kind of things. This is just the way things seem to be because of different personalities or what have you. So the first thing to do, if that is the case, is to not wait till you are around that person to think about that person differently. Do it in your private time, when you're doing your meditation or when you're just doing some walking back and forth or whatever. And then there's two things you can do. Either you remind yourself of the good qualities in that person. There are a lot of people that might irritate us but actually have a lot of good qualities. So people who are members of the Buddhist fellowship, irritating monks, or whatever, I mean, everyone can be irritating sometimes. So you stand back and then you think about the good qualities. And when you think about those good qualities, you build it up and you think, why am I allowing myself to get irritated over small little things when the big picture is so beautiful? These are people who are trying really hard, who are intending in the right way, So you remember the big picture and then you can let go of the small things. So build that up in your own private time. Sometimes you can't do that. And if you can't do that because maybe the person has too many bad qualities or whatever, you can't really see the good, that is a time to have compassion. Like I mentioned before, the person is trapped in these things, And so, but again, build it up in your private time. I should have compassion for this person. They are like a sick person. That's what it says in the suttas. They're like a sick person, They are heading towards their own demise, death, and they're going to have really bad consequences in the future if they carry on like that. So here is someone who doesn't understand what is beneficial for themselves. The more you reflect on that, the more compassion and kindness you will be able to have. And then one day, when you meet them, suddenly you don't get angry anymore. Not going to happen straight away. It's going to take time. But eventually, one day, you will have turned around so much. And that is kind of really a powerful moment, because you understand how conditioned your mind is and how it can be reconditioned. This person used to upset you. They don't upset you anymore. It's like a victory in your spiritual practice when these things happen. That's exactly right. So that is what basically how you go about this. Okay, let's have another break. So another maybe. I think on the schedule it says 45 minutes or thereabouts. So we'll see you back in here again at 4:45, and then we can have a bit more of a Dhamma discussion and Q&A or whatever else at that point. Okay. Yeah. So I started the Satipatthana Sutta, I think it was back in November or something, and over 2 weekends I did the first 2 parts of the Satipatthana Sutta, or rather 2 sessions, and we did the body contemplation, the Kaya Nupassana, and the contemplation of feelings, and then we had the 2 remaining contemplations, the Chitta Nupassana, the contemplation of mind, and the Dhamma Nupassana left. So if you have a copy of the middle-length discourses, we are on page 150 in that book. So just to summarize a couple of the points I made on the 2 previous occasions. The first point I made is that if you want to understand what Satipatthana is all about, you have to see it in context. And when you just read the Satipatthana Sutta in isolation, you don't actually get the context of Satipatthana. To see Satipatthana in context, you have to see it, how it actually operates compared to other factors of the path in various places in the suttas. And a classic example is in the Noble Eightfold Path. You have Satipatthana being the 7th factor, and then you have Samma Samadhi, or the jhanas, being the 8th factor. And of course you have Samavayama, which is right effort, being the 6th factor. So Satipatthana is squeezed between right effort and right samadhi, Samma Samadhi. And because the Noble Eightfold Path is like a conditioned sequence of factors, what that means is that the cause that gives rise to Satipatthana is right effort, and the result of Satipatthana is Samma Samadhi or jhana. That's the purpose, that's the aim of Satipatthana, is to attain samadhi, basically. That's what it means. And you see this over and over and over again in the suttas, that this is the pattern and how Satipatthana fits into the context of the other factors of the path. And right effort, the reason why right effort is the cause for Satipatthana is because right effort is nothing itself but the purification of virtue. If you think of the Noble Eightfold Path, you often start off, the early parts of the path, factor 3, 4 and 5, are about virtue, are about right speech and right action, right livelihood. And then right effort is the purification of the mind, that comes to using the mind in the right way. So that virtue, both through conduct and also mental virtue, is what gives rise to the possibility of Satipatthana practice. And then Satipatthana is that final purification of the mind and the bringing it to unity, in other words through meditation practice, that then gives rise to samadhi or Samma Samadhi afterwards. So it's an important point to understand, because if you just study the Satipatthana Sutta without the context, you don't really understand how it fits in to the overall path. So what does that mean? Does that mean that Satipatthana is all about samatha, about calming the mind, and not about vipassana? If it results in samadhi, you might think it's all about samatha practice. But the point is that any practice that leads to purity of the mind, leads to a reduction in the defilement, and that can be both vipassana and samatha. Everything which leads towards jhana, that is, or Samma Samadhi, that is part of Satipatthana. So Satipatthana is both samatha and vipassana. It's not one or the other, it's both together. And you can see, when you look at the types of exercises we're talking about here, you can see why that is. It talks about, previously we talked about contemplation of the body, for example, looking at the body in terms of 31 parts. Well, what you're trying to do here is to see the body more clearly. You're trying to take away some of the desire for the body, to see it more in a more neutral way, so to speak. And of course, seeing things in a more neutral way, in a more clear way, that's part of vipassana. I like to translate vipassana as clear seeing. And that clear seeing comes about by taking away some of the desire which may not actually be warranted when you look at the body in a more neutral sense. And the same thing with the feelings we're talking about as well, which talks about different types of feelings and understanding a pleasant feeling, an unpleasant feeling. Of course, part of that is about vipassana, because you understand the scope of these feelings, you understand how far they go, where they end, and what kind of feelings are preferable on the path compared to other ones, so you can see the progression of your practice, so to speak. One thing I think I didn't mention about the feelings, which is an important aspect we're talking about last time, is that there are the so-called unworldly feelings, they're called in this translation. Niramisa sukha is the Pali word for this, or unworldly happiness. And that unworldly happiness is, in the suttas, usually defined as the samma samadhi, or jhanas, or samadhi if you like. That's the unworldly happiness. And that is interesting, because very often we talk about Satipatthana as one thing here, and then the jhanas and samadhi as something else. But here you see the two merge together. You're actually supposed to contemplate the feeling that comes up in jhanas. You're supposed to contemplate that in Satipatthana. In other words, you're bringing the jhanas into the Satipatthana practice. Whether the jhanas are a part of the Satipatthana or whether you're just using that experience to practice Satipatthana is really quite irrelevant, I feel. The point is that you're bringing them in as part of this practice. So again, this distinction between vipassana and samatha that you very often hear about is not really found in the suttas. The suttas, the two always go together. Where there's samatha, there will be vipassana. If you're calm and peaceful, you will see clearly. When you see clearly, you will become calm and peaceful. The two always go together. They're part and parcel of the same thing, basically. Okay, so let us move on to the contemplation of the mind. This is the Chitta Nupassana. So on page 150. So I'll read out and then I'll comment on this passage afterwards. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu abide contemplating mind as mind, it says here. Here a bhikkhu understands mind affected by lust as mind affected by lust, and mind unaffected by lust as mind unaffected by lust. He understands mind affected by hate as a mind affected by hate, and a mind unaffected by hate as a mind unaffected by hate. A mind affected by delusion as a mind unaffected by delusion, and a mind unaffected by delusion as a mind unaffected by delusion. He understands a contracted mind as contracted, a distracted mind as distracted. He understands an exalted mind as exalted, and an unexalted mind as unexalted. He understands a surpassed mind as a surpassed mind, an unsurpassed mind as unsurpassed. He understands a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. He understands a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. So, first of all, on the very first sentence here, how does a bhikkhu abide contemplating the mind as mind? This word mind is chitta in Pali, and it means mind in a very general sense. But chitta also often just refers to a particular state of mind. For example, chitta is sometimes used as a synonym of samadhi itself in the suttas. So it refers to that state of samadhi, which is a state, particular state of mind. So I think my preferred translation of this is how does a bhikkhu abide contemplating a mind state among a mind state in the mind. In other words, a particular state in the mind. And that's why you have the whole list here of different types of mind states, and you're contemplating one of those among all possible states, basically. So that is my preferred translation there. And it starts off with the word lust. The word lust here is, let me just check this so I don't give you the wrong information. I think it's raga in this particular case. It's raga. And raga means not just lust in a narrow sense, but in a very broad sense. All kind of desires, in particular connected with the five senses, is what is meant here. And then you have hate. This is dosa, so again, anger, basically, any kind of anger or negativity. And then you have delusion. And delusion is any kind of mind state which lacks clarity. You lack clarity. You see the world in a way that the world actually is not. And you're lacking clarity of mind. So there can be confusion, there can be doubt, etc. All of these things come under delusion. And then you have the contracted mind, and the contracted mind here is a mind which is like locked inside of itself. It's like sloth and torpor. When the mind goes inside, you don't really have a mind which... it feels contracted. It feels like you're not really reaching out into the world, so to speak. And the distracted mind is the restless mind, the mind which is going out to various places, not really staying at home. So the contracted and distracted are like here opposite sides of the same coin. And what you find here, that these 5 factors listed here, they are essentially equivalent to the 5 hindrances. So what you are contemplating here really are the 5 hindrances. So you understand when the 5 hindrances are present in the mind and when they are not. This is the first part here. And when it says that you understand, let's take the first hindrance here, which is raga or lust. When it says that you understand a mind as affected by raga, by lust or by desire, it means that you understand it in its full scope, right? In its full breadth. This is the point here. So you start off, when you meditate, you start off by starting to discover what the meaning of these terms are. Of course, we all have some idea what desire means. But then as you go deeper and deeper in the meditation, you start to acquire an understanding of deeper and deeper levels of this idea of desire. And it's only when you actually go beyond desire that you have the full understanding, because then you can see the full range. As long as you are still haven't gone beyond it yet, you can still assume that there is a more subtle level available, possible at least for the mind. So the moment you have gone beyond, only then have you really seen lust or desire to its full extent. So this is what it means here by understanding desire. It means understanding it in its full breadth. Only then have you really understood it. And this is what it means with all these factors here, all these 5 factors, all these 5 hindrances. It's about understanding them to that full extent. And the only way to do that is to go beyond them. And then, only then will you understand it. So it's a gradual evolution that takes part in your practice, that you gradually gain a deeper and more full understanding of what these hindrances actually are. And then, when you have overcome the hindrances and you have contemplated in this way, and again you will see here that this is a mixture of samatha and vipassana. Its vipassana part here is actually the understanding of the defilements. When you understand them, when you see things clearly, that is part of the vipassana side of things. But because you see them clearly, and because this is explained in places like the Anapanasati Sutta as a samatha path, you also become more peaceful and more calm. So these two, again, they go around each other. As you understand these things better, you become more peaceful. As you become more peaceful, you understand them better. And it's gradually, you calm down. And then, when eventually you overcome the hindrances completely, that is when the next factors here that are explained afterwards here come up. And this is the exalted mind, the unsurpassed mind, the concentrated mind, and the liberated mind. And the exalted mind, this is in the Pali called the Mahagata Chitta. Mahagata is the kind of mind that you have when you practice metta, you practice the Brahma Viharas. This is the mind which is very expansive, which has no barriers in it. They call it in the Sutta as the mind rid of barriers, because it's like it's not as if you don't have anybody in the whole world that you have any anger or hatred against. So it's rid of barriers. It is free kindness and love, if you like, compassion, going out to just anybody. There's no limit. That's why it is a Mahagata mind, an exalted mind. So these are the mind without hindrances. The unsurpassed mind, this is like the mind, again, it's a similar kind of thing. It's a mind in samadhi. When we talk about the Brahma Viharas, we talk about samadhi, and we talk about, so these are the same, just different aspects of the same type of mind state. The concentrated mind, again, is the samadhi mind, so this usually would refer to things like the jhanas, normally. And then the liberated mind in this context means the mind that are liberated from the defilements, from the hindrances. And again, this usually in sutta usage at this stage refers to samadhi and jhanas. So all of these four factors at the bottom here refer to samadhi attainments. So what you do here, again, you understand the mind state that these things actually refer to. And of course, the only way you can understand that is by attaining these states of samadhi yourself. So you attain them, and then you know what these things are all about. So there is this thing, you can see here what's happening here is that you purify the mind until it's completely pure, you attain samadhi, and then you go beyond that, and you go to deeper and deeper stages of samadhi, and then you understand it's not, you're not really purifying the mind anymore, but by going into deeper samadhi, you are empowering the mind even further, even beyond purifying it from the hindrances, if you can see what I mean. So in this way, it is a path which continues to very, very deep levels. So that is the contemplation of the mind, is to understand various stages of the mind, and then you have the insight chapter, the insight paragraph which comes afterwards, which I have talked about before. I'll briefly mention it again, and it goes as follows. In this way, he abides contemplating mind as mind internally, or he abides contemplating mind as mind externally, or he abides contemplating mind as mind both internally and externally, or else he abides contemplating in the mind its nature of arising, or he abides contemplating in mind its nature of vanishing, or he abides contemplating in mind its nature of both arising and vanishing, or else mindfulness that there is mind is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness, and he abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is how a bhikkhu abides contemplating mind as mind. So here, the first section here is about contemplating mind as mind internally, and that refers to yourself. So you're contemplating your own mind, and you just understand these states as they actually are. And this first aspect here is usually considered the samatha part of this insight refrain, which is mentioned here. I think the idea of saying it's insight is really misleading here. That is like a heading which has been inserted by the translator here, or perhaps by, I'm not sure where it comes from, but it's misleading because this is not about insight necessarily, it's about a mixture again of vipassana and samatha. So this can certainly refer to samatha as well. And elsewhere in the Digha Nikaya it specifically says that this is a samadhi practice. So for that, that is a little bit misleading. So the first part here is then internally you reflect on your own mind, or you contemplate your own mind, and you understand your own mind in this way. Then the next one is contemplating the mind externally. That means contemplating other people, and that of course refers here to inferential knowledge. You know that if your mind is this way, then other people's minds are going to be in the same way, or animals, or whatever beings you talk about. And then finally, you have the contemplation both internally and externally. And this is where you reach the point where you understand, you universalize this, and you understand that internal and external minds, my own mind, other beings' minds, is all the same. It doesn't matter what mind it is. They all work in essentially the same thing, same way. So they're all the same. It becomes a universal understanding that this is what minds are like. And once you have that universal understanding, then you know that it doesn't matter where you get reborn, what kind of mind you acquire in the future, even if you get to go to a wonderful place next time or whatever it is, it doesn't matter what you do, because mind is always going to be mind. It's always going to be subject to these kind of defilements, these kind of problems, and the impermanences, etc., and the suffering, which is part of being, part and parcel of being a mind. And that is the important thing there. So there isn't any escape, basically, from this impermanence, from these various states. Mind is like this, and it will always be like that, regardless of what you do. And then you have what is then can be called the insight part, which comes afterwards. The first part is more to do with samatha, then you have the insight part. So here it says, by contemplating mind its nature of arising, contemplating in mind its nature of vanishing, contemplating in mind its nature of both arising and vanishing. So the idea here is that you understand the radical impermanence of the mind, that things arise in the mind and then they disappear completely. And then you see this thing together, the arising and vanishing together. And that is what is meant here by, this is of course the deep insight into the nature of the mind as being absolutely impermanent, and not only going up and down, but actually vanishing and arising, coming from nothing, going to nothing. That is what this insight is all about. But as I think some people have pointed out in comparative studies of the Satipatthana Sutta, it is really the first aspect here, the contemplating mind internally and externally, and both internally and externally, that seems to be the more original aspect of Satipatthana, whereas the understanding this vipassana part here, or this is a very deep state of vipassana when you can see the mind arising and vanishing completely, this really belongs to something which comes after Satipatthana, when you have when you have the power of samadhi to be able to investigate the mind much more deeply, much more profoundly. Because this is the kind of stuff which leads basically to the stages of awakening, this sort of contemplation. And then you have the last part here, or else mindfulness that there is mind is simply established in him to the extent necessary for bare knowledge and mindfulness. I would say a good translation of that is, rather than bare knowledge and mindfulness, for partial knowledge and mindfulness. Jnana matta. Matta means like a measure in Pali. So it's a measure of knowledge, not a full one. It's just a measure. It's a limited amount of knowledge and a limited amount of mindfulness. So this, I think, might very well be a reference to stream entry. You have partial knowledge of what is going on, because the last part here is clearly a reference to arahantship, to full awakening. One abides independent, not clinging to anything in the world. That is the full understanding of mind when you get to that point. So what you can see here, this is something I mentioned last time, I mentioned it again. When you look at this paragraph, which is labeled as insight, but probably should not be labeled that way at all, but when you look at this paragraph, you can see the first aspect here is mostly the samatha aspect, the calming down, perhaps with some vipassana included, that leads to samadhi. And then you have the insight part, which is here the yatha bhuta nanadasana, seeing things as they actually are, which is the second part, the insight part, and then that leads then to stream entry here, and then arahantship at the very end there. So you can see a gradation, you can see almost the whole sequence of the path in that little paragraph there. So that leads us on to the next contemplation. If you have any questions, please ask as we go along here. John here. Just 1 second. Yeah.
The statement here, unsuppressed mind.
Unsurpassed.
Unsurpassed. Yeah. What's that referring to?
It seems to refer to samadhi here. Unsurpassed. It's a mind which is unsurpassed. It's like the mind which is has reached a level. Maybe you have gone beyond the hindrances, and you can't go any further beyond the hindrances. So it's unsurpassed in that sense. Each jhana level is unsurpassed in a certain way here. Like the third jhana is unsurpassed in terms of happiness, because you can't get any higher happiness than the third jhana in terms of happy feeling. The second jhana is unsurpassed in terms of piti, because the highest type of piti, rapture, you can have. So something like that. I must admit, it's a little bit obscure, this term. It's not something which occurs in many places in the suttas, but it seems to be basically a reference to samadhi, and jhanas in particular here. Possibly also the Brahma Viharas, you're unsurpassed in terms of metta and karuna and these kind of things as well. Yeah. Okay, so let us move on to the last of the contemplations. This is called here the contemplation of mind objects. And the Pali for mind object is Dhamma. Dhamma is this very wide term, and it can mean many different things in many different contexts, depending on what it's about. And one of the meanings of Dhamma, sometimes it can mean like states, like a phenomena, mental phenomena in a sense, is one meaning of Dhamma. Another one, of course, is the teaching of the Buddha. But another meaning of Dhamma is like law. It's a law of how things work. So often you say that things are dhammata. Dhammata means that they are lawful. They operate according to a certain law. And of course the most important laws in Buddhism are things like dependent origination and just general causality, that things have a causal basis. And I think the meaning here, and I'm following Ajahn Sujato, he wrote a long book about Satipatthana, which is very interesting, and he argues strongly there that Dhamma in this context means the law of conditionality, and that this is really a contemplation of the lawfulness of conditionality in the last part here. And if you look at the various types of exercises that are mentioned here, you will see that that makes good sense. Because mind objects, you could say, well, we were just talking about mind just a second ago, about mind with desire, mind with anger, all these things. Well, that is mind objects. What distinguishes this last Satipatthana to the other ones is not the fact that one is mind objects and the other ones is not. What distinguishes it is the fact that this has to do with conditionality, with a cause and effect, basically. And another interesting aspect of this last Satipatthana, and this is something I was talking about last time as well, and this is when you do comparative studies of the Satipatthana Sutta, with the Pali. There's a couple of Chinese versions of the Sutta. I think there are actually 3 Chinese versions of the Sutta. There is 3 Abhidhamma versions of the Sutta. And when you look at compare all these different versions of the suttas, it's easier to come down to what may have been an original Satipatthana Sutta. And what you find is that when you do that comparison of the Satipatthana Sutta, you find that it is the contemplation of the 5 hindrances and the contemplations of the 7 awakening factors. These are the 2 aspects that you find across the board in all aspects of this contemplation of conditionality. But the 3 other ones, in particular the contemplation of the 5 aggregates and the 4 noble truths, which are also mentioned here, they are only found in the Pali and nowhere else. And the contemplation of the 6 sense bases is found in some version, but in about half the versions it is not found. So because of that, it's the kind of conclusion you almost have to draw in this kind of case is that those things that are in common between all the different versions is likely to be the most ancient part, and things that are not in common are likely to have then been added later on. Possibly by mistake, possibly because they wanted to fill it out and they thought they added some more contemplations in there. So because of that, it is those parts which are, I think, the most important aspects of this contemplation of conditionality, the 5 hindrances and the 7 awakening factors. And when you look at those, you will see that those 2 in particular are very much to do with conditionality. You want to understand them, and you also want to understand how they arise and how they disappear in your practice. So let's just read out what it says here about the 5 hindrances, which comes first. And how, bhikkhus, does a bhikkhu abide contemplating mind objects as mind objects? Or how does he abide contemplating conditionality, a certain type of conditionality among other types of conditionality? Here, a bhikkhu abides contemplating conditionality among conditionalities in terms of the 5 hindrances. And how does he do this? Here, there being sensual desire in him, a bhikkhu understands there is sensual desire in me. Or there being no sensual desire in him, he understands there is no sensual desire in me. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of unarisen sensual desire, and how there comes to be the abandoning of arisen sensual desire, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned sensual desire here. So again, you can see there is some strong similarities here between the contemplation of the mind. First of all, he is supposed to know that there is sensual desire in me. or there is no sensual desire in me. And this is a direct parallel to the previous contemplation of mind, that the mind is affected by lust or unaffected by lust. It's exactly the same thing here. And again, the point is also the same, that you understand sensual desire. This is kama raga, or kama chanda perhaps in this context. You understand the full breadth and the full scale of sensual desire. You understand in its most refined and most minute things. This is what is meant here. So gradually, as you meditate, you expand your understanding of this term, until one day you go completely beyond sensual desire, and that's when you have the full understanding of what it is. And that is also when you understand there is no sensual desire in me. And once you have been beyond it once, then of course it is easy to recognize in the future when this factor arises again. And then comes the conditionality part of this. He understands how there comes to be the arising of unarisen sensual desire. So here we are more in the territory of vipassana, of clear seeing, understanding conditionality, understanding how things act together. And of course this is very important. If you are going to be successful in overcoming these states of mind, the negative states of mind, the defilements, you have to understand how they come into being. What are the conditions for these states of mind? And of course the condition for the arising of unarisen sensual desire is always how you look upon a particular object of the five senses. And if you look upon that object as beautiful, as something attractive, then desire will arise for that object. That is always that is always how this thing arises. And that is what you then, one thing is saying it, another thing is actually seeing it in yourself. You can actually see the connection. That's when it becomes really powerful. Just saying it doesn't do that much, but it gives you a kind of guideline for where to look when you do your meditation practice. And he comes to know the abandoning of arisen sensual desire. So if you already have arisen sensual desire, you know that the way to abandon that is to not focus on the beauty in the object that you have desire for. So you place your attention differently. You see that there's other aspects of this object. You see that it is impermanent, it is liable to change, its beauty is liable to fade, and all these kind of things. And when you understand that, when you place your attention in a different way, with a different framework, then that desire will slowly abate and disappear. So that is how the disappearance comes into being. Of course, it's often very difficult once desire has arisen. It's very hard to overcome it, because it's like you have already a skewed view of the thing, and it's often very difficult to fix that up. So what you often have to do instead is you have to do like preventative measures beforehand. So you have to train yourself in looking at things in a new and different way, and only then will you be able to avoid the arising of strong desires in the future. And this is also what the last part is about here. There comes to be the future. He understands how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned sensual desire. And how that happens is in two ways. And one way is that you contemplate regularly the unattractive aspect, the aspect of something which takes away the beauty perception in something. And by doing that, you are making it much more difficult for sensual desire to rise in the future. But of course, the most powerful way of doing this, and this is what eventually one hopes for in Buddhism, is to get to the point where you actually do see the Dhamma for yourself. You become a stream enter. And then, once you become a stream enter, you realize that, well, the reason why sensual desire arises, really, is because of the sense of self inside of you. As long as you have the sense of self, you have the sense of gratifying that self. That self wants to feel pleasure in the world. He wants to be happy. He wants to own things. He wants to own things that can gratify these desires. And that sense of self is ultimately the reason why sensual desire arises in the first place. And you understand, once you're a stream enter, that it is by abandoning the sense of self that sensual desire also eventually will be abandoned. So that is like the root cause of the problem. And that's why so much in Buddhism centers around the sense of self and the problems that the sense of self gives rise to. So that is the first hindrance here. And as you can see, this is very much about conditionality. It's about understanding how this works. And this, of course, is a very important part of the Dhamma. And then you find the same kind of analysis, the same kind of understanding for the other four hindrances, for ill will, and for sloth and torpor, restlessness and remorse, and for doubt. And in all these cases, the bhikkhu understands there is doubt in me. Or there being no doubt in him, he understands there's no doubt in me. He understands how there comes to be the arising of doubt, how there comes to be the abandoning of doubt, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of abandoned doubt. And in all these cases, there's a similar thing. So again, with ill will, you understand it in its full scope. You understand it when it's completely abandoned. You understand the causes that give rise to ill will. And of course, the causes that give rise to ill will is seeing the repulsive aspect of something, the negative aspect of something, something which is not delightful. That gives rise to, often can give rise to ill will. And then instead of seeing the negative aspect of something, but you focus on the beauty of something instead, that in a sense having metta, then that abandons the ill will for that particular object. That's why metta is the counterpart of ill will and the thing which actually abandons it. And then by developing metta, because metta is basically seeing the beautiful, then by developing that, then there comes the future non-arising of abandoned ill will. And again, the same thing as before, is only when you become a stream entry that you really can abandon that ill will completely. The same thing is true of sloth and torpor, and restlessness and remorse. And both of these factors are very closely connected with the first two hindrances. If you have the first two hindrances, you will often have these two hindrances as well. And if you abandon the first two, then both sloth and torpor and restlessness and remorse will be very weak. They may still appear in very faint guises, but basically they will tend to disappear at that point. And the same thing is true of doubt. Doubt is basically a kind of way of looking at things, not understanding things properly, not having thought about the Dhamma, not having understood what is wholesome, what is unwholesome, and by reflecting on that in from a Buddhist point of view, unwise way, you have doubt about these issues. But if you reflect what is from a Buddhist point of view a wise way, you will understand what are the wholesome qualities, what are the unwholesome qualities. In other words, what are hindrances, what are non-hindrances, what are enlightenment factors, what are non-enlightenment factors, what is mindfulness, what is samadhi, what is kindness, what is metta, all these things. And it is by understanding those things in the right way, that is basically what the overcoming of doubt is all about. So there you are. Those are the 5 hindrances. And now you will... Interesting thing here, which comes up now, because now you have this paragraph on the next page, which is called, again, it's called Insight, and it's the same paragraph as before. And of course, the strange thing now, and this is where you can see that the sutta seems to have been cobbled together in a way which doesn't make necessarily absolute sense. Because the first part here makes good sense. You contemplate these hindrances internally, and then you contemplate that other people also have these hindrances, that's externally, and then you universalize internally and externally being the same. There is no escape from these things. But then you contemplate the nature of arising, you contemplate the nature of vanishing, and you contemplate the nature of both arising and vanishing. And of course, we have just been talking about the arising and vanishing of these 5 hindrances. That's part of the exercise itself. And now it talks about it again. And that is one hint that this particular paragraph of arising and vanishing here may not belong there, because it has already been talked about in the actual framework of the 5 hindrances itself. So that may be an indication that this, as some people have argued, that this may not actually be a part which belongs in there, right there. which is interesting here. And again, that is because some of these insights here probably should also be left for a later stage of the path, later stage of the practice. Okay, apart from that, that paragraph there called insight is the same as the other one, and there's not much more to add, I think. Then we have the contemplation of the 5 aggregates, and as I mentioned before, this particular paragraph on the aggregates only occurs in the Pali. It doesn't actually occur anywhere else in any of the other versions of this particular sutta. And when you read this paragraph, you see that it has been cut out of other parts of the Pali suttas and almost pasted in here. It reads word for word in exactly the same way here as it reads other places in the Pali. And usually the contemplation of the 5 aggregates is something that comes towards the very end of the Buddhist path. You often see it when somebody makes a breakthrough to complete and final awakening, either that or maybe just a step before that. This is the contemplation they use. So again, I think that probably this originally was used more specifically to talk about just the contemplation to attain awakening. Then it was maybe brought into the Satipatthana Sutta and then acquired perhaps a broader meaning after it was applied to the Satipatthana Sutta. But I think it's fair to assume that this was not originally part of this. Anyway, so let us see what it says. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu abides contemplating mind objects. In other words, conditionality among conditionalities in terms of the 5 aggregates affected by clinging here. And how does he do that? Here, a bhikkhu understands such is material form, such is origin, such is disappearance, such is feeling, such is origin, such is disappearance, such is perception, such its origin, such its disappearance. Such are formations, such the origin, such the disappearance, such is consciousness, such its origin, such its disappearance. So you can see here, this is very profound because here we are looking at the whole human being, or every aspect of the human being. And once you understand every aspect of the human being as impermanent, as non-self, as affected by suffering, of course, this is what then leads to awakening. So these are basically awakening contemplations. And that's why I think, again, because they are such profound things, they really belong to a stage of the path later than Satipatthana. They belong to a stage of the path which comes after Samadhi. And that is normally called in the suttas Sammajnana, right knowledge, or is called Yatha Bhuta Jnanadassana, the seeing of things as they actually are. But just briefly, I won't go through this in too much detail because, as I said, I think it really belongs somewhere else. But such is material form. Again, it just means understanding material form in all its manifestations, so you understand the full extent of it. Such is origin means to understand where it comes from. And for material form, when we talk about the physical body, obviously where it arises is at birth, and its disappearance is at death. So this actually is a very broad kind of phenomena. This is the physical form, can last for a very long period of time. So that is what is meant here by physical form, as I understand it. And feeling, such is feeling, its origination and disappearance. Again, it's about understanding feeling in all its aspects and manifestation to the full extent. And the more fully you understand it, of course, the easier it is to deal with it and to actually abandon it because you understand its limitations, etc. And the origin of feeling, now here we're talking quite differently from material form, because with feeling it's a mental phenomena, and mental phenomena, they come and go all the time. So the origin of feeling is always through dependent origination, is contact. So it is contact which gives rise to feeling, and that contact comes through how we're using the sensory apparatus. So it is the sensory apparatus that is the origination of feeling here. So again, if you want to end feeling, if you understand its unsatisfactoriness, it's suffering, you have to actually end the sensory apparatus. And the same thing, such disappearance of feeling, well, it disappears once that contact through a particular sensory organ ceases, well then that feeling ceases as well. It's completely dependent on that particular sensory organ at that particular time. So it comes and goes, often in very, very rapid succession, these particular feelings. And you can see that it's something which basically is out of your control. And then you have the perceptions next. Again, you understand the full range of perception. Perception is a very, very wide category. It has to do with how we relate to the world, how we're able to differentiate things, how, in the Sutta, as it often said, how you're able to understand, for example, different colors. I think, red, blue, yellow, whatever. The fact that you can differentiate those colors is an aspect of perception. But any kind of differentiation you use in the world, how you differentiate between friend and enemy, how you differentiate between words that are spoken, any way that we make sense of the world is an aspect of perception. And again, it comes through contact, just like feeling. It arises through contact. So it is the sensory apparatus that gives rise to these perceptions. And its disappearance also happens when that contact ceases. Formations, this is the will, the volition of the mind. That's what it means in terms of the 5 khandhas. So this is, again, all aspects of the will in the mind. And that will, the origin of the will, is actually 2 things. It's feeling on the one hand, because once you feel, you act on that feeling because of craving. That's the one thing you need to have will. The second thing is you have to have ignorance, or avidya, which is the very first link in dependent origination here. Because when you have feeling, you feel something, you want to act on it, the reason you act on that feeling in the wrong way is because of ignorance, not understanding what that feeling really is. And that ignorance then gives rise to craving, and that craving is what makes you want to control feelings, this and that way. When you understand through the practice of the Dhamma that you can't really control these things, there's nothing you can do about it, and you understand the nature of non-self, which is basically part and parcel of the same thing, that is when you stop craving, you stop using the will to try to control those feelings, because you have seen that you can't really do that. So that is the origin of formations, is avidya, ignorance, and its disappearance is when ignorance ceases. And then you have consciousness, again, understanding consciousness. This is the bare knowing, the ability to know things. Its origin is said to be nama rupa. This is the other aspects of the mind and the body which support consciousness. And its disappearance is when nama rupa, the other aspects of mind and body, disappear, then consciousness also disappears. Because consciousness is 100% dependent on the other aspects of mind and the body. It cannot stand without these things. In the suttas you have the simile of the sheaves of reed. You have 2 sheaves of reed leaning against each other. On the one side you have nama rupa, which is mind or like, the other khandhas, if you like, the feelings and perceptions and body, and then you have consciousness on the other side. So consciousness has to exist in dependence of these other aspects. So if you want to if you find that the consciousness is suffering and you want to end it, the only way you can do that is by ending nama rupa, which means ending rebirth in the future. In that way, your consciousness also comes to an end. So when you see that it's suffering, then that is what you do. So that is the 5 aggregates. I don't want to go into more detail because I'm going to be here a long time. Does anybody have any questions at this stage? You all happy? I've got a few questions here come in from various places overseas, actually. So let me just take a few questions from overseas before I move on. I shall try to go through the rest fairly quickly afterwards. This is from Indira Fernando in Sri Lanka. And she says, in day-to-day life, if we exercise mindfulness as in this sutta, be aware of your body, aware of your feelings, about your mind conditions, will it help keep our monkey mind checked? Okay, I think the Satipatthana Sutta is really about meditation at a fairly deep level. It's not the sort of thing you can actually do in daily life. Satipatthana is usually when you sit down cross-legged. If you think about the Anapanasati Sutta, for example, Anapanasati is a classical way of doing Satipatthana. That's how it's explained. You always sit down, first of all, cross-legged, you close your eyes, and you establish mindfulness in front of you. It's not something you can do in your daily practice. The daily practice, rather, is about being virtuous, being a good person, and exercising some degree of sense restraint. That is what daily practice is about. And of course, to exercise sense restraint, you have to have a certain mindfulness. So any practice you do to establish mindfulness is great. And that sense restraint just means that you no longer react to external objects with so much desire, so much negativity or anger, so much aversion that you ordinarily would do. You have enough mindfulness to be aware. You can see desire is about to rise. You know this is going to be suffering, and then you're able to turn in another direction. You look at something else instead. You think in a different way. And by doing that, you can actually avoid a lot of that suffering which comes from the senses not being restrained. This is what you should do in daily life. And certainly the most important part, I think, in lay life, sense restraint is more difficult than in monastic life. The most important thing is to look after your virtue. If you look after your virtue, then when you go on retreat, you will have a fair chance to actually get some good meditation on retreat. So that is the first one. And the next one question here is from Shu in New Jersey, USA. How do I apply this Satipatthana Sutta to daily activities as a lay practitioner? And is it okay to do so even though your mindfulness is not strong? As I said, I don't think you can apply Satipatthana Sutta to daily activities. Think more in terms of virtue and sense restraint. That's what it's really about. I did talk about the early aspect of Satipatthana earlier on, back in November, and if you want to listen to that, you can say what I have to say there about contemplating the postures of the body and the daily activities. And if you listen to that, you will probably understand that I normally don't consider that proper Satipatthana as such. Satipatthana is more an active meditation when you sit down and you focus on things like the 32 parts of the body or the feelings. Okay, one last question. This is from Sunil, also from New Jersey, USA. But it must be very midnight or whatever, or very early morning in the USA. That's very committed over there. That's good. So this is the, again, Anapanasati Sutta is defined in terms of the Satipatthana Sutta. So it seems Satipatthana is more fundamental in nature. Based on the Buddha's own enlightenment, it seems he attained enlightenment practicing Anapanasati. So shouldn't this be the other way around? Why the goal of Anapanasati should be to satisfy Satipatthana. Okay, I think it's very hard to say which is more fundamental. I think the point is that the Anapanasati Sutta explains how to do Satipatthana. It gives you a framework. Sometimes when you look at the Satipatthana Sutta in its own right, like we have just done now, it tells you, well, you're supposed to watch the feelings, you're supposed to know the mind states, you're supposed to understand conditionality. But sometimes you wonder, how am I supposed to do this? It is not very clear. Should I just do it in daily activities, as some people suggest? Should I sit down and watch these feelings in the body? What exactly should I do? And that is the great thing with the Anapanasati Sutta. It gives you a very clear and systematic approach for how to do Satipatthana. It tells you that if you watch the breath, that is enough. If you watch it continuously through the various stages of happiness, of arising in the mind, of the nimittas, and all the way to jhana. When you watch the breath in all these aspects, then you are fulfilling Satipatthana. And I think that is a great thing to know, because sometimes I know many people are confused about Satipatthana practice, how to do it. It's very nice to have a very simple and straightforward answer to how to practice these things. So I think that to say that one is more basic in nature, I would rather say that one is an explanation of the other. So one explains how to do it. They're both Dhamma, they go together, you cannot really separate them. And it's the fact that they go together is actually more important to say that one is more basic than the other one. Okay, so that was just a short interlude there of questions. And now I will get back again to the contemplation of conditionality in the Satipatthana Sutta. So the next contemplation of the conditionality here is of the 6 sense bases. And again, as I mentioned before, as I understand it, I don't think this is as original to this sutta as the enlightenment factors and the 5 hindrances. But just briefly, this is about understanding the 6 senses, understanding the eye and understanding visual forms, and then understanding the fetter that arises dependent on both, in other words, both the eye and visual forms. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen fetter, and how there comes to be the abandoning of the arisen fetter, and how there comes to be the future non-arising of the abandoned fetter. So again, understanding the eye and understanding forms here basically means that you understand again the limits and the scope of what can be seen, of what is possible to experience through the eye. And once you know the scope and the range of possibilities, you also understand the limitations of visual sight, of seeing things. And of course, once you understand the limitations, then it's easier to give it up, because you know that there's something better and more beyond visual forms. And then you understand that the fetter that arises depending on both. Well, this is the desire that arises because of the eye and form. The fetter, the thing which binds you there, is the desire to either just to be able to see, or the desire for specific forms out there. So these things go together. So you have the desire to see and you have the desire for forms. And you understand how there comes to be the abandoning of the arisen fetter, how there comes to be the abandoning of that desire for these things. And again, that of course comes about because you understand that the suffering basically inherent in these particular aspects. And then the future non-arising of the abandoned fetter again comes through eventually becoming a stream enter, when you can abandon everything. And the same thing is true for the nose, the same is true for flavors, the tongue and flavors, the body and tangibles, the mind and mental objects. Exactly the same principle goes for all of these. You understand the scope of these, you understand the desire which binds you to the objects, and you understand how there comes to be the abandoning of that desire by understanding its limitations and understanding that there's something else beyond which is worthwhile, more worthwhile than these things. So that is very briefly the 6 sense bases. Then we come to the 7 enlightenment factors. And these are things that stand in contrast to the 5 hindrances that we saw before. So first of all, you practice to abandon the 5 hindrances, and once they are abandoned, you move on, so to speak, to giving rise to the 7 enlightenment factors. They are like the opposite side of the 5 hindrances. Once the 5 hindrances are gone, it doesn't mean that development of the mind stops. In fact, it continues. It continues on with the enlightenment factors. And this is why you develop the energy of the mind, the happiness of the mind, the joy, the concentration, and eventually the equanimity of the mind. And of course, these factors also have to be understood in terms of causality, because when you understand them in terms of causality, that is when you can actually you can develop them more purposefully here. So again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu abides contemplating conditionality among conditionalities in terms of the 7 awakening factors. And how does he do that? Here, there being the mindfulness awakening factor in him, the bhikkhu understands there is the mindfulness awakening factor in me. Or there being no mindfulness awakening factor in him, he understands there is no mindfulness awakening factor in me. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen mindfulness awakening factor, and how the arisen mindfulness and awakening factor comes to fulfillment by development. And the mindfulness awakening factor here is in itself usually nothing but the four Satipatthanas. So here these things are sort of interlocked into each other. You are contemplating the mindfulness enlightenment factor through Satipatthana. That itself is Satipatthana. So it's like an endless loop or something like that. So you understand what mindfulness is. You understand what that clarity of mind is when the hindrances are mostly removed, when the mind is clear, when there isn't much thinking going on, and you have the ability to contemplate things. You understand what that actually is. And again, that happens, of course, when you reach that point. And gradually, as you get there, you get fuller understanding of this mindfulness enlightenment factor. And because you understand what it is, it also means that you understand when it's not present. So these are two sides of the same coin. It's only through understanding its presence that you can also understand its absence. And then he understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen mindfulness factor. And basically, how that arising comes about is what I mentioned before. It's through the practice of the Eightfold Path. It's through the purification of the mind, the purification of virtue, that mindfulness arises. Often, and this is one of the things that I think is sometimes maybe misunderstood, people often think that mindfulness comes about as a function of the will. If you have enough willpower, if you just want to be mindful, then mindfulness is going to arise. But if you use willpower to give rise to mindfulness, it's not going to be sustainable. And you're going to feel tired, and after a while, your mindfulness will disappear because the mind becomes tired instead. So the real way to become mindful is to put in the causes, and that's why the causality is mentioned specifically here. Put the causes in that give rise to mindfulness. And those causes are always the purity of the mind, the virtue, if you like, both on the verbal and the bodily level, but also on the mental level. And by practicing that virtue, and by in particular doing things like metta practice, which purifies the mind, that is where that mindfulness factor arises after a while quite naturally because of that. And that is the ideal way for mindfulness to arise. And he understands how the mindfulness awakening factor comes to fulfillment by development. And of course, this is again the understanding usually of the Aryas, the people who are on the path, who have seen the Dhamma, because they know that the fulfillment of this happens through the development, basically, of the Eightfold Path. And it is gradually, until you reach full awakening, the mindfulness becomes more and more powerful. Then you have the same kind of thing for the other factors of awakening. You have the investigation of states, awakening factor. You have the energy awakening factor. You have the rapture awakening factor, the tranquility awakening factor, the concentration awakening factor, and then the equanimity awakening factor. And the bhikkhu understands there is the equanimity awakening factor in me. And there being no equanimity awakening factor in him, he understands there's no equanimity awakening factor in me. And he also understands how there comes to be the arising of the unarisen equanimity awakening factor, and how the arisen equanimity awakening factor comes to fulfillment by development. So in all of these cases, you see the same principle. You understand what these things are. Investigation of states, awakening factor, basically is understanding the various mental qualities you can have. Understanding which ones are wholesome and good that you want to develop, and which ones are not good and which leads to a decline in spiritual qualities. So that is the first one, the energy enlightenment factor. This is the virya in the Pali, and this again is something which arises quite naturally in the mind at this stage. So as you understand the unwholesome factors of the mind, you understand the wholesome ones, there comes a natural energy because you want to get rid of, so to speak, the bad ones and develop the good ones. And you get very keen to do that. And that keenness inside, that sense of urgency, the sense of inspiration that you get by seeing this is that natural energy which flows from inside. And this is the best kind of energy. As long as you have to put forth a lot of effort yourself, it is much more tiring. When the energy comes by itself, that is when it becomes really powerful. And you understand where this comes from. Again, with the awakening factors, it's exactly the same thing as with the Noble Eightfold Path. They are a conditioned sequence. So once you have mindfulness, that is when investigation of states happen, because you have the ability to investigate properly once mindfulness is there. Once you investigate properly, the energy will arise, because you will want to do something about it. Once the energy arises, the rapture, the piti comes. That's an aspect of the energy, is that rapture of the mind. So these follow each other. From the rapture comes the tranquility of the mind. From the tranquility comes the concentration. From the concentration, the highest peak of concentration is the equanimity, and this refers mostly to the equanimity of the fourth jhana. So here you can see how each one of these comes into being as conditioned by the previous one. And in each case, your job is to understand this factor in its fullness, what it means in its fullness. Then to understand that the previous factor is what conditions it. So you understand in each case how the previous factor leads to this factor. And eventually you also understand how each factor comes through fulfillment by developing it through the Noble Eightfold Path. So these are very high states of mind, and these are all basically dealing with samadhi and jhanas. And they're called enlightenment factors precisely because they lead to enlightenment, they lead to awakening. Once you have the equanimity of the fourth jhana, basically you are there. There isn't much more you have to do beyond that. Okay, so that is the 7 enlightenment factors. Then you have the 4 noble truths, and again the 4 noble truths only exist in the Pali, and as I understand it, it is not what was originally part of the Satipatthana Sutta. And the way the 4 noble truths are mentioned here, they are mentioned in exactly the same way. They're not really mentioned as contemplations, they're mentioned in exactly the same way that they are mentioned when you become a stream enterer. So the way it is described here is, here a bhikkhu understands as it actually is, this is suffering. He understands as it actually is, this is the origin of suffering. He understands as it actually is, this is the cessation of suffering. He understands as it actually is, this is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. And this usually, when you understand something as it actually is, in particular the 4 noble truths, this is a way of saying, well, now you are a stream enterer because you have understood the Dhamma to its full depth. So again, I feel it doesn't fit the context all that well, because this is, rather than being a contemplation and something that leads to samadhi and leads to enlightenment, this actually describes pretty much one of the awakening experiences themselves. Okay, so that concludes the various exercises of the 4th Satipatthana, and then all we have left is the conclusion. And the conclusion runs as follows. Bhikkhus, if anyone should develop these 4 focuses of mindfulness in such a way for 7 years, one of 2 fruits could be expected for him. Either final knowledge, here and now, or if there is a trace of clinging left, non-returning. So basically, final knowledge is awakening, it's arahantship, and non-returning is anagami. It's when you are almost fully awakened, but you have a slight, tiny little bit of clinging left. But apart from that, you have got there. So if you practice it for 7 years, it says, this is what happens. Then he goes, let alone 7 years. If you should develop these 4 focuses of mindfulness in such a way for 6 years, for 5 years, for 4 years, for 3 years, for 2 years, for 1 year, etc., etc. Again, the same thing can be expected. If you should develop them for 7 months, 6 months, 5 months, 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, half a month, again, the same thing can be expected, let alone half a month, if one should develop these 4 focuses of mindfulness in such a way for 7 days. 1 of 2 fruits could be expected for him. Either you become fully awakened, or if there is a trace of clinging left, you become a anagami, a non-returner. So, it's an interesting passage because you wonder what exactly does this mean? Does it mean that if you practice it properly for 7 years, this must happen? How can there be such a difference between 7 years and 7 days? What is going on here? And the point just seems to be that obviously people are at very different levels in their practice, and somebody might already have a very deep samadhi, for example, and this is a person who will make very, very quick progress. And somebody who is much lesser may indeed take, I think, even much longer than 7 years to actually fulfill these things. It all depends on where you are in your practice and how you're practicing. But the other thing is, and again, it's an interesting fact about this passage, you will have noticed there's a strange thing going on in this passage, which is the first one starts with 7 years, the first paragraph there. The next paragraph starts with 7 months. And the last one has 7 days in it. Why does it start with 7 years? Why does it start with 7 months? What is actually going on there? And it seems that the number 7 has a kind of special significance very often. It has a kind of, maybe even a kind of mythical significance in many places. And by putting 7 there, you are sort of applying a kind of mythical significance to the Satipatthana Sutta. So I don't know how literally this is to be understood, whether it is just to be understood that if you practice this well, you will quickly reach to the goal. This is the way to reach the goal. I think really is probably the right way of understanding this particular paragraph. It is interesting that the Chinese version of this paragraph, it doesn't stop with 7 days, then goes on to say if you practice in 6 days, 5 days, it goes down to 1 day. So then you can wonder, well, which one is correct? And the point is, I think, it's not about one being correct or the other one correct. It is just basically an injunction to say, the better, the more you put these instructions into practice, the quicker would be your results. And of course, to be able to put these instructions into practice in the first place, you have to have mindfulness established already. The Satipatthana Sutta, as I mentioned at the very beginning, back in November, is that it has as a prerequisite that mindfulness is already established. So it already starts at a very high level. And this may be one reason why one has this ability to gain these high attainments so quickly. And then we have the very last paragraph here, and this is the same as the opening paragraph to the sutta. So it was with reference to this that it was said, because this is the path leading in one direction for the purification of beings, for the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of Nibbana, namely the 4 focuses of mindfulness. And again here, the point here is of course that this is just about the direct path. It says here, ekayana maggo, this is the path which leads in one direction only, or somebody suggested it may even mean the path that leads to one, ekayano, in other words, a path that leads to samadhi, which is an interesting interpretation of that phrase. But this is the path which leads in one direction only, for the purification of beings. These, of course, are the things we're trying to achieve. For the surmounting of sorrow and lamentation, in other words, for the ending of all problems, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way. This is a code for stream entry. True way is like seeing dependent origination, which is stream entry, and for the realization of Nibbana, which is the attainment of full awakening, arahantship. So this is the path, the 4 focuses of mindfulness, the 4 places where you focus mindfulness. That is what the Blessed One said, that the bhikkhus were satisfied and delighted in the Blessed One's words. So, any questions on all of that? Are you all happy? Yes.
If using metta as a way to offset ill will, if using metta as a way to offset ill will, then is using sense restraint the way to offset desire?
It's part of it. There are many ways of offsetting desire. And one of them is, when you see the beauty in something, is to actually see the other side of that thing. Seeing that it's not just attractive, it has a negative side as well. Food becomes rotten after a while. It's only beautiful for a short time. It's beautiful when you're hungry. When you're full, it doesn't really look so nice anymore. There's all these aspects to these things. And also there's the craving involved with these things. And the craving itself is somehow unpleasant rather than a peaceful state. So there's sense restraint is one aspect, but sometimes you need that ability to see the negative aspect of something to be able to do sense restraint. For example, if you walk around and you see something attractive, you will be drawn by desire very, very quickly unless you're able to turn your mind in a different direction. Now, one way of turning your mind in a different direction is to remind yourself straight away there is a negative aspect to this. It's not as good as it looks. It's impermanent. It is something I can't control in the long run. It's going to change. All these kind of things. So they go together, and when they go together, they become very powerful. Yeah, thanks. Anybody else want to ask any questions? Okay, good. So let us just pay respect to the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha.